Order. Questions for oral answer. Ms. Jessica Tan.
In 2025, the HDB received a total of about 240 cases of feedback regarding condensation and mold on walls or ceilings arising from neighbours' use of air conditioners. Upon receiving such feedback, the HDB will conduct inspections to determine the cause of the condensation and mold and provide appropriate advice to the flat owners and neighbours, including how they are using their air conditioners. We also recommend flat owners to keep rooms well ventilated to minimize mold growth and consider the use of mold-resistant paint as a preventive measure. Thank you.
Ms. Tan.
I thank the SMS for her reply. I would like to ask, the reason I'm asking this is because I'm seeing an increasing trend of appeals with regards to these kind of issues, especially mold growing caused by this continuous use of air conditioning by neighbours. And the challenge for residents is that they can't do anything because it's coming from the neighbour's unit. So I would like to ask if HDB would consider mandating wall or ceiling enhancements for people in terms of if they are going to be continuously using the air conditioning, and if not, then what measures could be taken to ensure accountability or cost sharing or timely resolution of condensation disputes between neighbours. And my second question would be whether guidelines would be introduced to clarify responsibilities of affected flat owners, because the damages are quite serious. I mean, the entire walls or ceilings, and the mold has also led to some health issues for many of my residents. Thank you.
SMS soon.
I thank the member for the questions that she raised. The HDB can consider providing an advisory to the neighbours on proper usage of air conditioners, for instance, when it comes to the length of air conditioning use or temperature settings. As to her suggestion on wall and ceiling enhancements, the HDB will have to explore if these enhancements will truly work. And whether or not we could stipulate them, I think we'll have to take a look at the specific circumstances, the specific cases, and where I think there are egregious uses where it has led to damage in the corresponding neighbour's flat. Then based on the case specifics, we'll have to see how the compensation can be best shared by the two individuals. Thank you.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Question 2, sir.
Investigations by the Indonesian authorities into the alleged trafficking of Indonesian babies are underway. The Singapore government is currently working closely with our Indonesian counterparts to review these allegations, and MSF is unable to comment on the number of cases currently under review at this stage. Now, child trafficking is a serious matter as it exploits children's vulnerabilities, violates their rights, and separates them from their biological families for personal gain or criminal purposes. It also affects the children's long-term well-being and development. Now, MSF has been engaging affected families to provide more information on processes and to address their concerns as information becomes available. We're also working closely with the relevant authorities to ensure that cases are reviewed expeditiously, while safeguarding the welfare and best interests of the children involved. MSF takes these matters seriously and will continue to work with relevant authorities to ensure appropriate safeguards, transparency, and support for the affected families.
Ms. Lim.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 3 supplementary questions for the Minister of State. He mentioned that the investigations by the Indonesians are underway, and I think our government is cooperating with them, something along those lines. Is he able to give any indication of the timeline as to how long this will take? Because I have constituents affected by this situation, and they have already been caring for these babies for more than a year, and this uncertainty is a torture to them. So would the authorities in Singapore be able to give any indication of how long this is going to take, months or years? You know, this is really quite devastating. Second question is, there is an issue of perhaps public confidence in the adoption process. These parents in Singapore are innocent parties that have done every step in accordance with the law. And I think the MSF officers and their partners have also looked into each adoption case before recommending to the court whether the case could be supported. And on that basis, the adoption orders were given. So my question is, was there any possibility that the MSF officers or its partners could have discovered any suspicious circumstances before the orders were made? And the third question actually concerns expenses in child raising. In the case which I know of, the adoption order has been given, but the child's application for citizenship is on hold now because of this investigation. So because of this, the parents will have to incur childcare expenses and so on based on the foreign nationality of the child. So given this unique situation where the parents are innocent really, can the agencies give a special exception to allow these expenses of these affected families to be incurred on a Singapore child basis to take into account the fact that, you know, they have applied for citizenship and it's on hold because of something outside of their control? So I'd like to ask the MOS these questions. Thank you.
MOS Go.
I thank the member for the questions. Let me take the three questions one by one. MSF understands that, and we empathize with the parents, we understand that the uncertainty may cause a little bit of anxiety for the affected families. But investigations are still underway, and we are trying our very best to work closely, because this involves not just within Singapore, but also with the Indonesian authorities, and therefore we're trying to proceed as expeditiously as possible and to give the families a resolution. We are unable to comment on a timeline at this juncture. In terms of public confidence in the process, and especially in terms of whether there are certain things that we can look into the process or the agencies involved, I think adoptive parents are informed of the process and they proceed with adoption under the framework that's been put out. There are certain processes in place to ensure that agencies abide by certain procedures to ensure that the babies are of the correct origin, appropriate sources. But at the same time, agencies which parents approach for such child matching services, many of them, in fact all of them, operate on a commercial basis. And therefore the onus is on adoptive parents to try the best and ensure that children are identified, matched, and placed in accordance with the prevailing laws of both Singapore as well as the child's origin country. For the third question, in terms of process, I'd just like to explain that indeed we recognize that navigating both the adoption process as well as the citizenship process can be a long process, especially because we understand that the parents will have already made a commitment, enduring commitment, and it's also an emotional commitment to the child. I'd just like to explain that we keep the adoption process and the citizenship process separate because they are governed by different legal frameworks and policy considerations. Adoption establishes the legal parent-to-child nexus and is assessed primarily based on the child's welfare and suitability of the adoptive parents, whereas the citizenship process, on the other hand, establishes the immigration considerations and evaluates based on that. Without adoption, there will be no legal nexus for the Singapore parent and the foreign child, whereas an adoption is necessary to formally establish that relationship in the eyes of the law before we can proceed with establishing the legal status of the child and applying for immigration, citizenship for the child. Not all adoption applications will get approved for citizenship. All prospective adoptive parents are also informed of this process during the social investigation procedure that MSF will inform them of, that the adoption and the citizenship processes are actually delinked processes, and the granting of citizenship is not automatic following the adoption order. And we also inform them that the citizenship process can take up to 12 months. This is to ensure that the families proceed with a clear understanding of the processes and the potential outcomes. But having said so, MSF recognizes the emotional stress and especially the financial strain, like what the member has highlighted. And if the adoptive parents do face financial assistance, they may approach MSF and we will assess every case based on the circumstances.
Ms. Lim.
Thank you, sir. Perhaps one more supplementary question. I'm not sure whether I heard the MOS correctly. When I asked about whether the agencies could have uncovered the suspicious circumstances earlier, he mentioned something to the effect that the parents engaged the adoption agencies on a commercial basis. So is he saying that there's nothing more that the agencies can do to try to prevent this kind of things from happening again? Because, I mean, the parents really, what can they do,
MOS, go.
Yes, allow me to clarify. I mentioned that the agencies operate on a commercial basis. However, we do have guidelines telling the agencies what they can and cannot do and what is due diligence on their part. If we do uncover that agencies are aware that the children they're bringing in are of unknown and suspicious origin, and despite so bring them in, they will be taken to task. And we will take the agency, we will take the necessary action against those agencies. So we expect the agencies to do due diligence and to bring in children of correct background and origin, having done all the due checks prior to bring them in. But having said so, there may still be cases whereby something may have been done in the country of origin, with the agencies in Singapore not knowing of what that background may be. So I don't think we should comment further. Specific to this case is under investigation, and perhaps we should let the investigation run its course before I comment further. Thank you.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
Question 3.
Mr. Speaker, sir, construction sites within 150 meters of residential premises are required to install noise meters which NEA monitors. NEA takes strict enforcement action against contractors who exceed the permissible noise levels, with more severe enforcement action typically taken for repeated offenses as well as those with a longer duration of time above the permissible noise level. NEA will continue to review the regulations, including the permissible noise levels, to ensure that they remain relevant and effective in protecting public health.
Dr. Chen.
I thank the SMS for its response. Residents in Tampines living near the long-running Loyang viaduct construction have reported prolonged stress from construction noise. So given that sounds of similar decibel levels can differ in perceived loudness and distress, does the ministry consider the use of psychoacoustic factors such as sharpness and roughness in the review of thresholds? And another supplementary question would be, what are the penalties when construction sites exceed noise thresholds? Thank you.
SMS General.
So I thank Dr. Charlene Chen for her question. When it comes to psychoacoustic factors, we take reference from the World Health Organization guidelines, which currently do not include psychoacoustic factors, but this is a part of the science that is under review. We'll continue to review our stance as well as take reference from the World Health Organization with respect to what are the factors of sound that we take into account when enforcing the framework. Dr. Chen also asked about the penalties. There are different ways in which we do this. The requirement for monitoring itself is a burden placed on the site operator, potentially requiring CCTV, continuous real-time monitoring. But if they transgress, then we will take further action against. And if they fail to comply with the regulations, they'll be guilty of an offense and shall be liable for a conviction on conviction to a fine not exceeding $40,000, and in cases of continuing offenses, further fines of about not exceeding $1,000 a day or part thereof, during which the offense continues after conviction. And then thereafter, there are composition sums depending on the circumstances of the case and the court findings.
Ms. Gozuki.
Similar to the Honourable Member Dr. Chen, I also received feedback from residents of River Edge, a condo that's situated in Tanjong Ru. Now, the lift experience on the ground appears to differ materially from what average LEQ measurements suggest. With the Tanjong Ru BTO construction site located less than 150 meters of existing residential block, residents have informed me that these repeated short bursts of intense construction noise that are technically compliant when averaged over 5 minutes, but nonetheless, they are quite disruptive. So I have two questions for SMS. In such close proximity situations, how does NEA assess whether the current averaging-based approach adequately reflects the actual disturbance experienced by the residents? And will the ministry consider using LMAX instead in assessing compliance and addressing residents' complaints? Thank you.
SMS General.
So I thank Ms. Goh for her questions. Indeed, we will consider and review how to best provide the correct supervision, regulatory framework, and enforcement. We need to have a balance between the protection of the public health and allowing necessary work to proceed. And indeed, we do have an averaging of 5 minutes, but we also have some of the framework where it's an averaging over 12 hours. So there is a balance that we need to strike for different types of sound, persistent, recurrent, repeated, sharp bursts, as Ms. Goh has pointed out. The current framework requires an average sound level over 5 minutes, and she has asked us about LMAX, which means we're not taking into account the time span for a person to be exposed to that sound, but the absolute level for the sound exposure. It is indeed something that we can study, and we will study, together with taking reference from the WHO guidelines that I explained earlier, is the basis on which we have developed our framework. And this is also something that is under study internationally.
Ms. Jessica Tan.
Sir, may I have your permission to answer questions 4 and 5 on today's order paper together, please?
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, all individuals working in animal-related businesses, including pet groomers, are entrusted with the care of their clients' animals and are thus expected to uphold high standards of animal welfare. Hence, these individuals face higher maximum penalties under the Animals and Birds Act, ABA, for animal cruelty and welfare offences compared to other members of the public. Now, failure to meet minimum standards stipulated under the Code of Animal Welfare may be used as evidence for enforcement action. And upon conviction for an animal welfare offence, the court may also issue a disqualification order to an individual to disqualify them from owning an animal or running an animal-related business for up to 12 months. Now, NParks has investigated 54 cases of feedback alleging harm to pets caused by groomers over the past 3 years. We are reviewing the regulatory regime for pet sector activities, including pet grooming businesses, under our ongoing review of the ABA. We will consider whether to include requirements for CCTV recordings when we amend the legislation. We are also reviewing the appropriate penalties for animal welfare and cruelty offences, including those that apply to animal-related businesses.
Ms. Tan.
Thank you, MOS, for your reply and for your reassurances. I do have a few SQs for both my PQs. For my first PQ, I would like to ask is that are the current standards for supervision of pets during grooming sessions, particularly when they are where they are secured in holding areas or cages, whether AVS would review the protocols for this to prevent prolonged, unsupervised confinement that may result in distress or worse, injury or fatality. And the other SQ for this PQ is that what are the current processes and response time for handling complaints of suspected negligence in pet businesses, and how can AVS improve public reporting channels and investigation process to ensure timely follow-up. The whole point is really how to, first of all, report, and also how can pet owners be more aware of businesses that have had complaints and may not have followed protocols. But more importantly, are there going to be tighter protocols for when they are in confined areas or unsupervised? For my second PQ, I'd like to ask also, apart from penalties, because that's after the fact, and when one's pet is injured, or anything, I think the distress I've had from my residents and many pet owners who have shared that it can be extremely distressing. And so rather than penalties, which are good deterrents, but really prevention. So will AVS consider introducing mandatory certification or competency requirements for pet groomers, and more importantly, skills training to ensure proper animal handling, not so much the grooming, but the animal handling and safety protocols, and more importantly, emergency response when the pets are injured? And will the ministry also review the licensing conditioning for pet grooming businesses to incorporate minimum supervision requirements and emergency preparedness protocols? Thank you.
That's a lot more than 2 SQs. MOS Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly very important topic. First of all, as I mentioned to the member, we are reviewing the Animal and Birds Act, and we are getting feedback from members as well as members of the public. We are reviewing under the review of the ABA the regulatory regime for pet sector activities, and this includes pet grooming businesses and the other areas in which the member have highlighted. With regards to the code for animal welfare, which I mentioned earlier on, this is specific to the pet industry. This code of animal welfare specifies minimum standards and best practices for pet businesses and pet groomers. And all pet groomers are encouraged to comply with these sets of standards and best practices. And that includes not leaving animals unattended in rooms, so unsupervised, as the member had mentioned. But where there are breaches to this code, they can be used to support prosecution under the Animal and Birds Act. And where unnecessary pain or suffering has been found to be inflicted on the animal, that's Section 42 of the ABA, or failure of duty of care is found, Section 41 of the ABA, NParks then can take the appropriate action and enforcement action under ABA. So we are looking at all of these reviews under the review of the ABA. Currently, there are already levers for NParks to take action, and we will take all of the feedback into regard. As for if members of the public or the member herself it comes across any reports, please feel free to contact AVS. I've gotten the number here. It's 1-800-476-1600, and AVS will be prompt and swift. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
We are deeply sympathetic towards the plight of drivers who are affected by the Autobahn business failure. We recognize the impact large car rental companies have on drivers' livelihoods when such companies become financially distressed or insolvent. That is why, when the Autobahn situation happened, the LTA worked swiftly with the National Taxi Association, the National Private Hire Vehicles Association, and point-to-point operators to help affected drivers secure other vehicles and earning opportunities. If drivers wish to seek legal recourse, the National Trade Unions Congress also has a legal clinic to provide legal advice to members, including on contractual issues. Providing such support does not require fleet owners to be regulated. Regulation can result in increased compliance burden and ownership costs for private hire vehicles, which could likely be passed through to drivers and passengers. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo.
Thank you, Speaker. With the growing number of private hire drivers renting their vehicles from third-party rental companies, many are actually subjected to non-standardized and often onerous rental contract terms. And this includes, for instance, high excesses for vehicle damage and unclear clauses governing termination, as in the Autobahn case, penalties, or the withdrawal of driver benefits. What more can the Ministry or the LTA do, working with the NTUC and the National Private Hire Vehicles Association and the National Taxi Association, to equip our drivers to better understand and compare rental agreements so that they can make informed decisions and avoid unfair contractual terms? The other one, too, is whether or not such contract literacy and consumer protection guidance can actually be incorporated into the curriculum for our vocational licenses.
Mr. Mason.
I thank the member for raising the questions. The LTA will work with the associations to increase drivers' awareness of their rental contract terms so that they are more aware of their contractual rights and obligations. On her second point, the LTA will set up a work group to review the vocational license curriculum. And this review of the curriculum will include the recent Platform Workers Act and its relevant protections. We are also open to including in the curriculum education on contractual matters. Thank you.
Mr. Ng Chee Meng.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I declare my role in NTUC as the SecGen. In this case, SMS, NTUC's affiliated platform Workers Association, NTA and MPHVA stepped in almost immediately together with tripartite partners to assist the drivers and provided timely support, especially in arranging new cars to continue their livelihood. But even then, I know now that even many of the drivers are concerned about losing their deposits, ranging from $500 to $1,000. This is not a small sum to many of my brothers on the ground. Will there be some measures to ensure that owners of large rental fleets, to get them to ring-fence some of the funds so that in the events of insolvency, these deposits for drivers can be safeguarded? Thank you.
SMS.
I thank the member for his question and also his suggestion. With regards to ring fencing, it is quite close to what the earlier member has shared. It is along the same lines as to whether or not there can be regulations, whether or not the car dealer industry should be regulated. And I had shared in my earlier reply that this can lead to increased compliance burden, which can eventually find its way into becoming higher costs for drivers as well as passengers. That said, I recognize the difficulties that the current set of drivers who are impacted by the Autobahn situation face. The matter is now before the High Court, but because these drivers are unsecured creditors, it is likely that they will face difficulties getting their deposits back. And that is why I think moving forward, we need to work closely with the associations to see how to better equip our drivers about what they understand about their rental contracts. And where these drivers who are currently impacted face financial difficulties, I think we can work together to see, and together with community help, see how we can best help these drivers. Thank you. I also like to add that I think most importantly, which is what the LTA has done together with MPHVA and NTA, is to quickly secure new earning opportunities for the drivers, which is what has been done together as a tripartite group to quickly work with Grab Rental, CDG Rent a Car, to make sure that the affected drivers are able to secure new vehicles at good contractual terms so they can quickly get back onto the roads and to continue earning an income. Thank you.
Last SQ, Mr. Patrick Day.
Can I suggest to SMS then maybe perhaps the MOM short-term financial assistance for those workers that are in need may possibly be extended to this group as well, since the company is being liquidated or some scheme arrangements being carried out for consideration.
SMS.
Thank you for the suggestion. Let me consult with my MOM colleagues. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Low.
– 7, sir. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Manpower is in the final stages of studying how we can provide further support to CPF members to plan for their retirement through products that would strike the right balance between risk and return. We will provide updates when ready. In the meantime, members who wish to invest their CPF savings for potentially higher returns can already do so through a number of low-cost funds under the CPF investment scheme.
Mr. Loh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is often said that time in market is more important than timing the market for investments. And so I'm glad to hear the Minister's update that the Ministry is in the final stages of implementing the Lifetime Retirement Investment Scheme. For too long have Singaporeans been deprived of the simplified investment choices that the scheme had envisaged. My question to the Minister is this: given the passage of time, would the Ministry also consider investing resources to educate the broad base of CPF members that can eventually benefit from this scheme? Can we invest a lot more resources to increase the level of financial literacy for the broad base of CPF members, for whom many CPF savings are still stuck in ordinary account savings that are not used for housing and education and can be better applied to earn a higher investment return on an expected basis? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank the member for his SQ. The straight answer is, of course, we will do that. When we have finalized the details of the providing the provision of further support in terms of planning their retirement through products, striking this optimal balance between risk and return, we will contemporaneously roll out publicity initiatives to educate the broad masses of our CPF members, hoping that they would benefit from it. Now, I wanted to also address the honourable member's point about timing the market and the time in the market. Of course, I fully agree with him, but I think we also have to be very mindful of the fact that whatever plan, whatever investment products that we eventually do end up working with multiple big providers in the market to provide, we have to carefully study the impact of these proposed adjustments to our CPF system. And of course, for us, the penultimate objective has always been to safeguard adequate retirement or retirement adequacy. So the different features, the parameters that strike this optimal balance between risk and return is quintessential for us. Now, if you look at the last few years, we have experienced significant market turbulence, significant investment headwinds. Now, when we launch a particular product, any investor who had to liquidate his or her investment for retirement needs during a market downturn would have experienced, depending on how long he's been invested for, would have experienced a significant drop in his asset value. And that can impact adversely his retirement adequacy. Now, of course, if you look back with the benefit of hindsight, it's always good to be able to time the market properly. But I think in reality, looking forward is a more difficult endeavor. But like I said, we're in the final stages. I do beg for the indulgence of the member that once it's ready, we will be ready to announce this range of products. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks for the update, Minister, on this. It might save me one cut for this year's COS. I think in terms of the launch of this LRIS, I just wanted to ask if this is something which is still part of the consideration set in terms of this final review of the various options that Minister talked about, because after all, it was back in 2016 when the LRIS itself was being accepted by the government, and while we may be considering a various range of options when it comes to investing one's CPF, whether the LRIS still features in it and whether we can still expect an update by this year. Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank the member for his supplementary question. I've shared earlier on that we are close to finalizing the details. We will announce it at the appropriate time. We have taken guidance from the CPF advisory panel, and we've incorporated, or we are in the process of studying how we can incorporate some of the features, because obviously a certain time has passed, and obviously the markets have also evolved. So as I've said earlier on, I begged for the patience, indulgence, and the patience of every member in the House. When we're ready, we will announce it. Thank you.
Last SQ, Associate Professor James Lim.
Thanks, Speaker, for your indulgence. A quick follow-up on this. Minister, I don't want to entirely preempt what you will eventually announce, but I wonder if, in considering the distribution of equities and bonds for the LRIS, whether CPF Board will also consider the possibility of one that is fully directed toward the local market as an additional means of providing liquidity to our beleaguered Singapore Exchange.
Minister Tan.
Well, I thank the member for his suggestion. The construct of the product would take into account different weightages on global equity versus bonds. It will also be a glide path depending on when the member would enter into the particular product that we are looking at. So these are some of the considerations. Like I said, we are not ready to announce it yet because we are finalizing the product. As to which markets and so on, depending on how we work with, when the honourable member talks about the local market being beleaguered, actually over the last couple of months, I think the SGX returns has been quite impressive. So I may not necessarily agree with him on that point. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Speaker, Singapore enjoys a strong working relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Hajj and Umrah. We have a quota of 900 places for Hajj pilgrims from Singapore and have requested for more Hajj places. Most recently, I conveyed this request to the Minister of Hajj and Umrah, Dr. Taufik bin Fauzan Al Rabiah, during my visit to Saudi Arabia in November 2025. The Islamic Religious Council of Singapore, MUIS, administers our Hajj quota through the My Hajj HG portal queue system. Places are allocated on a first-come, first-served basis for fairness and transparency. An exception is made for senior Hajj pilgrims aged 70 years and above who are given priority consideration. From 2026, Saudi Arabia will introduce new requirements for Hajj pilgrims to produce a valid medical health certificate. MUIS and the Ministry of Health, MOH, have worked with local healthcare providers to help our pilgrims fulfill these requirements.
Ms. Yeo.
I had constituents meet with me to ask more about the support that can be given to them for their Hajj trips, and especially those of their senior parents, particularly in the safety and health aspects when they are at Hajj. I hope that the Minister could provide us with some examples of how MUIS, as well as the Ministry, is assisting them on this and supporting them through this. And I'm also heartened that there is workings right now to ask for a higher quota. But could I ask, is there any more that we can do to improve our chances of obtaining a higher quota for Hajj?
The Minister Faisal Ibrahim.
So I thank the member for the SQ, and I thank her for her concern on this area. It's an important area for the Muslim community here in Singapore. If you look at how the system works today, Saudi Arabia sets the Hajj quota for various countries based on a standardized formula that is 0.1% of each country's Muslim population. So Singapore was allocated 900 places for Hajj 2026. Having said that, over the years, if you look back and up to today, Singapore has proactively engaged Saudi Arabia to request for additional Hajj quota. While I had conveyed this request, I shared in my answer during my recent meeting with the Saudi Arabia's Minister of Hajj and Umrah, other Singapore leaders have also raised the same request during their meetings with the Saudi Arabia's counterparts. So I assure the member we will continue to do so. At the same time, MUIS works closely with the Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Hajj and Umrah in demonstrating excellent Hajj management and also compliance with regulation. So this, I believe, will put us in a good state to request for larger Hajj quota. So I like to urge everyone here, as well as whoever can contribute in this, let's continue to work together to help our Muslim community fulfill their aspiration to perform their Hajj.
Mr. Jarukia.
Question 9, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Support for Job Redesign program aims to help employers redesign jobs to drive business objectives, including accommodating flexible work arrangements, improve workforce effectiveness, and help businesses tap on broader pool of workers. The program is not targeted in bringing platform workers back to traditional employment, as platform workers operate under different work arrangements from employees on FWAs. WSG does not track the number of platform workers who transition to traditional employment through the program.
Mr. Kia.
So I thank the SPS for his reply. Given the impact on the long-term career progression on workers who remain in platform work longer than intended, will the ministry consider such a target to track the number of platform workers who transition back into full-time traditional employment every year, so as to better track the success of relevant initiatives and programs to achieve that? And secondly, given that platform work is often perceived to offer better pay and time flexibility than equivalent traditional jobs for workers of the same education levels, how is MOM working with employers to make workplaces more attractive on these two aspects to incentivize platform workers to make the transition? And what measurable results have been achieved to date?
SPS Wong.
I thank the member for his SQ. Platform workers may choose to do platform work for various reasons. For example, greater flexibility or control over when and how their work is being done. In fact, for the government, for those who wish to transit out of platform work, the government does provide much resources to help them plan their careers and strengthen their employability, such as E2I's career matching services, There are also other schemes, such as the Career Conversion Programs, the CCP, as well as the Mid-Career Pathway Program, Skills Future Transition Programs to improve their employability.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
The Strategic Food Partnership with New Zealand, which was launched in October 2025, aims to strengthen food cooperation between Singapore and New Zealand in areas such as agri-food trade and supply chains, regulations and standards, biosecurity, and research and innovation. This complements the Agreement on Trade in Essential Supplies, which Singapore has concluded substantive negotiations with New Zealand. Under the agreement, both sides can continue to receive essential supplies, including food items, during supply chain disruptions. One initiative we're exploring under the SFP is to expand the existing regionalization arrangement for highly pathogenic avian influenza to include other significant animal diseases, such as African swine fever and foot-and-mouth disease. This would minimize trade disruptions during animal disease outbreaks and can help to maintain consistent food supplies from unaffected regions in New Zealand. We will also look at ways to facilitate greater food trade. These could include facilitating exchanges between both countries' public and private sector stakeholders, such as food and logistics industry players, to identify pain points and explore solutions and commercialization and investment opportunities.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister and her Ministry for working so hard at food resilience. Singaporeans love food and we import more than 90%, so this is a real important work. I have two SQs. The first is really on global partnerships as the new pillar. Could the Minister elaborate a little bit more about how certain regions which we are exploring these partnerships with, the strategy behind identifying these regional priorities? And secondly, could the Minister also describe a little bit more about what sort of collaborations are being pursued as part of the partnerships, be it trade in essential supplies, as mentioned with New Zealand, or also co-investments or technology collaboration, long-term offtake agreements, etc. Thank you.
Minister Fu.
With regard to the second SQ, I think there are many potential areas that we can work with the New Zealand businesses as well as regulators. As I mentioned, one example, we are looking at how we can better our regulatory framework so as to reduce the chances of disruption in the areas in case of disease outbreak. So there are other areas, whether it's in research and innovation, whether it's in investments cooperation. We will do our very best on both sides to facilitate so that we can benefit from more regular exchanges and also trade facilitated visits between the two countries. As to the first question on global partnership, itself is an important pillar of our Food Story 2. I think it fully deserves a better presentation and discussion. So I would encourage the member to either file a separate PQ or to participate fully when we discuss the Food Story 2 during Committee of Supply debate. Thank you.
Ms. Aslina Abdul Halim.
PQ 11.
Sir, respite care services tap on the capacity of existing care services for seniors, persons with disabilities, and children with developmental needs. Providers are generally able to meet the demand for respite care, with the Agency for Integrated Care, AIC, and SG Enable working with providers to prioritize clients with urgent care needs, including cases with caregivers seeking help to cope with burnout. In 2025, caregivers of over 14,600 seniors and over 3,600 persons with disabilities and children with developmental needs utilize subsidized respite care services. We will continue to review our respite care services to ensure that they meet the needs of clients and their caregivers. For instance, we will enhance the home personal care service later this year to offer longer service hours and after-hours care, including for respite care. The Take a Break home-based respite program for persons with disabilities and children with developmental needs is also currently being reviewed. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kenneth Leong.
12, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as a small island with no strategic depth and hinterland to absorb an attack, the SAF needs to develop operational concepts and solutions that are uniquely suited to our security needs, while taking into consideration the competing needs for Singapore's limited land and finite human resources. Broadly speaking, our circumstances require us to have a robust intelligence and effective threat detection and early warning systems at range, so that the SAF can mount timely and decisive responses with a suite of diversified capabilities across multiple layers and distances where necessary. Even then, we may not be able to prevent all threats from reaching our shores. For this reason, our critical infrastructures and facilities are hardened against potential attacks, and our key assets can be dispersed in peacetime and especially during contingencies. We have also factored in reserve capacities to ensure resilience for scenarios where some of our assets may be destroyed or damaged. The decision to relocate Paya Lebar Air Base to free up land for national development purposes was a carefully considered one, taking into account the factors I've just mentioned, as well as then emerging and now evolving threats. There are certainly trade-offs involved. We have undertaken a series of additional measures to manage the risks and challenges. For example, in terms of available air bases and runways, we have invested significant resources in expanding Tengah Air Base and Changi Air Base and lengthening the contingency runway at Pulau Sudong. Tengah Air Base and Changi Air Base are also being upgraded with better detection, response, and resilience capabilities, including against the emerging threats posed by drones. Enhancements are also being made in other parts of the SAF. The SAF will continually assess our operational infrastructure and capability requirements, taking into consideration the threats on the horizon and available technologies, while carefully weighing the costs and risks to Singapore. For good reasons, which members will appreciate, many of our efforts are conducted out of the public eye and not disclosed. We will make public announcement at appropriate junctures should there be good operational and deterrence reasons to do so.
Mr. Tiong.
Thank you, Speaker. 11 days ago, the US conducted Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela. In 2.5 hours, US forces struck 4 air bases with kamikaze drones, destroyed Venezuela's Russian-supplied Buk M2E air defenses, and eliminated aircraft on the ground. By 2030, I believe these sorts of capabilities will become more widely distributed. So what is the Ministry's assessment of our post-2030 posture's survivability against this type of strike? And does the Ministry believe that there are concentration risks to be mitigated? Thank you.
Minister Chan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will make 2 points in response to the member's comment. First, I have said that based on our geography, the risk of any strike on Singapore is always very high because we lack hinterland or depth, which is why our operational concepts are quite unique for our own operational needs. And I think I will not need to go into details on how we execute our operational concepts. My second comment in response to not just Mr. Kenneth Tiong's, but I sense many other members' interest in the latest evolving technologies on the battlefield. Much has been said about drones warfare. It is not something new. It is something that we have been looking for many years, even since I was an active member of the SAF. Maybe to illustrate this point, I will just share a little vignette which members may be aware of. In 2017, National Day Parade. I wonder whether members will remember the 2017 National Day Parade. Many people were impressed by the Singapore Armed Forces dynamic display. The most memorable scene from the 2017 National Day display was the final act towards the end of the parade and ceremony, where we had our fireworks. Members may recall there was a display put up where we had 300 drones in the sky performing and forming a heart shape. To many, this was a wonderful conclusion to a very nice NDP. To the informed observers who are in this line of business, we already knew what that meant for the nature of warfare. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Question 13, please.
Mr. Speaker, the government actively supports seniors in HDB households who wish to age in place, with more support for those with lesser means. Seniors can unlock the value of their flat and receive a regular stream of income through the lease buyback scheme. The government provides a cash bonus of up to $30,000 for eligible lease buyback scheme participants on top of the proceeds from selling a portion of their flats remaining leased. To improve seniors' mobility and safety within their flats, in-home senior-friendly fittings and accessibility solutions, such as grab bars and ramps, are also subsidized via the Enhancement for Active Seniors program, or EASE for short. The government also provides direct support for living costs through the permanent GST voucher scheme, which comprises cash, MediSave, USave rebates, and rebates for service and conservancy charges. Seniors who earned low income during their working years and thus have low retirement savings may also receive quarterly silver support payments in cash. This was recently enhanced in 2025, with eligible seniors receiving up to $1,080 each quarter, up from $900 previously. The government has also, from time to time, provided additional support, such as assurance package payments, as well as property tax rebates. Beyond subsidies and financial support, we are also strengthening community support for seniors. For instance, the Silver Generation Office reaches out to all Singaporeans aged 60 and above to inform them about and connect them to care and support services. We are also piloting Age Well neighborhoods, which bring senior-friendly infrastructure and services into existing estates so that seniors have better access to such services in familiar surroundings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has mentioned several housing monetization options. One housing monetization option. The lease buyback scheme has been available since 2009, but yet only about 12,700 households have taken it up as of June 2024, which is a relatively low take-up rate. Does the Ministry interpret this as seniors not needing assistance or as seniors rejecting monetization as a form of assistance? And if it is the latter, would the Minister consider finding ways to encourage the take-up rate, or maybe implementing further policies to reduce the cost of living for seniors so they can continue staying in their own homes, on top of encouraging them to extract value from their homes? Thank you.
SMSCL.
Mr. Speaker, we do recognize that, first of all, inflation in the past year has come down, but nonetheless, cost of living concerns remain high on the agenda for many Singaporeans, including the group of Singaporeans that the Honourable Member talks about, seniors who live in HDB flats. And we will be looking very closely at this group and seeing how much more we can support them. But specific to the lease buyback scheme, the subscription rate has in fact been going up. We will continue to do more to encourage seniors who wish to take this opportunity to monetize their housing asset to be able to do that and to age in place at the same time. Thank you.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Question 14, please.
Mr. Speaker, there are currently 7 MSF-funded transitional shelters and 20 Safe Sound Sleeping Places, or S3Ps, run by charitable organizations or volunteer groups. Total bed spaces are 730 and 160, respectively. Transitional shelters provide on-site social work intervention to residents to help them address underlying issues and work towards stable, long-term accommodation options. They also link the residents to community partners and volunteers to provide social support so that the transition to long-term housing is stable and sustainable. Youths and young adults aged 35 years may exit to different types of stable long-term accommodation. Some reconcile with their families, while others move to open market rental or to the HDB public rental scheme. Based on data in recent years, the average length of stay for youths and young adults in transitional shelters was 7 months, compared to 10 months for individuals in transitional shelters. I also invite the member to refer to the 2025 MSF Street Count report published recently on the 9th of January for more details on how the government provides support for our sleepers and the homeless to attain long-term housing stability. MSF will also continue to monitor the situation and address any emerging trends.
Dr. Chu.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 3 supplementary questions. The first one, does the ministry have dedicated outreach teams to proactively check on rough sleepers and follow up on reports from the public so that timely assistance can be extended to the homeless? Question 2, how does the ministry assess whether there is sufficient shelter bed capacity and what mechanisms are in place to allow expansion when needed? The last question, what measures are in place to ensure that homeless individuals, particularly youth and young adults, are supported not only with housing, but also with employment opportunities, skills training, and mental health services to sustain long-term stability? Thank you.
SPS Chua.
So I thank the member for her supplementary questions. On the first question, our social service officers actually do accompany our peers network, our partners engaging and empowering rough sleepers network, community partners on a weekly basis whenever they conduct the night walks. So whenever we have night walks, and I join them from time to time in a year, we have SSO officers, oftentimes HDB officers will also be available on WhatsApp so that we can provide help to our rough sleeping friends on the streets as readily as we can. So the answer is yes, we do have teams that are supporting our community partners on the ground on a sustained basis. With regards to capacity and utilization rates, it's a good practice that we have kept from pandemic days where we work very closely with our community partners to make sure that there is sufficient surge capacity should there be a need to exercise them.
With regards to youth and young adults who are in the rough sleeping situation, I think it is quite a different ball game altogether. I mean, the IPS as well, the joint IPS as well as MSF homelessness and rough sleeping study that has been published, and I mentioned in my main reply earlier, we have seen some of the trends, and I think it bears, just repeating some of the observations. So, for instance, the first misconception is that, there's been a huge rise in youth homelessness. If you compare numbers, in 2022, when we did our last street count, of the 530 rough sleepers we've observed then, there were about 16 rough sleepers on the streets. Last year, when we did our nationwide street count again in 2025, of the 496 rough sleepers, we had about 30. This represented an increase in terms of percentage from 3% then in 2022 to 6%. Absolute numbers-wise, it's not a big increase, but I think if you just look at this statistic, it does not give the situation sufficient justice, because we do need to unpack the nuances, because rough sleeping on the streets present itself as just one option of several. Whenever a youth at risk faces circumstances like academic stress, family disputes, or even relationship issues in their life, and resort to running away from home, to sleeping rough on the streets. And another phenomenon that we have observed is that couch surfing is oftentimes also an option. So we do need to unpack this more in a more nuanced manner with our youth agencies on the ground. MSF will do that, and in time to come, we can share more with the member or with this chamber when the time arises. But I think we don't want to detract from the main substance of the rough sleeping and homelessness issue in Singapore, and that is the fact that the predominant profile of the rough sleeper in Singapore is still male, older, middle-aged to older Chinese individuals, and oftentimes they still remain in employment. In fact, about a good majority of them remain in employment, and many of them, not all rough sleepers are homeless. Half of them do have homes to go back to. So I think this is a call to action from me to everyone, members of the chamber, as well as to all out there. If you see a rough sleeper in your neighborhood, please contact the social service office or the MSF peers office. More care, less stare. Our rough sleeping friends are going through a rough patch in their life. I think it takes the whole of Singapore to care for this, some 500 individuals of them on our streets. Thank you.
Mr. David Ho.
Question 15, please.
Mr. Speaker, in planning for schools across Singapore, MOE's main objective is to ensure that national as well as localized demand for school places are met. We take into account several factors, including current and projected school-going populations in each residential area, as well as the supply of places provided by the schools in the vicinity. When the demand for school places falls or is projected to fall in a particular area, we will consider relocating schools in that area, including popular schools, to areas with higher demand. These are usually areas where significant new housing is being developed, and the schools will then serve the new residents moving into those areas. MOE will continue to review our school admissions policies so that our schools continue to remain accessible to children from all backgrounds.
Mr. Ho.
I thank the Minister for his response, and I do agree that the principle of relocation of school is sound. Most recently, a video circulated on social media featuring an individual sharing her primary school experience. She shared that she was the only one in her class living in HDB, and the rest were living in private property, their private property dwellers. In such contexts, there is a need to consider how social mixing can expand worldviews and develop empathy for others different from ourselves. Against this backdrop, I have 3 SQs. First, what is MOE's view on enabling social mixing in our schools? Second, beyond the OBS and secondary tree, where students from different schools get to interact with each other, what other opportunities are there for students to socially mix with one another from different schools? And lastly, I know of parents who shift house because of Primary 1 application. And Phase 2C of Primary 1 registration can amplify house-based clustering. Would MOE consider tapping on the admin data of primary school intake profile by housing types, as well as identify schools within 2 kilometer radius have little or very low or no public housing, and prioritize social mixing measures for such schools. Thank you.
Minister Lee.
I thank the member for his three very thoughtful questions. Indeed, social mixing in our schools creates the environment as well as the opportunity with the diversity of students' backgrounds to enable holistic development of our children. It helps with social-emotional learning. It also supports our students in terms of picking up important 21st century competencies. For example, compassion, understanding, cross-cultural communication skills, collaboration, and so on and so forth. And it prepares them not just for the real world in Singapore, but for the world out there after school. So at the same time, in as much as we want diversity and social mixing to help open up our children's horizons, our schools are also not just mirrors that reflect the state of society, of the neighborhoods in which our schools are located, but also active platforms to enable inclusion, community building, national identity building, and in that regard, nation building as well. So the member spoke about the, I believe, the MOE OBS challenge. So Sec 3 students across different schools, living together, coming together over a period of time to explore the outdoors, out of the comfort zone. A great opportunity for them to mix, to mingle, to make friends, and to build connections. But also for them to overcome challenges together. And I think that is one opportunity for mixing in the great outdoors. But there are also other ways in which our schools seek to bring children from different schools and different backgrounds together. For instance, we have combined school CCAs. The member may have heard of BMW. It's not a car, it's a girls' football team. It solves a practical challenge. So we have these three schools on their own not able to form a team, but coming together, they form a formidable team. So Boon Lay Secondary School, Methodist Girls' School, as well as Westwood Secondary. And so they come together on a regular basis and they form a team, same identity, same sports gear, same competitor, and I think that creates opportunities. We also have other schools. For example, RI has a RI boarding program, and I have a list here. It's an opportunity for RI students together with students from Guangyang Secondary, Pierce Secondary, Whitley Secondary, Tei Secondary, Kuo Chuan Presbyterian, Sengkang Secondary, Bowen Secondary, and a few others. Students who come together, spend a period of time together, mixing, mingling, learning from one another, doing things together. And of course, there are other CCAs as well, where you see different schools coming together, forming mixed teams, forming mixed CCAs. Not just in sports, but also in the performing arts. You have the Singapore Youth Festival, where students come together to put up their best in terms of the performing arts, and they mix and mingle as a result of that process. We also have cluster-based CCAs, so not mixed schools, but in a cluster, they come together, and they're not school-based, but at the cluster, they come together and pursue their interests together. We have competitions and other opportunities where students mix and mingle. Of course, the member spoke about Phase 2C, and schools admissions, both in the primary and secondary school level, are efforts to achieve a number of purposes when it comes to school admissions. So take primary school, for instance, from practicality. So Phase 1, you have a sibling, so you go in, makes it easier for the family, more practical. Phase 2A, to recognize long-standing ties and links for an old boy, old girl to see their own child go into their old school, I think strengthens school identity and also strengthens parent-child bonding in terms of saying, well, my child has gone to my own school. And I don't just say this for the popular schools, so to speak, but also all schools where there's an affinity and an affiliation link. There's also the element of distance, because when it comes to schools, particularly primary schools, we would like to also support proximity, all right, convenience,
easy for the children to go to school and come back home. And so that's where phase 2C comes in, where a number of places is ring-fenced for children, regardless of whether they have any links or affiliation to the school or not, premised on the basis of proximity. But I recognize the members' concern that in some places where the neighborhood constitution of housing is of a particular nature, that may not necessarily result in phase 2C conducing to the diversity that we aspire to in Singapore in our schools. But we, as I've said, we continue to study our policies and see how we can further improve those policies and improve our processes to enable our children to have that holistic exposure to that diversity of Singapore.
Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Question 16, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Early Childhood and Development Agency, or ACDA, uses the gross monthly household income to assess the amount of means-tested additional subsidy that a family qualifies for. This approach looks only at the income of both parents of a child in the family and does not include the income of other family members in the household. However, we do allow for larger families with 5 or more household members to be means tested on a per capita basis, which may qualify them for higher subsidies. Their per capita income will be computed using the income of all the family members in the household divided by the total number of family members in the household. And such families would receive the more favorable means tested result of the two processes.
Mr. Muhaimin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 SQs for MOS Go. First, whether the ministry has engaged social service agencies or family service centers to gather feedback on how current eligibility criteria affect caregiving households. And question 2, whether the ministry can share a timeline for any planned review of subsidy eligibility frameworks affecting young families. Thank you.
MOS Go.
Thank the member for the 2 supplementary questions. Generally, it pertains to feedback and making sure that we stay close to the ground. I'd like to reassure the member that ACDA and MSF are in close contact with the preschools, as well as in close contact with the various family service centers and social service agencies on the ground. We do hear from them in terms of the feedback, whether the means testing processes are streamlined, effective, and really serve our residents. And we will not shy away from making the necessary changes when we do get some feedback. Thank you.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Question 17, please.
Mr. Speaker, the median upfront recruitment outlay to hire new migrant domestic workers is around $4,700, of which half consists of loan to the MDWs that employers subsequently recover. This upfront cost has remained largely stable since 2022 after accounting for inflation. With more than 2,500 employment agencies, or EAs, licensed to place MDWs, EAs have to take into account market competition when they are pricing their services. We provide information on MOM's online EA directory to enable employers to compare EA's track record, such as customer service ratings, years of service, and retention and transfer rate of MDWs when choosing EAs. When there's a mismatch of MDWs with employers, MOM requires EAs to refund employers at least 50% of the service fees paid if MDW's contract is terminated within the first 6 months of employment without a suitable replacement. Families with young children and elderly enjoy significant subsidies today in the form of concessionary levies at about $60 a month instead of $300. This amounts to about $5,760 in savings over 2 years. MOM also has measures in place to protect MDW's employers' legitimate interests. MDWs who commit serious offences, such as stealing, are barred from future employment in Singapore. prospective employers may use the FDW e-service portal to access information about MDW's past work performance, length of each employment, and reasons why these MDWs left their past employment before hiring. We will continue to regularly review and enhance our measures to safeguard the interests of employers and build a system that is fair to both employers and MDWs.
Dr. Chu.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, SPS, for the response. I have one supplementary question. Would the Ministry consider establishing benchmark ranges for agency fees based on prevailing market practices to prevent excessive charges and ensure affordability for families? Thank you.
SPS Wong.
I thank the member for the SQ. We generally allow agency service fees to be determined by market forces. And this competition encourages the EA to differentiate their services and their quality and their price. To note, like what I've mentioned, there are already fee caps on EAs, amount that they can charge the MDWs, which I mentioned in my reply. And with the data available on the EA directory, such as customer service ratings, years of service, actually employers can make a more informed decision on pricing. In terms of affordability, there are also other schemes that will provide financial services to families with much heavier caregiving needs. For example, the Caregiving Grant, which provides about $400 of payout, and this will be increased in April 2026 to $600. I've also mentioned about levy concessions for needy households, and those households who need further assistance, they can approach social services for additional financial assistance. For families without caregiving needs, they also can consider part-time cleaning services under the Household Services Scheme, which may be more affordable. Thank you.
Ms. Polison.
Question 18.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Ms. Ho for her parliamentary question. We understand the concerns of existing car owners who wish to renew their COEs. However, we need to balance their interests with those who wish to buy a new car. And today, we already allow existing car owners to renew COEs for 5 years as a concession. If we allow for shorter renewals, this is likely to amplify the peak and the trough of COE cycles further. It would mean that more car owners would renew their COEs when prices are high, and this would reduce the supply of new COEs for prospective car owners. So we will not make this move.
Ms. Bo.
Thank you, Speaker and Minister. I'd like to ask in that case for, many of our small businesses, hawkers, for example, they need their vehicles for their businesses, and because of the high quantum of the COE, it is difficult for them to sustain their business because of a very huge, lumpy sum that's needed to pay for the COE. So hence the suggestion to consider shorter tenures or shorter terms for the COE. Will there be any possibilities to consider only for the commercial vehicles, for example, in this case, to have a shorter term for renewals just to help these smaller businesses tide through? Thank you.
Acting Minister Siao.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully understand the concerns of small business owners who need to continue to have their vehicles to operate, especially in an environment of high COE prices. We already similarly allow commercial vehicle owners to renew their COEs for 5 years. And in fact, I think they can do it until the statutory life of their vehicles. It is something that I think is fair, because you also want to allow for new businesses who wish to have access to vehicles to be able to compete for COEs. And I think the better approach is for them to be able to bid in the same market, and therefore the COE to be priced accordingly. Thank you.
Ms. Ting Ru.
Question 19, please.
Mr. Speaker, New Zealand has withdrawn their plans for a smoke-free generation law. We will continue to monitor international developments and learn from the experiences of other countries in the area of tobacco control.
Ms. Her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While it is true that New Zealand has withdrawn the ban, the proposed cohort ban, I understand that there were some figures that were published at the time when this was being debated, which indicated that, for example, the impact on the budget books to the ban was in the region of maybe $1 billion New Zealand dollars, but then there were some estimates as well that is anticipated to save a few billions of dollars in the long run in terms of healthcare costs. So my supplementary question in this regard is, has Singapore done similar estimates, and what are the figures for how much we're expecting? Let's say if we were to introduce a similar cohort ban, what would be the impact be both in terms of our revenue, in terms of taxes, and also in terms of the healthcare costs? And that's my first supplementary question. Then the second supplementary question relates to New Zealand actually did very extensive polling in relation to the support for the ban, and I think most of the results have come out very strongly in favor in the population, not just for non-smokers, but also in smokers. So my question would be, has Singapore carried out similar studies, and what are the findings, and whether the MOS can share the findings in Singapore? About whether the public is in favor of such a cohort ban. And finally, I think the first time was, I believe I asked a similar question in January 2022, and this question also came out in the House in 2023, where the MOS shared at the time that we remain open to such a kind of cohort ban in Singapore, and that this was being studied. I understand as well that countries like the UK have actually introduced legislation. It's being debated in the UK Parliament about, I think in the UK they were thinking of banning the purchase of cigarettes since for those born in 2009 and later. So there was a timeline that was mentioned, I believe, in January 2023. Can we have more clarity about what our timeline would be for the studying of this cohort ban possibly to be introduced in Singapore? Thank you.
MOS Rahayu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note the members' concern on this policy, and I also want to acknowledge that there were also many other members when this matter was raised who were very interested in this tobacco-free generation policy and for its implementation in Singapore. I wanted to clarify that when we look at learning from other countries, the main focus really is looking at what is it that we want to try and resolve, the issue that we want to solve. And in Singapore's context, we're looking at the concerns with regards to smoking. We already have in existence a very robust multi-pronged strategy with regards to how we want to curb smoking, and this includes having a comprehensive mix of policy measures, public preventive education, as well as cessation programs, including also our tax prohibitions. And these efforts have actually helped us to see a decline in the smoking prevalence. And at this juncture, we have achieved an all-time low of 8.4% in 2024. So as we continue to look as to how we can improve the statistics and how we can help the generations moving forward, we do have to be mindful about what is the problem that we want to solve. We have looked at how the other countries have rolled this out. As I mentioned, New Zealand has decided to repeal this legislation, and Malaysia also, who had announced it, had also removed it. Yes, UK had announced plans in October 2023 for a generation that will not be legally able to purchase tobacco in their lifetime, and we will be continuing to look at how they will implement this. We have concerns about how the implementation would be carried out, and so we are mindful as to how this would affect the implementation here. We are continuing to be open to this. We will announce if there are any movements in this front. You'll be interested to know that we continue to be in engagement with Dr. Kung, who was the original advocate of this tobacco-free generation, and we remain open to see how this can evolve. We will study and see what the developments are in the other countries.
Order. End of question time. Personal explanation. Mr. Ng Chee Meng.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In my supplementary question at the 12th Jan sitting, I said that there were 3 serious fires that resulted in death in Singapore last year. One particular case in Toa Payoh where the fire spread from the 10th floor to the 11th floor. Some residents above had some difficulties evacuating. I would like to clarify and correct that in this particular Toa Payoh case, this did not result in a death. For the record, please.
Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the order of the day and notice of motion.
Order of the day, item 1, resumption of debate on the second reading of the Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Yip Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill is a timely modernization of our sports framework. Notwithstanding, I have several clarifications on how these expanded powers will translate into everyday outcomes for residents. Mr. Speaker, sir, my first clarification concerns everyday access, affordability, and the quality of the sports facilities. We often hear that sports participation is at an all-time high, with 74% of residents exercising weekly. However, MOH's National Population Health Survey reminds us that the largest contributor to physical activity is commuting, not leisure sports. As we expand Sports SG functions under Clause 6A, we must be clear that success is measured by active living, not just by walking to the bus stop. With the broadened mandate under Clauses 6E and F to manage facilities, how will this translate into our estates? Will Sports SG prioritize less visible but high-impact infrastructure, such as community gyms within a 10-minute walk of neighborhood blocks over marquee facilities? Residents also ask a basic question: will they be able to play sports to their heart's content? Today, securing a court often feels like winning the lottery. We also see rising social friction, such as noise disputes involving pickleball. These conflicts indicate that our infrastructure may be struggling to keep pace with trends. If Sports SG is to manage facilities under Clause 6E, how will design standards be strengthened, such as acoustic mitigation and smarter space planning, so that sports binds the community rather than create tension? We must also ensure that we are not designing this bill only for the active majority. Clause 6A empowers Sports SG to promote fitness, but how will this reach the bottom 20% of neighborhoods with the lowest activity levels? Without deliberate intervention, expanded powers may simply help the fit get fitter, while the inactive remain behind due to cost or constraints. This leads to the financial powers in clauses 6B and C, allowing grants and loans to individuals. This flexibility is welcomed. However, how will Sports SG ensure funds reach small, heartland operators? There's a risk that grants flow to large, well-resourced organizations, while the White Dad Taekwondo Club or the Zumba interest group is deprioritized. Finally, on this point, the bill indicates no additional government expenditure. Yet, Clause 6 significantly expands functions across facilities, accreditation, and institutions. If Sports SG must do more with the same resources, the Minister must clarify what will be deprioritized. We must ensure that these new regulatory ambitions do not come at the expense of core maintenance and grassroots programs. Mr. Speaker, sir, my second point concerns the new regulatory powers. Clauses 6M and N empower Sports SG to establish codes of practice and accredit coaches and facilities. Residents want safety, well-maintained equipment, and qualified coaches. However, accreditation can become a barrier to entry. How will these powers inadvertently create a pay-to-play system? If freelance instructors and community groups cannot afford the time or cost to navigate accreditation, they may be priced out. We must avoid over-professionalizing the sector to a point where affordable, community-level coaching disappears. We must also avoid homogenizing sports. Codes under Clause 6M work for mainstream sports, but may stifle organic activities like parkour, street dance, or informal seniors exercises. I ask the Minister to assure the House that we will not regulate these activities out of existence simply because they do not fit into an accreditation box. Mr. Speaker, sir, my third point concerns the formal recognition of mind sports and e-sports under Clause 2. This is a progressive step that validates the aspirations of our youth. However, as a member of the PAP Mental Health Group, I note a sound of caution. Recognition gives credibility to a dream, but it can also become an excuse. Parents already grapple with excessive screen time, only to be told by their children, "I'm not addicted, I'm training to go pro." The glamour of professional esports masks the truth that only a tiny fraction make it, while many risk addiction, sleep disruption, and neglected studies. If we legitimize esports, we must legitimize the safety framework around it. Will Sports SG, exercising powers under Clause 6D, work with MOH and MOE to establish evidence-based guidelines on screen time and mental well-being? Furthermore, given that esports ecosystems are tied to betting and aggressive sponsorship, why does the bill not include explicit safeguards for minors alongside the expanded accreditation powers? We must also address the cliff edge of an esports career. Clause 6H enables training institutions. Is there a plan for youths who do not reach the top tier? Career and education support must be core, not peripheral. Will there be plans for aspiring esports athletes to be admitted into our sports school so that academic development progresses in tandem with sporting development? If we recognize the sport, we must protect the athlete. Mr. Speaker, sir, my fourth point concerns inclusion for seniors and persons with disabilities. I welcome Clause 6B, which names the Singapore National Paralympic Council as a key partner. But naming a partner is not legislating outcomes. Significant barriers remain in transport and facility access. Will facilities managed under Clause 6E be subject to accessibility standards beyond basic building codes? Can we commit to participation targets for seniors and persons with disabilities? To do this, we need disaggregated data by disability type, age, and town. We can only fix what we measure. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, Clause 6H empowers Sports SG to establish institutions to train sports persons and oversee academic curricula. This strengthens elite development but raises questions about equity. Without clear criteria and financial safeguards, will these institutions favor families who can afford intensive training? Many national athletes currently juggle full-time studies or work while competing against full-time international competitors. We must not build systems that assume athletes can absorb personal financial strain indefinitely. This brings me to remuneration. If we expect high performance, we must be honest about whether the current support is adequate. For many athletes, particularly those who return with medals after years of sacrifice, financial recognition remains limited. I ask the Minister if it is timely to review the incentive framework to better reflect the realities of training at an international level. Beyond money, we must measure success beyond medals. As Sports SG expands its institutional role, we should track graduation rates, post-sport employment, and long-term health. If we expect international excellence, we must ensure athletes are supported to go full-time without financial insecurity, and those who do not reach the podium are equipped for life beyond sports. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me end where our residents began, with questions they ask in their daily lives. Can I book a court without fighting for it? Can my child learn safely without paying a premium? Can my parents stay active with dignity, not obstacles? Can a young person chase a sporting dream on the track or on a screen without falling off a cliff when the dream ends? These questions run through the points I've raised today: access to neighborhood facilities, fair funding for heartland groups, safety without excessive cost, responsible recognition of esports, meaningful inclusion for seniors and persons with disabilities, and training pathways that support athletes not just to compete, but to live well beyond sports. I say this as someone shaped by sports. As a former competitive gymnast, canoeist, and dragon boater, I learned that sports does not just train the body, it trains the spirit. It teaches us how to fall and how to stand up again. It teaches us that progress is never an individual act. It is a relay, and we run our leg so the next person can run theirs. This bill gives Sports Singapore new powers, but powers are not the point. People are. The purpose of this House is not to pass laws that look good in print, but to pass laws that work in parks, in void decks, in schools, in community clubs, and in the homes where parents are raising resilient children. We saw this clearly in the recently concluded ASEAN Games. We rightly celebrated our athletes' achievements and medal haul. Once again, we also saw the immense sacrifice made by Singaporeans who train while studying, working, and supporting families, often competing against full-time athletes from the other countries. Their performances should make us proud, but should also prompt us to reflect on whether our systems are truly designed to support sustained excellence. So let us be ambitious, but also be honest. Let us build the flagship facilities, yes, but also the quiet corners of fitness that keep a nation healthy. Let us professionalize where needed, but never price out the heartlands. Let us pursue excellence, but refuse to leave behind the inactive, the vulnerable, the senior, the person with disability, or the young person who does not make it to the top. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we implement this bill with clear KPIs, real inclusion, and strong pathways for life beyond sports, we will not just create champions on the field, we will build a stronger Singapore in everyday life. Thank you, and I support the bill.
Ms. Elisa Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. The amendments before us expand Sport SG's remit in ways that reflect how Singaporeans actually engage with sport today. Chess and bridge and esports are no longer just recreational pastimes, but are competitive disciplines that demand mental rigor, fill stadiums, and attract global audiences in the millions. This bill's inclusion of mind sports and esports in our definition of sports signals that Singapore recognizes competitive excellence wherever it emerges. The bill also empowers Sport SG to establish institutions for elite athlete development, to accredit coaches and facilities, and to support athletes beyond their competitive years. These are practical expansions that will strengthen our sporting ecosystem from grassroots to podium. But as we broaden Sports SG mandate, we must also sharpen our oversight. Expansion without accountability risks diluting impact and eroding public trust. So I raise 4 areas for greater clarity. Firstly, on governance and protection in new training institutions. The bill grants Sports SG authority to establish institutions for developing and training sportspersons. This formalizes what already exists in practice. Entities like the Singapore Sports School and the Singapore Sports Institute have been nurturing athletes for years. But the consolidation of these institutions, announced earlier this year, is happening alongside this legislative change. Building on the Auditor General Office's constructive observations in its recent report regarding procurement, grants management, and revenue contracting, we have an opportunity to establish clear governance frameworks that will serve Sport SG well as it takes on new responsibilities. Strong institutional safeguards now will protect both athletes and public trust as the organization evolves. When we task institutions with the holistic development of young athletes, overseeing not just their training, but also their academic curricula and well-being, we're asking them to act in loco parentis. The Safe Sport framework exists, and the Safe Sport Commission has made progress since its launch. I would like to ask the Minister, what governance structures will be put in place to ensure these new or consolidated institutions are accountable not just to Sport SG, but to Parliament and to the public. Will their performance indicators, safeguarding records, and funding utilization be reported to this House annually? Second, on eligibility and support for esports and mind sports athletes. The bill expands the definition of sports to include mind sports and esports. This is welcome, but definitions alone do not open doors. What matters is whether athletes in these disciplines will have the same access to funding, facilities, and national representation pathways as their counterparts in athletics or football. The Singapore Esports Association has announced plans for a national training centre. Chess participation has grown by 20% since 2022. These are encouraging signs. Just over the weekend, we launched an esports hub in Bishan Community Centre that is purpose-built for seniors. Perhaps one day we might field an intergenerational team to represent Singapore in our community and esports competitions. Are there plans for esports and mind sport athletes to be eligible for scholarships or the high performance sports system grants? Are there long-term plans for mind sports and esports associations to receive the same level of institutional support as national sports associations in traditional sports? Thirdly, in transparency in accreditation and certification. The bill grants Sports SG new powers to establish codes of practice for coaching, training, equipment, and facilities, and to accredit or certify the compliance with those standards. This is a regulatory function, not just a developmental one. What mechanisms will ensure transparency and accountability in the issuance of coaching accreditations, facility certifications, and training program approvals under the amended Act? Will there be independent review panels for contested decisions? And will accreditation criteria and outcomes be published annually? Lastly, this bill also expands Sports SG remit with regard to planning and promoting physical fitness activities alongside sports, fostering research into physical fitness, and establishing codes of practice, guidelines, and standards for wider coaching, training, and equipment. How will Sport SG coordinate with MOE and HPB to avoid duplication or conflicts in physical fitness education, coaching standards, and public wellness initiatives? Are there plans to dovetail initiatives or align longer-term policy changes where there are overlaps in governmental remit? Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because it reflects a step forward for our sports sector. Competitive sport forges excellence and resilience in our athletes while anchoring Singapore's global reputation. We cannot be a thriving nation without champions. Recently, I had the privilege of meeting our SEA Games medalist, Isaiah, who started karate lessons in Bishan CC when he was just 7 years old. In his debut at last year's SEA Games, Isaiah came back with a bronze medal. I was greatly touched when I asked about what young athletes like him needed. He didn't share immediately about funding or recognition, but shared instead about opportunities and exposure to competitions. He's the archetype of a homegrown champion that we as a nation should be proud of. All the same, support is instrumental for the growth, maturity, and further development of homegrown talents like Isaiah. He shared that his family flew up to Thailand to cheer him on at the most recent SEA Games. More than just family support, however, our talent requires the resources and opportunities that institutional support brings. This bill is a large step in the right direction to further build up the kampong of support around our natural, homegrown athletes and champions, but there is still space to grow. Mr. Speaker, I envision a sports scene for Singapore where all people of all talent are given the resources and opportunity to thrive and excel on the regional and world stage, regardless of their upbringing, privilege, and family background, where even those of less privilege, or rather, especially those of less privilege, see a clear path of opportunities to grow, excel, thrive, and shine. The athletes we seek to support are giving the best they have to give, whether they compete on a track, a chessboard, or in an arena. Therefore, they also deserve nothing less than the best our country can give. A nation that invests in sport is investing in more than medals. It is investing in discipline, character, and shared pride. As we recognize new forms of competitive excellence, our duty is to ensure that every athlete we support is backed by strong institutions and clear accountability. When we invest in sport, we invest in the kind of country we want to be. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Mr. Lee Hong Chun.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support Singapore Sport Council Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together in a team. But today, I want you to add on, if you want to go even further, go together in a bigger team. That's exactly how PM described for the We Society. We need a village to raise an athlete. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my speech in Mandarin, I'd like to declare that I'm currently the Vice President for the Singapore Wushu Dragon and Lion Dance Federation, and also a former national gymnast, coach, judge, management managing National Sports Association. In my time as a gymnast in 1980s, we had no professional coaches, no professional facility, needless to say, no specialized equipment like today. As schoolmates, we train one another, learning from books and sheer determination. I vividly remember my first SEA Games in 1985. We were required to compete in 6 apparatus. One of the apparatus is Roman rings. Yet, we did not even have the proper equipment to train on. We practiced on metal bars, metal rings, instead of the laminated wood. We set up the rings under the blazing sun to train because we did not have a high ceiling hall. Sometimes the metal rings were so hot, causing our palms to burn. And we resulted to train in the night, and bear in mind, not much light. Needless to say, when there's a rain, we can't even train. Many of such happen. Even the training hours, without scientific, we have to train every day from 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. after school. Saturday, Sunday, we train from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. That was the reality of being an athlete 40 years ago. Driven not by comfort of resources, but by passion, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to represent Singapore with pride. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll now continue my speech in Mandarin. 议长先生，首先，我支持新加坡体育理事会的修正法案。这项修正案让我们的体育政策框架更全面，也更能应对新加坡未来的体育需求。它不仅更新制度，也更贴近新加坡人对运动的参与方式，回应不同年龄层的生活习惯与需求。我年轻的时候也曾是国家体操选手，在体操上，我学到的不只是技能，更是专注、纪律与体育精神。而这些价值观一直随伴我到今天，让我终身受益。我仍然记得训练时一次又一次的跌倒，又一次一次站起来的瞬间，也记得队友们之间互相的鼓励、互相的互动，那种向前一步有如不倒翁的精神和力量，是体育带给我的。今天，当我看到不同世代的居民和民众俱乐部、社会公园、学校运动时，我也想起体育带给我们的价值。运动让社区更加的活力，而体育所传递的精神可以跨越时间、跨越年龄、跨越背景。这项修正法案就是为了这种生活方式获得更好的支持，有着更安全的环境以及更可持续的发展方向。第一， 修正案更新了体育的定义，把智力运动和电子竞技纳入法定范围。在我们的社区里，年长者下棋，青年热爱电子竞技，孩子尝试新的体能活动，形式虽然不同，但同样的是要策略、专注和耐力，也同时培养到他们的团队精神。把这些活动纳入体育的定义，让体育理事会能够更系统、有方向地支持和管理这些发展，确保大家在健康、安全的轨道上成长。这也提醒我们，运动的价值不应只以传统方式衡量，只要方向正确，智力运动或者是电子竞技，都能像传统体育一样，让参与者建立自信、纪律与合作精神。第二，修正案扩大体育理事会的职责，把体能活动正式纳入范围。越来越多人的居民喜欢参与瑜伽、力量训练、健身操、跑步等体能活动。这些活动不但能提升身心健康，也让邻居里之间更加的互动。能把体能活动纳入理事会的职责，意味着国家肯定了这些活动的公共价值，也让未来推动社区体能项目时有着更清晰的框架。这将进一步推动让我们一起运动起来的文化，让运动成为更多居民能够轻松持续参与的生活方式。第三，修正案赋予理事会制定教练、设施和器材标准的权限，提升运动环境的安全与品质。无论参与哪一种运动，居民都应该在安全可靠的环境中活动。设立标准能够确保教练具备必有的能力，设备符合安全的要求，以及设施维护的但在提升标准的同时，也必须确保不会无意间增加负担，尤其对小型体育组织、民众俱乐部和基层教练来说，他们往往都是儿童、年长者或者初学者接触体育的重要入口，是体育生态不可缺少的一部分。真正的团队精神是让人人都有机会，而不是让人掉队。制定标准，广泛听取意见，确保标准适度，才能推动整个体育生态的健康发展。第四，修正案进一步加强了运动员发展的制度基础。运动员的发展需要系统性的培养和稳定的支持，包括学校、社区到国家训练体系的衔接。修正让理事会更明确地支持培训机构，也让不同训练的路径更加的顺畅，让更多有潜力的运动员能到持续发展的机会。第五，我们也必须注意到可能面对的资源配置挑战。随着运动形式不断的增加，对设施、项目和教练的资源的需求也会有所的提升。面对这些可能发生的挑战，我想提出3点意见。首先，建立明确的成果导向资源框架，把资源优先放在对社会最大效益的领域上。在资源有限时，必须确保每一份投入都能产生最大的公共价值。第二，加强跨机构合作，学校、民众俱乐部、体育机构和企业拥有不同的资源与场地，如果能够更好的共享协调，就能在不大增幅预算的情况下，也让更多的居民受惠。当资源能够共享，运动就能走得更远，也能接触更多人。第三， 那些对增长明显又对公共健康有长期效益的项目进行精准的扩展，例如家庭体能活动、智力运动和一些增长快速的新项目，都可以先从小规模试点做起，再根据成效逐步的扩大。资源扩展不能盲目，而是要精准、精致的规划，让每一项新增投入都能真正的优及更多的新加坡人。这里我也想提出3项思考，让政府长期规划体育资源时作为参考。第一，随着项目的不断增加，资源分配应该如何根据全国性成果的框架，避免削弱对现有社区体育的支持。2，若运动需要持续上升，政府是否依据长期公共健康目标进度扩展资源，而不是把现有的资源重新分配。3，制定新标准时，如何确保标准合理，不会让小型组织承担过重负担，被排除在体育的生态之外。议长先生，这项修正案不仅改善制度，也为我国的体育生态建立更稳固的基础。体操教会我一步一脚印，持续努力，才能创造真正的改变。这项修正案也许不会马上带来冠军，但它能让更多新加坡人在我们打造的运动生态中更加的健康、更加的快乐、更加的有信心。Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens our national sports framework, making it more comprehensive and future-ready. It better reflects our Singaporean of all ages participations in sports and physical activities today. As a former national gymnast, I experienced firsthand how sports build not just physical skill, but discipline, focus, resiliency, and sportsmanship. These values stay with me for life and continue to shape who I am today. Sports connects generations and communities, whether in community clubs, parks, or schools. Sports build energy, inclusion, and a shared sense of purpose across age and background. Key enhancements in the bill. 1. Updating the definition of sports. The bill formally includes my sport and e-sport. These activities, like traditional sports, require strategy, focus, endurance, and teamwork. Including them allows for better governance and support, ensuring healthy and responsible development while recognizing changing participation patterns. 2. Expanding the council role to increase physical activity. Activities such as yoga, fitness training, aerobics, and running are increasingly popular and contribute significantly to physical and mental well-being. Including these activities affirm their public value and provide a clearer framework to promote active lifestyle across communities. 3. Raising safety and quality through standards. The bill empowers the Council to set standards for coaches, facility, and equipment. Improving safety and quality, at the same time, standards must be proportionate and inclusive so that small sports organizations, community clubs, and grassroots coaches are not overburdened or worst, excluded. 4. Strengthen athletics development pathway. Athletic development requires coordinated and sustained support from school to community national system. The amendments provide clearer institutional support for training providers and smoother pathway for young athletes to develop their potential. Managing some of our future challenges, as sports and activity diversify, demand for facility, programs, and coaches will increase. Thus, I propose 1. A clear outcome-based resource framework to maximize our social impact. 2. stronger cross-sector collaboration among school, community clubs, sports body, and even private partners to share resources and facility effectively. 3. Targeted and phased expansion of high-growth activity with strong public health benefits, starting with pilots and scaling based on outcome. There are also some long-term considerations that we need to take note. 1. How resources allocation can expand without weakening existing community sports. 2. Whether resources should grow in line with long-term public health goals or not just reallocated. 3. How new standards can be set without imposing excessive burden on smaller organizations. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this bill does not just update legislation, it lays a stronger foundation for Singapore's sports ecosystem. As in any sport, progress comes step by step, through consistent effort. This bill may not immediately produce champions tomorrow, but it will help more Singaporeans become healthier, happier, and more confident. For this reason, I support the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments in this bill will help Singaporeans from all walks of life lead a more active lifestyle for better mental and physical health. The bill will also enhance our current system and framework to support and boost performance standards for our athletes. I will focus on 4 aspects. First, supporting active aging through mind sports. Second, engaging youth through esports. Third, professionalizing sport as a career. And last, expanding flexible sports spaces while managing residents' needs. First, engaging our seniors through active aging and mind sports. Singapore's rapidly aging population requires innovative approaches to keep our seniors active, engaged, and cognitively healthy. As Sport SG continues to expand physical fitness activities under Active SG programming, how will the Ministry ensure that the needs and aspirations of our increasing number of seniors are sufficiently catered for? I commend the great work on offering free workout classes in the community, including many senior-friendly classes such as Gold Zumba or the light version of K-Pop X, which are very well received by my residents. I hope that the funding for this will continue in the long term, as it has gotten many seniors to remain active and form social bonds. I would like to ask if there would be specific funding allocations, training and recruitment of coaches with better understanding of the physical needs and constraints of older men and women to continually deliver on fitness programs suitable for our seniors. This bill recognizes mind sports such as chess, bridge, weiqi, and xiangqi, which are very much enjoyed by both our young and our seniors. Mind sports provide participants with intellectual stimulation and social interaction. They are activities that all can enjoy and have fun playing, regardless of age or physical abilities. This accessibility is transformative as it allows for greater inclusivity. Unlike many physical sports that require certain fitness levels or mobility, mind sports can engage seniors competitively while delivering measurable cognitive, mental, and social benefits. For seniors, the benefits of mind sports extend beyond recreation. Research consistently shows that cognitively engaging activities like chess reduce the risk of Alzheimer's disease and cognitive decline. Mind sports foster social connection, reduce isolation, and provide structured competitive outlets that build community. Could the Ministry consider making it a goal to tap on mind sports to support active aging objectives by providing more avenues and opportunities for our seniors to remain mentally active as well? How will Sport SG leverage Mind Sports to engage seniors and foster intergenerational bonding? Sir, in Mandarin. 对于年长者来说，智力运动的益处不只是娱乐。研究发现，像下棋这类需要动脑筋的活动，能够降低认知能力下降的风险。智力运动能够促进社交联系，减少孤独感，并提供竞技平台，从而增强社区凝聚力。该部门能否考虑将利用智力运动来支持乐龄活跃目标，为老年人提供更多保持脑力活跃机会？新加坡体育理事会将如何利用智力运动来吸引乐龄人士参与，并促进两代人关系？ Second, engaging our youth through an evolving sports scene. Our youths are active in an ever-evolving sports scene. Esports represents a particularly significant opportunity. It is a growing sector that commands massive audiences. Formal recognition matters deeply to young Singaporeans, including those who excel in esports. It signals that their passions are valued, that pathways exist for excellence, and that representing Singapore at the SEA Games and Asian Games, where esports has been a medal event since 2019 and 2023 respectively, is a legitimate national aspiration and not simply a hobby. The much-needed formal acknowledgement will pave the way for funding their training and participation at regional and international competitions, enabling them to hone their skills. The attractive prize rewards will make their pursuits a viable sporting career like other more traditional sports. Third, uplifting professionalism by making sport a viable career. One of the most important components of this bill is to uplift the professionalism of sport and make it a viable, long-term career option for Singaporeans. Official recognition provides athletes with support and development pathways. For Singapore to build a vibrant sports ecosystem, we must signal clearly that sport in all its forms can be a credible, sustainable career. Our talented athletes need more financial and institutional support to attain excellence in order to pursue sports professionally. I'm heartened that this bill aims to address that gap through three key mechanisms. However, I seek some clarifications too. First, the bill empowers Sport SG to establish and maintain quality standards and codes of practice for coaching, equipment, and facilities supported by accreditation systems. I would like to ask, what is the ministry's strategy to attract talented coaches to Singapore? Second, the consolidation of Singapore Sports School and the High Performance Sport Institute into a single entity enhances end-to-end service delivery across the youth and senior athlete spectrum. The new model signals holistic support through education, career transitions, and life after sport. Would the Minister share in greater detail the measures to support athletes in their lives after their sports career end? Third, recognition of esports and mind sports creates entirely new career path. The esports sector generates jobs for software developers, graphic designers, event managers, marketing specialists, casters, and production crew. Would the government be able to consider introducing training schemes to develop talents in this sector? Fourth, expanding flexible sports facilities while managing disamenities. Last, infrastructure. Under the Sports Facilities Master Plan, Sport SG aims to provide Singaporeans with affordable sport facilities within a 10-minute walk of their homes by around 2030. This is not merely about convenience, It is about removing barriers to participation and embedding sport into the daily community life. However, expanding access must be balanced with residents' quality of life. For example, the rise of pickleball illustrates the tension vividly. There were many complaints about pickleball noise in HDB estates. Residents, especially night shift workers, have reportedly been disturbed by the distinctive sound of pickleball. There have also been complaints by residents living in the proximity of other sports facilities such as basketball courts. Our town councils have responded pragmatically. Besides closing the courts and switching lights off earlier, signs remind players to be considerate and keep noise down, and town councils encourage the use of quieter sports equipment. While these ground-up responses are commendable, as we expand facilities under the Sports Facilities Master Plan, we must proactively design for noise mitigation and considerate use. This means incorporating acoustic buffers and scheduling guidelines into design and fostering a culture of mutual respect between players and residents. Sport SG's new mandate to establish codes of practice for equipment and facilities must ensure that embedded noise management standards into facility design and operation are included from the outset. I would also like to use this opportunity to call out the urgency for other important sports facilities like an Olympic-sized ice rink, which Singapore has not had for a number of years. Our ice hockey and ice skating athletes have had to go for their trainings in neighboring countries. Not only that, such a facility will encourage more young people to explore their talents in ice sports and provide a fun place for families to enjoy and stay active. I would like to call upon our government to prioritize the provision of such a facility. In conclusion, this bill embodies a balanced, inclusive vision for sport in Singapore. It recognizes that sport serves multiple purposes. First, keeping seniors cognitively engaged. Second, connecting with youth through formats they find meaningful. Third, creating viable career pathways for athletes and coaches. And fourth, providing accessible, flexible facilities in every neighborhood. This will encourage all residents, young and old, to participate meaningfully in our sporting culture. I support the bill.
Acting Minister David Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable members for their support of the bill, as well as their comments and suggestions. Several members in the House spoke about how we can support our athletes better during and after their careers. Mr. Alex Yam, Ms. Goh Zi Ki, Mr. Yip Hong Wing, Ms. Joan Pereira spoke about support for athletes' transition to life after sport. Our athletes have similar aspirations to many Singaporeans. They want to pursue higher educational qualifications, start and grow their careers, and work towards financial stability. And we agree with members that we should support them to pursue these aspirations. Let me cite a few recent enhancements. Well, first, support for education. We launched the Specs Education undergraduate scholarships, and we awarded them to our inaugural batch last year. Ms. Valerie Lee asked about the selection criteria. We focus our resources on supporting our full-time spec scholars who are best able to benefit from this scholarship, including the daily training environment that the Institute of Higher Learning provides if they are studying and competing at the same time, or if they intend to study only after they retire from competitive sports, then we consider the course that they are pursuing and the potential future contributions to the sports sector. One such example is Jessica Tan, our mixed doubles badminton Olympian and 2022 Commonwealth champion. After a very successful career, Jessica retired last year, and she's now pursuing a degree in sport management and coaching. After her graduation, she will return back to contribute to our sports sector. Second, support for career transitions. Through our Specs Business Initiative, We partner a network of supportive companies from diverse industries to provide athletes with career support, flexible workspace practices, and development opportunities for their career after sport. And third, support for finances. We regularly review and have recently increased our SPEC scholars' monthly stipends. On top of that, they now receive CPF top-ups, bolstering their finances to better meet their housing, medical, and retirement needs. Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik asked about support for former national athletes, including healthcare. We support our athletes' transition into retirement from their competitive sporting careers by helping them find good employment. Active and retired athletes can also tap on various programs, including SPECS Business and SPECS Education, which I mentioned and we have recently enhanced. While in addition, there are also national schemes to support healthcare and other needs of Singaporeans. For example, our public healthcare financing system, the S+3Ms, namely subsidies, MediShield Life, MediSave, and MediFund, helps keep healthcare affordable for all Singaporeans. Dr. Charlene Chen spoke about supporting our athletes' mental well-being. The High Performance Sports Institute proactively monitors our athletes' mental health and provides them with support throughout their sporting career. With a dedicated athlete life management team, HPSI equips our athletes for life, helping them develop the skills and mental resilience needed to deal with life's challenges, including after retirement from sport. And we will do more. We are deepening our capabilities in sports science and sports medicine, as well as athlete life management, so that we support our athletes holistically for both their sporting and non-sporting needs and across their life stages. And that's why we are also amending this bill to allow us to organize ourselves better to serve our athletes, bringing together and streamlining expertise through consolidating the HPSI and the Singapore Sports School into a single entity. Through this entity, we will strengthen our partnerships with key stakeholders in a high-performance sport ecosystem, bringing together different specialists in their fields. For example, coaches, psychologists, athlete life managers, sport administrators, in a clear, comprehensive way to provide wraparound support for our athletes, helping them stay in competitive sports for as long as they can. I agree with Dr. Kenneth Loh and Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim on the benefits of integration and the support for us to bring the SSP to Kallang and integrate all elements of the HPS ecosystem under one roof in the new home of Team Singapore. So Ms. Eliza Chen's question on accountability, I would like to assure the member that the entity will still be funded by the government and be accountable to MCCY and Parliament. I thank Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik for his question. With the consolidation, the SSP remains a specialized independent school and will continue receiving support from both MOE and MCCY. SSP will continue to provide education to national and aspiring athletes. Besides serving the academic needs of student athletes, SSP will expand its role to provide career guidance support to other national athletes. The excellent track record of our Team Singapore athletes gives us confidence that our sporting ecosystem is developing in the right direction. Well, let me cite some examples. At the recent SEA Games, our Singapore Sports School students and alumni accounted for almost half our total gold medal tally. Shuttler and SSP alumnus Loh Kian Yew became Singapore's first ever badminton world champion at the 2021 BWF World Championships. Our most decorated Paralympian, Yip Pin Siu, is a 7-time Paralympic gold medalist and 8-time world champion with 2 world records to her name. Our kite foiling sensation Max Mader is the double world champion and won bronze at his Olympic debut in Paris 2024. His other accolades include winning gold thrice at the Trofeo Princesca Sofia Regatta, 2 golds, and a silver at the Formula Kite World Championships, and an Asian Games gold at Hangzhou 22. Amanda Yap became Singapore's first ever gymnast to reach a World Championships final and placed 6th at the 2025 Artistic Gymnastics World Championship. In bowling, school sports alumni Darren Ong made history as the first male Singaporean bowler to claim the men's singles title at the 2023 IBF World Championships since 2006. And at the same championships, sisters Sherry and Daphne Tan shared a special moment, winning the women's doubles gold medal. In Silat, we have Sheikh Farhan Sheikh Alaudin, our 5-time world champion who secured multiple world titles at events such as the World Pencak Silat Championships. In Wushu, SSP student athlete Zian Lo was crowned world champion twice in the women's Tai Chi train in 2023 and 2024. And at the 2023 World Wushu Championships, SSP alumnus Jo Wen Lim won his first world championship title in Gunshu. I cite all these achievements because I don't want us to be mistaken that we think the system is working well just because we had a record medal haul in the SEA Games. The system is working well because our athletes have done us proud at all the different world-level competitions. We all have the part to play in growing sports excellence in Singapore. As a small nation with a small talent base, we are competing with nations who are multiple times larger than us and with budgets that are significant and increasing. Our approach has always been one to partner with all stakeholders and to complement each other's strengths, as Dr. Kenneth Goh pointed out, so that we can maximize our investments. The amendment to Section 8D of the Act reflects this, where we are shifting from consultation to working in partnership with stakeholders to bring about better outcomes. National sport associations play an important role in promoting and uplifting their respective sports, and many NSAs have done good work with their grassroots and through their developmental programs. The consolidation of HBSI and SSP into a single entity will also deepen our partnerships with NSAs and provide synergistic and holistic support to our athletes. Coaches play a pivotal role in shaping both athletic performance and the broader sporting environment. Ms. Joan Pereira made several sound suggestions on recruiting and developing coaches. MCCY and Sport SG continually review our coach education and development programs under Coach SG, with a view to building a deep and sustainable pipeline of coaching talents to support our athletes to achieve our HBS ambitions, as well as provide clear development and progression pathways from grassroots to high-performance coaches for elite athletes. This is in line with our tiered coaching pathways as guided by a competency framework. Through initiatives such as the Coach Development Grant, our coaches also receive subsidies in course fees to pursue specialized training, including to develop suitable skills and expertise to help our aging citizens stay physically active and healthy. Various members also spoke about the importance of having good access to sports facilities and the challenges that some residents face in booking public courts. Today, through the Sports Facilities Master Plan, Singaporeans can access public sports facilities near to where they live, and we will continue to improve this. We provide a mix of larger sports centers in towns and smaller facilities in our neighborhoods for easy access, particularly for seniors and young families. The roughly 50% increase in number of Singaporeans who participate in sport and fitness activities weekly over the past decade simply means it will be a little bit harder for our residents to book courts at the time and place that they want. We understand this and we plan to increase the provision of courts. We will share more details when ready. Given the scarcity of land in Singapore, we have been innovative by activating underutilized spaces. For example, the CTE Viaduct in Jalan Bukit Merah has been transformed into a touch tennis court, while the space under the Gali Batu flyover will be used for futsal, pickleball courts, and a fitness corner. Rooftops of multi-story car parks are also being repurposed as recreational spaces, such as the upcoming facility in Dover Crescent. We will also continue to explore and partner others to open up more spaces for play and tapping on existing collaborations like the dual-use scheme with schools. I agree with Ms. Valerie Lee that our sports facilities should serve the needs of a broad range of entities in addition to our national sports associations. So, for example, our active SG facilities and facilities at the Kallang are used by community sports groups, grassroots organizations, schools, and corporates to host events and activities such as the National School Games, Sport Days, community carnivals, festivals, sports competitions, and charity events like Football with a Heart. Ms. Joan Pereira and Mr. Wip Hong Wing suggested having a code of practice for sports facilities in HDB estates. Well, our approach is not to be overly prescriptive and allow flexibility to accommodate residents' preferences, given that each precinct in Singapore is a little bit different. And at the same time, Sport SG will work with all the relevant stakeholders, including the NSAs, and where possible, consider other solutions in terms of facility design or choice of equipment. We will work within our land constraints and will continue to find innovative ways of providing public access to a diverse mix of sports. Ms. Joan Pereira asked whether there will be a new ice rink. Sport SG and other agencies have been working closely with the ice sports NSAs on this matter. The Singapore Ice Skating Association has since launched a request for a proposal to develop and operate an ice rink and is reviewing the proposals received. In the same spirit, we will continue to partner with respective NSAs to support our athletes' short and long-term training needs. I'm glad to hear members' support for recognizing a more diverse group of sports. Recognition can help them increase membership, develop talent, and secure funding for sponsorship. Some of these newer sports will also catalyze the supporting industries. For example, in the area of esports, create more demand for software developers and graphic designers. I would like to assure members that our intent is not to be overly prescriptive about what constitutes or not constitute a mind sport or esport. While instead our focus is on supporting the diverse interests of Singaporeans so that we can promote and develop the sports in Singapore, and as Ms. Polisan said, to uplift and bond our nation through sports. We welcome suggestions to make this clearer to interested stakeholders and will continue to engage the sector closely. And to Mr. David Ho, I have to say that for something to be considered a mind sport, it needs to be affiliated to a national sporting association, who is in turn affiliated to an international federation. So I don't think Toto will make the list anytime soon. I would also like to assure Mr. Fadli Fauzi that Sport SG will continue to work with commercial entities to support a more vibrant and diverse sporting ecosystem. For example, Sport SG partnered with close to 20 commercial partners for last year's Singapore Urban Sports and Fitness Festival and over 50 commercial partners for the inaugural Olympic Esports Week in 2023. The recognition of more sports also offers us an opportunity to engage various segments of the population in different ways, as Ms. Joan Pereira has pointed out. Seniors can be engaged through mind sports to keep them mentally and socially active, which will complement today's physical activity programs offered by government agencies and community partners. Indeed, as Mr. Yip Hong Wing and Mr. David Ho pointed out too, there's an opportunity to engage youth through esports given its popularity. I agree with Dr. Charlene Chen, Mr. Yip Hong Wing, and Mr. David Ho that we should do so while addressing all the possible risks, such as potential issues with regard to gaming addiction. We'll work with industry and community partners, such as the Singapore Cyber Sports and Online Gaming Association and the Singapore Esports Association, as well as government agencies like MOE and MOH to do so. I thank members for understanding that an expanded definition of sport does not mean that we will give all sports this support all sports equally given the need for us to use public funds wisely. I agree with Ms. Valerie Lee, Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim, Mr. David Ho, and Mr. Hamid Razak that the development of new sports, including esports, should complement rather than crowd out existing sporting pathways, especially those that promote physical activity and broad-based participation. As Dr. Charlene Chen pointed out, one such pathway is the direct schools admission. MOE schools have the autonomy to offer programs that suit their students' need and interests. MOE prioritizes physical sports in the national school games as a movement, and regular physical activity is fundamental to students' holistic development and health. For other types of sports, there are competition platforms organized by various organizations for students to represent their schools. Members, including Mr. Alex Yam, Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, Dr. Kenneth Goh, Mr. David Ho, Ms. Eliza Chan also talked about our funding principles. So broadly, we calibrate the amount of support for sports based on their specific needs, governance standards, and contribution to our national sporting objectives, which includes the ability of the sport and its competition to inspire the Singapore spirit. We regularly review our support for sports and will continue to engage with the NSAs and partners like SNOC, SNPC, so that we can collectively move in the same direction to uplift Singapore sports. Mr. Yip Hong Wing, Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, Mr. Fadli Fauzi asked how we would ensure fiscal sustainability. Within our land, manpower, and funding constraints, we have found ways to support non-traditional sports, whether through support for athletes, such as the Athletes Inspire Fund, which defrays the cost for athletes in emerging sports participating in regional competitions, or working with NSAs to strengthen governance, obtain charity status, and gain access to donations and matching grants to grow their sports, such as through the One Team Singapore Fund. on providing event and facility support, such as to host events like the 2023 World Youth Chokeball Championships in Singapore. To complement government funding, we encourage corporates to come forward to support our Team SG athletes. We have seen some good examples, including Yohep Singh's sponsorship to Max Mader in 2022 to support his journey towards the 2024 Paris Olympics, and subsequent extension of their sponsorship deal by another 4 years from 2025 to 2028. And we will make sport more accessible and inclusive for everyone. I would like to thank Mr. Alex Yam, Dr. Kenneth Goh, Ms. Valerie Lee, Mr. Yip Hong Weng, and Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim, who have spoken up on the importance of disability sport as a driver for inclusivity. And that's why we refreshed the Disability Sports Master Plan in 2024 to raise sports participation for persons with disabilities, focusing on 3 key strategic themes. First, to increase accessibility to disability sports programs and activities. Second, to enhance awareness of disability sports and inclusive sports activities. And third, fulfill aspirations of persons with disabilities who desire and have the potential to do sports at the high performance level. One of the strategic moves in the DSMP seeks is to enhance the competencies of coaches in disability sports. We target to more than double the number of registered coaches under NROC who can coach persons with disabilities from 120 to 300 by 2030. This will complement other moves to increase the number of regular participants in disability sports programs from 3,200 today to about 5,400 by 2030. We will work with various partners like schools, sports associations, and community partners to implement the various strategic moves as laid out in the DSMP. Ms. Gozuki suggested the merging of the Singapore National Olympic Council and the Singapore National Paralympic Council. Both councils are independent and they have their respective missions of developing and promoting the Olympic and Paralympic movements respectively, and amongst others, preparing our athletes for the major games. I'm sure they will take to heart the suggestion. There will be benefits with the current arrangement, and there will be other possible benefits with a merger. And it comes down to which structure will allow them to meet their mandate and mission better, and which structure serves Singapore and Team Singapore better. Both councils have done great work in uplifting sports and athletes in their sectors, and MCCY and Sport SG will continue working closely with them. I would also like to thank Ms. Polly Sun, Dr. Hamid Razak, and Dr. Charlene Chen for their suggestions on ensuring a wider representation of professional or experts in sports education, disability sports, sports psychology, sports tourism, community sports, and senior sports on the board of Sport SG. This is in line with our plan to diversify Sport SG's board's expertise to enable it to lead the sports sector well. The maximum number of 25 members on the board gives us the scope to bring on board more diverse expertise and perspectives, and is in line with the size of other statutory boards. This is a maximum number, it is not a target, and we will continue to ensure that the board runs effectively and efficiently. Our society is aging rapidly. It's imperative that we work together to keep our seniors active and healthy through sports and physical fitness activities. Members Mr. Alex Yam, Dr. Charlene Chen, Mr. David Ho, as well as Ms. Joan Pereira have raised this. One key initiative is the Frailty Prevention Program that we have been progressively introducing to our active aging centers. There are 2 key components to the FPP. First, the CALM program, which is an 8-week program targeted at seniors to help them understand muscle health through assessment, guided strength training, and health coaching. Since September 2024, over 1,200 seniors from 54 active aging centers have completed the program. After going through CALM, almost all seniors reported an improvement in at least one of 5 measurements, with at least 85% of them improving in at least 3 of these measurements. We will continue to run more runs of CALM and consider expanding them to the resident networks, should there be interest. And second, introducing adaptive sports to seniors in AACs. This allows them to continue to reap the benefit of sport while calibrating the level of physical exertion. This culminated in an inaugural Seniors National Games last year, where 4,500 seniors representing 110 active aging centers competed across 5 adaptive sports. Some members asked about helping children and youth from disadvantaged backgrounds access sports. Sport can provide a safe and structured environment for them to build confidence, resilience, and a stronger connection to friends and society. Sport SG provides a Sport Cares bursary for children and youth from low-income families to participate in active SG academies and clubs. We'll continue to work closely with stakeholders and community partners to identify suitable children and youth for our initiatives and ensure that more can benefit. Sport SG will also continue to design and administer grants and programs that can benefit different segments of the population, strengthen our ecosystem, or increase access to sport. For example, the Communities of Care grant. This has played a vital role in supporting smaller organizations like Amplify, enabling them to create meaningful change in the lives of vulnerable communities. Through their functional fitness program, Amplify empowers youth at risk, seniors, and persons with disabilities by promoting holistic wellness and fostering a sense of community. Beneficiaries develop physical strength, resilience, and leadership skills while gaining valuable industry knowledge for future employment opportunities. We are also working to ensure that our people engage in physical fitness activities safely. I'm encouraged by members' support towards Sport SG's calibrated approach. As Mr. Alex Yam, Dr. Hamid Razak, Mr. Yip Kong Wing, Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, and Dr. Charlene Chen pointed out, over-regulation will deter small groups or grassroots groups. Our current focus is to ensure baseline standards eventually uplift the sector. For example, registered exercise professionals under the NREP hold relevant fitness or exercise certifications and are also certified in standard first aid. These are not intended to be onerous, but are simple and essential requirements for a more developed industry for Singaporeans' benefit. We'll continue to review our approach and engage the sector. Mr. Fadli Fauzi asked about a potential conflict of interest in Sport SG's expanded function to manufacture and supply sport and physical equipment, as well as to set standards for such equipment in Clause 6M and 6I of the bill. Well, to clarify, Sport SG typically does not manufacture sports or physical equipment for sale. Items provided are usually meant to be a service to Singaporeans, such as gym towels or water bottles for children. Sport SG also periodically provides sport-related items, such as sport resistance bands or Team SG premiums, as part of its role to promote an active lifestyle or to strengthen public support for Team Singapore athletes. Ms. Elijah Chen asked about the accountability of standards set and approvals given. The criteria for being registered on the NROC and NREP and the names of coaches and exercise professionals is listed on the respective registries and publicly available. The requirements for accreditation are also objective, such as first aid certification. Sport SG will continue to be objective and transparent as it seeks to uplift industry standards in partnership with our stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have achieved much progress in developing a vibrant sports culture in Singapore over the last 5 decades. We have significantly raised sports participation for Singaporeans from all walks of life, from 1 in 2 just a decade ago to 3 in 4 today. We have made a significant leap in our regional performance, returning from the recent SEA Games in Bangkok with a record haul of medals. We're on the right track to scale the next bound of sports in Singapore. First, we are making hardware investments in Kallang to integrate the SSP with our HBSI and build a new home for Team Singapore. Second, we are transforming the software to support our youth and senior athletes holistically with deeper investments in sports science and sports medicine and stronger partnerships with our NSA. Third, we've set out a master plan and we are running programs and initiatives to be more inclusive through sport by empowering persons with disabilities, outreaching to vulnerable youths, and supporting students of all abilities to provide good access to sports in schools and to nurture a love for sport from young. And last but not least, we are setting standards to ensure our people engage in physical activities safely so that Singaporeans can lead active and healthy lifestyles. I thank all members for supporting this bill. At this juncture, I also want to thank Mr. Yip Hong Wing, Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, Ms. Polly San, and Dr. Kenneth Goh for reminding us that sport at any level is not just about winning and doing well. It's also about inculcating values, building character, and giving ourselves a sense of who we are as a nation. It's about how we respond when our team needs us. Dr. Kenneth Goh gave us examples of Josh Chua, Koen Pang, Isaac Kwek, and Victoria Lim putting the team before self, nation before self. And there were many more examples that we witnessed at the many sporting events in our schools and communities as well. It is about how we respond in defeat. While we had a record medal haul at the SEA Games, we had our share of disappointments as well. Our netball team, who are Asian youth champions, suffered an agonizing 3-point loss in the final. But that is sport. There will be good days and there will be bad days. What matters is we always come back stronger. And that's how our support for our athletes should be. We support them when they are doing well, and we support them even more if they are not doing well. And that's how sport bonds and uplifts us as a nation. Not because we win all the time, but because we know how difficult it is to win, and we always come back stronger. Sir, the impact of this bill will depend on what we do from here. From providing more support for our athletes beyond sports, participating actively in our lineup of programs, stepping forward to contribute to a more vibrant and inclusive sporting ecosystem, there is a role for everyone. There is much to look forward to for Singapore sport, and we will continue to work closely with all stakeholders to implement this bill effectively and ensure that our national sport ecosystem remains inclusive, dynamic, and future-ready. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
Are there clarifications for the Minister? Looks like it's a very comprehensive roundup. No clarifications?
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree, say aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill.
Acting Minister, committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I move the Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree, say aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The citation year 2025 will be changed to 2026 as indicated in the order paper supplement. The question is that clauses 1 to 9 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Acting Minister for Culture, Community and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill. Notice of motion, item 1. A motion on expression of regret on the conduct of Mr. Pritam Singh and consideration of his suitability to continue as leader of the opposition.
Order. Before we commence the debate on the motion, I wish to draw honourable members' attention to certain provisions in our standing orders. First of all, Standing Order number 50, Section 1 states, a member shall confine his observations to the subject under discussion and may not introduce matters irrelevant thereto.
The main subject matters under discussion are the conduct of Mr. Pritam Singh and his suitability to continue as the leader of the opposition. Honourable members are reminded that they should confine their observations to the subject matter of the motion and not to shift the debate to other unrelated incidents or political issues. Furthermore, as this motion is about the conduct of Mr. Pritam Singh and other persons named in the motion, and only to such extent, members should refrain from raising and discussing the conduct of other members as it is not directly relevant to the motion. If any member wishes to widen the debate to discuss general political matters or party issues, or the conduct of another member, he can and he should do so by filing a separate motion for debate by the House. Secondly, Parliament is not re-litigating the case. While reference can be made to the judgment of the court to set the context for the debate on today's motion, the intent of this motion is not to reopen the case, to dispute the findings of the court, or to question its decisions, or to discuss the conduct of the trial. Honourable members are to abide by the rules and other provisions of the standing orders. I will disallow any remarks which infringe the rules. Members are urged to exercise judgment in their speeches and clarifications, and to be prepared to substantiate any factual point that they make. Deputy Leader.
Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 48, Section 8, to remove the time limit in respect of Minister Indrani's speeches for this motion.
I give my consent. Does the Deputy Leader of the House have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Deputy Leader, please proceed.
Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 48, Section 8, to remove the time limit in respect of Minister Indrani's speeches for this motion.
The question is as moved by the Deputy Leader of the House. Those who agree, say aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader?
Speaker, I wish to move the motion standing in my name in today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, we're here today because a lie was told in this chamber 4.5 years ago. That lie led to another, and yet another, and then to an inquiry by the Committee of Privileges, or the COP, where more lies were told, this time under oath. This resulted in a referral to the Public Prosecutor, or PP, and eventually to charges in court for offences under the Parliament, Privileges, Immunities and Powers Act of 1962, or the PPI-PA. Last month, on 4th December 2025, the High Court upheld Mr. Pritam Singh's conviction by the District Court on 2 counts of lying before the COP. The District Court also found that Mr. Singh had guided Ms. Raisa Khan to maintain her lie to Parliament, confirming the COP's findings. Now, the matter has come full circle back to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. The misconduct in question is not trivial. It involves multiple lies to different persons at different times, guiding a junior MP to do the wrong thing, and a failure of leadership. In Singapore's parliamentary democracy, honesty and integrity are not abstract ideals. They are not optional virtues. They are the foundation of public trust. The authority of this House does not rest on law alone. It rests on the confidence and trust that Singaporeans have in Parliament, in its processes and its members. This confidence and trust can be lost. This is why Parliament must insist that its members always speak truthfully and act with integrity, even when it is politically inconvenient to do so. When a member of Parliament lies to Parliament or before its committees, it is not just a personal lapse or a tactical misjudgment. It strikes at the trust that Singaporeans place in us, as well as the solemn duty we owe to the people we serve. It undermines the high standards of integrity and incorruptibility which make the Singaporean system work and for which Singapore is known. And that is why I have brought this motion before Parliament today. The motion asks the House to affirm that honesty and integrity are fundamental pillars of Singapore's parliamentary system, to note the findings of the High Court and the COP, express regret at Mr. Singh's conduct, which was dishonourable and unbecoming of a Member of Parliament, consider that such conduct renders him unsuitable to continue to hold the office of Leader of the Opposition, a parliamentary leadership position with important responsibilities, duties and privileges, and that his continuation in this role would undermine the standing of Parliament and public confidence in the integrity of Singapore's political system. And note that the High Court's judgment and the COP findings have implications for Ms. Sylvia Lim and Mr. Faisal Manap, which have to be considered separately, and call on all MPs to uphold our solemn duty to respect and abide by the law, act with integrity at all times, and honour the trust placed in us by Singaporeans. So to be clear, and for avoidance of doubt, in the third limb of the motion, the one that asks us to express regret, the House is not being asked to impose any penalties or sanctions on Mr. Singh under the PPIPA. What is being asked is for this House to express a view of his conduct, and if the House agrees that such conduct is not acceptable, to express its regret at such conduct. Also, the fourth limb of the motion does not operate to remove the LO. The Leader of the Opposition is designated by the Prime Minister, and the decision whether Mr. Singh should continue with that designation rests with the Prime Minister, not Parliament. However, members are entitled to, and I would argue, have an obligation to express a view on Mr. Singh's suitability to continue in that role. It will then be for the Prime Minister to decide what to do after that. And the fifth limb asks the House to note that the court judgments have implications for Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal, as I will explain in my speech. However, as the extent and the degree of their conduct differ from Mr. Singh's, the fifth limb proposes that their matters be considered separately on another occasion. Mr. Speaker, let me briefly set out the facts. On 3rd August 2021, Ms. Raisa Khan, then a Workers' Party MP, spoke during the Workers' Party motion titled Empowering Women. She alleged that 3 years earlier, she had accompanied a sexual assault survivor to make a police report on a rape committed against the survivor. She claimed to have witnessed the survivor come out crying and alleged that the police officer commented about the survivor's dressing and the fact that she had been drinking. Ms. Khan repeated this allegation at a later sitting of Parliament on 4th October 2021. However, on 1st November 2021, she admitted to Parliament that she had lied and had not, in fact, accompanied a survivor to the police station. I will refer to this lie as the untruth, as the court did. Following Ms. Khan's admission, I raised a complaint against her under Standing Order 107B for breach of privilege. The complaint was referred to the COP, which was convened, and began its inquiry on 29th November 2021. Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal, then the three senior-most leaders in the WP, gave evidence before the COP to assist in its investigations into the circumstances that led to Ms. Khan's untruth. Ms. Khan told the inquiry that the three WP leaders had advised her to continue with the untruth after she first uttered it in Parliament on 3rd August 2021. However, the three WP leaders denied this before the COP. The COP found each of the three to have lied under oath. On 15 February 2022, Parliament debated and adopted the COP's report. This House fined Ms. Khan and resolved to refer Mr. Singh to the PP to be investigated for lying to the COP. Mr. Singh was later charged in court on 19 March 2024 for lying to a parliamentary committee, which is an offence under the PPIPA. Mr. Faisal was referred to the PP for refusing to answer the COP's questions. For this, he was subsequently issued a police advisory. Parliament postponed making a decision on Mr. Singh's, Ms. Lim's, and Mr. Faisal's involvement in guiding Ms. Khan to continue with the untruth, and Ms. Lim's and Mr. Faisal's lying to the COP, pending the outcome of Mr. Singh's case. Mr. Singh's court case has recently concluded. Parliament now has to decide what to do in light of the court's findings, and that is the reason for the motion today. Mr. Speaker, before I go into the court's findings, I should mention that under the standing orders, normally under the standing orders, they do not allow reflecting upon the character and conduct of an MP or making a charge of a personal character, but there are exceptions. This is when it pertains to his conduct in his capacity as an MP, and if there is a substantive motion on the matter. In this case, we do have a substantive motion, the terms of which require us to consider the character and conduct of Mr. Singh and at times Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal in light of the High Court judgment and the COP report, and to make certain decisions after doing so. It is therefore necessary for us not to skirt around the conduct with euphemisms, but to name it squarely so that everyone understands the issues clearly and can debate them properly. Let me now deal with the court judgments. In February 2025, the District Court convicted Mr. Singh for lying before the COP. He appealed his conviction. Last month, the High Court dismissed Mr. Singh's appeal and upheld the findings of guilt on his charges. Mr. Singh has stated that he accepts the High Court judgment fully and without reservation. The court findings establish many disturbing facts about Mr. Singh's conduct. First, in relation to Ms. Khan's untruth, Mr. Singh told her to take it to the grave, essentially instructing her to hide the untruth. Second, he later guided her to continue with the untruth. Third, he recommended to the WP Central Executive Committee, or CEC, that Ms. Khan be expelled from the WP if she did not resign, but crucially, failed to disclose to the CEC his own prior knowledge of Ms. Khan's untruth and his own involvement guiding her to continue with the untruth. Fourth, he lied to Singaporeans when he publicly rejected Ms. Khan's accounts of the matter and accused her of lying. Fifth, he lied twice to the COP about his own involvement in guiding Ms. Khan to maintain her untruth. Once, when he denied telling Ms. Khan to take the untruth to the grave, and again, when he claimed he had wanted Ms. Khan to clarify the untruth. And six, Mr. Singh stuck to these untruths when giving evidence at trial. The court disbelieved and rejected his evidence. That means he lied to the courts too. In gist, this was not a single lapse. Mr. Singh not only lied, but lied repeatedly to the COP, to the public, and to the courts, doubling down each time. He was also not upfront with his own party. Mr. Speaker, Allow me to set out salient facts from the court judgments which substantiate these points. The 8th August 2021 meeting, taking the untruth to the grave. On 7th August 2021, a few days after Ms. Khan told the untruth in Parliament, she confessed this to Mr. Singh over the phone. The next day, she met him, along with Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal. Ms. Khan told them about the untruth as well. At this meeting, Mr. Singh told Ms. Khan to take the untruth to the grave. This was the court's finding. There is contemporaneous evidence showing this. In particular, Ms. Khan sent a WhatsApp message to two of her close WP colleagues immediately after the meeting. The message recorded that the three WP leaders had agreed that the best thing to do is to take the information to the grave. That's a quote. The courts also found that at this 8th August meeting, Ms. Lim had said that probably the issue won't come up again, and Mr. Singh did not contradict her view. However, before the COP, Mr. Singh vehemently denied Ms. Khan's account that she had been asked to take the untruth to the grave. He said, and I quote, "This would be highly inaccurate. It is a complete lie." The other two WP leaders denied it before the COP too. All three claimed instead that they did not discuss with Ms. Khan what should be done about the untruth on this 8th August meeting. Mr. Singh said that she had to speak to her parents first. Mr. Singh continued to say this during his court trial. With the benefit of the court judgments, we now know that it was in fact Mr. Singh and the other two WP leaders who had lied about what was said at this meeting. The court found that their attitude had been clear and simple. They believed that there was no need to tell the truth because they did not think that the matter would surface again. They thought it would be buried forever. For the next 2 months, until October 2021, Mr. Singh did not discuss the untruth with Ms. Khan, nor do anything to get her to correct it. This was despite him actively monitoring her other parliamentary work during this time. 3rd October 2021 meeting. On 3rd October 2021, one day before Parliament sat on 4th October 2021, Mr. Singh visited Ms. Khan at her home. He told Ms. Khan he had a feeling that the issue of the untruth might be raised the next day. He wanted to discuss what should be done if the topic came up. The district court found that during this meeting, Mr. Singh guided Ms. Khan to continue her untruth in Parliament. This is consistent with the finding of the COP. So, when Mr. Singh denied this before the COP and the court, he was again lying. The next day, when Minister Shanmugam asked Ms. Khan for further details of her anecdote in Parliament, Ms. Khan doubled down on the untruth. Both Mr. Singh and Ms. Lim were present in the House. When Ms. Khan reiterated the untruth, they did nothing to correct her. They allowed Parliament to be misled again. Mr. Faisal also learnt about the exchange in Parliament later that day. 11th October meeting with Mr. Loh Tak Yang. The police emailed Ms. Khan on 7th October 2021, requesting to interview her to obtain more details for the investigation. She forwarded this email to Mr. Singh and the other two WP leaders. On 11 October 2021, Mr. Singh and Ms. Lim consulted Mr. Loh Tak Yang, the WP's former Secretary General, on what steps to take in relation to the untruth. Even as they sought Mr. Loh's advice, they were not honest with him. Critically, they did not reveal that they had known about Ms. Khan's untruth since 8th August 2021. Mr. Loh said that he only learned this 2 years later in 2023. At that point, Mr. Singh and Ms. Lim were also still hopeful that the government might not discover the untruth. Ms. Lim told Mr. Loh that discovering the untruth was not easy because there were so many police stations in Singapore. Again, Mr. Singh did not disagree with her. It was Mr. Low who impressed upon Mr. Singh and Ms. Lim that Ms. Khan had to clarify the untruth and apologize to Parliament, regardless of whether it might be discovered by the government. This was the turning point in WP's response to the untruth. Following this meeting with Mr. Low, arrangements were finally made for Ms. Khan to clarify the untruth. She eventually did so via a personal statement in Parliament on 1st November 2021. In short, Mr. Singh and the other two WP leaders hid the truth for months. They only decided to come clean after Mr. Low, their former Secretary General, advised them to do so. Disciplinary panel proceedings and the press conference. What happened next was not edifying. The day after Ms. Khan clarified the untruth, the WP announced that it had formed a disciplinary panel, or a DP, to look into her admissions in Parliament. The DP comprised Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal, the very persons to whom she had confessed her untruth in August 2021, from whom she had sought advice, who had agreed to guide her to take the truth to the grave, and, in the case of Mr. Singh, who had said he would not judge her. Well, he did proceed to sit in judgment upon her, personally. In the course of the DP proceedings, when Ms. Khan requested a second interview with the DP, Mr. Singh replied, and I quote, "Dear Raisa, I hope you can see that it is precisely your character and behavior that is under review here, in view of your actions in Parliament and your decision to stick to the untruthful anecdote when asked again in October." On 30th November 2021, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal recommended to the WPCEC that for lying to Parliament, Ms. Khan should be expelled from the party within 24 hours if she did not resign. The WPCEC accepted their recommendation. Ms. Khan resigned from the WP that same day. What is most troubling about this episode is that Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal failed to declare to the WPCEC or their own party members, let alone the public, that all three of them had actually known about the untruth since August 2021, and all three had been involved in guiding Ms. Khan to maintain her untruth. One does not need to be a lawyer or a parliamentarian to know that this is improper and wrong, legally and morally. As the District Court observed, and I quote, "There would have been a real concern that the three WP leaders may not be seen to be able to act fairly or impartially when inquiring into Ms. Khan's behavior, as their own conduct in the affair would also come under scrutiny, and they had in fact acted to conceal their involvement in guiding Ms. Khan to maintain the untruth since 8 August 2021. Close quotes. Mr. Singh claimed that this information was not provided because it was irrelevant. Yet, on 2nd October, on 2nd December 2021, hours before the COP hearing was due to begin, Mr. Singh held a press conference and admitted for the very first time that the three WP leaders had known of Ms. Khan's untruth shortly after she had said it on 3rd August 2021. Mr. Singh described this timing as pure, complete coincidence. This was unbelievable. And here is what the District Court found, and I quote, at paragraph 497. Notably, Mr. Singh only publicly disclosed his own prior knowledge of the untruth when holding a press conference on 2nd December 2021, the very day that the COP was to hear evidence from Ms. Low Pei-ying and Ms. Khan. Before this, even the WPCEC was kept in the dark. Mr. Singh only made his public disclosure after Ms. Low had told Mr. Mike Lim to let Mr. Singh know that no matter what happened, Ms. Low would be going into the COP to tell the truth or what she knew of it, and she wanted to give Mr. Singh an opportunity to clarify or make a plan where he could put out the party's position or his position first. In the court's view, Mr. Singh's action in holding the press conference on 2nd December 2021 clearly suggested that he was trying to do damage control by preemptively disclosing his knowledge and involvement before it was publicly revealed by Ms. Loh or Ms. Khan. Close quotes. When Mr. Singh appeared before the COP, he continued to lie and to distance himself from Ms. Khan's conduct. He denied making the statement about taking the untruth to the grave. That was a lie. He said that he had wanted Ms. Khan to tell the truth in October 2021. That was another lie. These were even graver than other lies because he was giving them in evidence before a parliament committee, and he was speaking under oath. For willfully giving these false answers, Mr. Singh was charged and eventually convicted by the district court. His appeal was dismissed. Mr. Speaker, I have set out the brief facts of the case. They are findings of the courts, and Mr. Singh has said he accepts the court's judgment fully and without reservation. So, as we can see, Mr. Singh guided Ms. Khan twice to maintain her untruth to Parliament. He then lied twice before the COP, he lied before the court, he lied to the public, and he concealed material information from his own party. Mr. Speaker, there are simply too many lies. They pile up, one on top of another, each one to cover up a previous lie. And that is a problem, as Mr. Singh is also the leader of the opposition. This case shows a failure of leadership on the part of Mr. Singh. First, if Mr. Singh had told Ms. Khan to come clean when she first confessed her untruth to him in August 2021, the entire matter would have taken a very different course. Yes, it would have been inconvenient and uncomfortable to disclose the truth then. The WP had just won their second GRC in Sengkang in the 2020 general election, and Ms. Khan was a member of the WP's Sengkang team. But the consequences would have been nowhere as grave as what followed Mr. Singh's telling Ms. Khan to take the untruth to the grave. It is precisely at such moments where leaders are tested and where leadership matters. And as we have seen, the contrast between Mr. Singh's approach and Mr. Loh Tak Kiang's leadership. Second, there was a failure to take responsibility. After Ms. Khan told the untruth, she knew she was in trouble. She asked Mr. Singh for advice as her party leader, and because she regarded him as her mentor. Mr. Singh told her to hide the untruth. He guided her to continue with the untruth. Yet, when the truth came to light, he did not admit his complicity. Instead, he disowned her actions and later sat in judgment of her conduct while concealing his own role. Third, Mr. Singh refused to acknowledge the impact of the original untruth on the police. He said no wrong had been done to the police by reason of the false claim and questioned the amount of work the police had done to investigate the false claim. He dismissed the work the police had put in and the diversion of public resources with the comment that the police is not a, quote, broken back organization. The police had to comb through more than 1,400 sexual assault and related cases from 2018 to 2021 to investigate the false claims. This led to delays in handling other matters and cases. Mr. Singh could easily have prevented all this by urging Ms. Khan to tell the truth the moment she confessed to him. Mr. Speaker, some may ask, the court has already imposed a fine. Isn't that the end of the matter? Why must Parliament act? Sir, the answer is that the court has dealt with the criminal offences. We are not asking to impose further penalties for those offences or his other misconduct under the PPIPA. But the matters in the court judgment and the outstanding matters in the COP report still affect Parliament, and Parliament must take a view. The untruth which gave rise to the offence occurred in Parliament. The lies were told to a committee of Parliament. The conduct and conviction of Mr. Singh reflect directly on Parliament. Parliament must decide whether such conduct is acceptable for an MP, and in this case, the Leader of the Opposition. Following the High Court decision, Mr. Singh has not shown any remorse, accountability, or acceptance of responsibility. Nor has the WP expressed its view on the matter. It has announced some proceedings that are still in progress, but its dilatory response contrasts sharply with its swift actions in previous cases. In the case of Ms. Khan, after she confessed her untruth to Parliament on 1st November 2021, a DP was formed within 24 hours to look into her admission. Recommendations were made and accepted by the CEC within the month. In the case of Mr. Leon Pereira, after video evidence of his extramarital affair emerged on 17 July 2023, Mr. Singh met with him that same afternoon, and the WP-CEC met that same evening to discuss the matter. 2 days later, on 19th July 2023, Mr. Pereira resigned. It was made known that had he not done so, he would have been expelled. In contrast, in Mr. Singh's own case, the High Court issued its decision on 4th December 2025. The WP responded that it was studying the verdict and grounds of decision. I then issued 2 statements on 17th and 22nd December, saying that this matter would be raised in Parliament in January. On 28 December 2025, the WP confirmed that some of its members had requested for a special cadre members conference or CMC. On 3rd January 2026, 1 whole month after the High Court judgment, the WP announced that a DP would be formed to determine if Mr. Singh had contravened the party constitution. The DP would conclude within 3 months, and the special CMC would only be convened after the DP completed its work. It is strange that the WP could act so decisively in the cases of Ms. Khan and Mr. Pereira, where there were no court findings on their conduct. Yet now, in a far graver case of dishonesty and lying, it needs 4 months to figure out the import of the court's clear judgment of Mr. Singh.
Speaker.
Ms. Lim, you want to raise a point of order?
Yes. Earlier you had advised all members to stick to the matters involved in the resolutions. I wonder what the leader has been saying. What has it got to do with the resolutions?
Leader, first I want to say that I think I have made those remarks, and I've said that only with reference, we're not questioning the decisions of the court, but with respect to setting out the context, those can be cited. Yeah.
So my point is that the leader is now touching on what the Workers' Party is doing to follow up on the judgment. So I wonder what that has got to do with the resolutions.
Leader.
I thank Ms. Lim for her clarification. My point is timing, and the point is what I was getting to, which is that while I understand that this is what the WP is doing, Parliament cannot wait on the WP. Nor should our view depend on the WP's internal deliberations.
Mr. Tiong.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order under Standing Order 56. The leader has stated that Mr. Singh has lied to the courts and lied to Singaporeans. The court conviction was specifically for lying to the COP under oath. No perjury charge was brought. These characterizations impute improper motives beyond the court's actual findings. I ask that the leader confine her remarks to what the court actually found.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Cheong for his clarification. Maybe I should explain to him step by step. If a statement is made to the court and the court finds that that is not true or rejects it, it must follow, as a matter of logic, that what was told to the court is not the truth. Now, the court can decide whether or not it wishes to proceed with perjury, but the court does not have to do so. But the point I'm making is that what was told to the court, if untrue, must follow it that it is a lie. It's just a matter of logic. If I may be permitted to continue, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, Parliament cannot wait on the WP, nor should our view depend on the WP's internal deliberations or on whether Mr. Singh's actions convene the WP Constitution. This House must decide on the matter without unnecessary delay, as it reflects on the standing and the integrity of Parliament. Sir, I have also moved that Parliament considers that Mr. Singh's conviction and conduct render him unsuitable to continue as the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Singh was first designated Leader of the Opposition by then Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong after the 2020 general election. After the 2025 general election, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong again designated Mr. Singh as the Leader of the Opposition. The office of the Leader of the Opposition was formally established in 2020 to recognize Singaporeans' strong desire for a greater diversity of views in our politics and to enable our political system to evolve in a way that maintains our sense of national purpose. That objective remains valid. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition is not an ordinary MP. He has greater responsibilities and privileges than other backbenchers. To recap, the duties of the Leader of the Opposition include leading the opposition in presenting alternative views in parliamentary debates on policies, bills, and motions, scrutinizing the government's positions and actions in Parliament, and nominating opposition members for appointment to select committees. In addition, the Leader of the Opposition may be asked to take on other duties, such as attending official state functions and taking part in visits and meetings alongside members of the government and the public service. When he does so, he goes as a representative of Parliament. The Leader of the Opposition also receives specific privileges. He will, from time to time, receive confidential briefings by the government on important national issues, such as security and external relations, especially during a national crisis or emergency. In debates, he gets the right of first response and more time for his speeches, equal to a minister's speech time. He's provided an office in Parliament, additional staff support and resources, and double the allowance of an elected MP. Clearly, the LO position carries important duties and privileges. Whoever holds this designation must be respected and trusted as a competent representative of the people. When the office of the Leader of the Opposition was first introduced, there were high hopes for the role and how it would enhance the functioning and standing of Parliament. But now, Mr. Singh has done all these things that I have set out and been convicted in court for lying to a committee of Parliament. Under these circumstances, the conclusion is clear and beyond doubt. Mr. Singh's conduct was dishonourable and unbecoming of an MP, and he has fallen short of the requirements and standards expected of a Leader of the Opposition. If members agree with this conclusion, they should vote in favour of the motion. If they disagree and wish to vote against, they should justify to this House and to Singaporeans why Singapore should accept such lowered standards of honesty and integrity from their political leaders. WP MPs have often made speeches in this House about the importance of accountability. They have declared it their mission to hold the government to account. The question is whether they believe that their own members, including their leader, should also be held to account for doing something wrong, especially after the court has convicted them of a crime. The WP and Mr. Singh himself have expressed strong views against lying and dishonesty. After Ms. Khan lied to Parliament and after the cover-up failed, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal recommended to the WP-CEC that she be expelled from the party if she did not resign. The WP-CEC accepted the recommendation. When Mr. Leon Pereira was discovered to have lied to the WP leadership about his extramarital affair, Mr. Singh said, "The constitution of the Workers' Party requires candidates to be honest and frank in their dealings with the party and the people of Singapore. Leon's conduct and not being truthful when asked by the party leadership about the allegation fell short of the standards expected of WP MPs. This is unacceptable. Had he not offered his resignation, I would have recommended to the CEC that he be expelled from the party." Notably, swift justice was meted out just for lying to the WP leadership. Ms. Khan and Mr. Pereira had not lied to a committee of Parliament or under oath, and Mr. Pereira had not been charged for a crime, let alone found guilty by the court. I'm sure the WP will agree with me that the same standards and rigor must apply whether to backbenchers or party leaders. Of course, the same standards apply also to PAP MPs. If a PAP MP or political office holder is found guilty of lying or dishonesty, nobody doubts that serious consequences will follow. It would be untenable for them to continue as if nothing happened. In serious cases, they will have to relinquish their positions. Members may recall that in 1999, PAP MP Chu Wee Kiang was charged for cheating. He resigned before pleading guilty. In 2024, Mr. S. Iswaran resigned as soon as he was charged, even before conviction. Mr. Tan Chuan Jin resigned on account of his personal conduct, even though there was no criminal offense. In all of these cases, the MPs resigned their seats as a matter of party discipline and to express remorse and accountability, but most of all, to maintain the high standards expected of those in public office. These standards underpin our system of government and are crucial to providing Singaporeans with the quality of leaders and government that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, this matter goes beyond party politics. Honesty and integrity are non-negotiable. They form the foundation of our political system and of good governance in Singapore. If Parliament allows these standards to slip, distrust will gradually take root and the public confidence in our institutions will be eroded, inevitably and irreversibly. The damage would be profound and exceedingly difficult to recover from. By supporting this motion, members will show that this generation of MPs are determined never to allow that to happen and that we will continue to uphold and enforce the rigorous standards that have served Singapore well and will continue to do so for many years to come. I therefore ask all members to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Teo?
The Leader of the House characterized it as a cover-up that was not found in the court filings. So under Standing Orders 56, I don't believe that is permissible.
Could you repeat again what you just said?
The Leader of the House characterized it as a cover-up, which was not found in the legal judgment. So I do not believe this is permissible under Standing Order 56, which involves imputing improper motives.
Leader?
Moment, Mr. Speaker, so that I can be very clear. Mr. Cheong has just raised a point of order. He says that the court did not use the word or did not find there was a cover-up. The district court judgment at paragraph 489 stated that the three WP leaders had acted to conceal their involvement in guiding Ms. Khan to maintain the untruth since 8 August 2021. Conceal, if one looks in the general meaning of the dictionary, usually means cover up.
Mr. Singh?
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I wish to state that when it comes to the vote on this motion, I have communicated with the Workers' Party MPs that the party whip is lifted. They are free to vote as they consider fit. My submissions in response to what the leader has said, going through aspects of the judgment, my submissions to the court and my defense are found online. I've posted all my defense submissions online. They can be read. So after any magistrate court has given its judgment, the decision can only be appealed to the High Court and no further. There's no further right of appeal to the Court of Appeal. One has to accept the verdict fully and without reservation. I will explain why I was disappointed with the judgment, a public comment which I did not hear from the leader's opening. I will explain why I was disappointed with the judgment and therefore do not agree with it. To this end, I will make some general points first and address all the resolutions of the motion in the course of my speech. I use the word resolutions, leader used the word limbs. The defense's position, amongst other things, was straightforward. Raisa Khan was not told to take a lie to the grave on the 8th of August 2021. The courts have ruled that her SMS message of the 8th of August of having been told to take a lie to the grave was the anchoring piece of documentary evidence, and along with other circumstantial evidence, led to the trial judge's conclusion that such a statement was made by myself. My conscience remains clear, as it will forever, that this was not said by me to Khan at any point in time. As for the other circumstantial evidence used to sustain my conviction, the legal opinion of the defense at trial was that enough evidence was canvassed to court to render a conviction on both charges unsafe in law with reasonable doubt duly established. This explains why the defense's considered view was that there was no necessity for me to call Ms. Sylvia Lim and Mr. Faisal Manap up as witnesses. This is all I will say on this point in concert with Speaker's early ruling, as I do not intend to use my speech to review matters the court has deliberated and ruled upon. To that end, the law has run its course, and I accept and respect that. On resolution 1 of the motion, as an opposition MP, my colleagues and I play a role in upholding our organs of state. This disposition explains why I have no difficulty agreeing with resolution 1 of the motion. On resolution 2, it is worthwhile to recall that the COP's findings went much further than the charges that were preferred against me. It is a fact that the subject of guiding Khan to continue to lie, which is found in the Leader of the House's motion, was not framed as a charge that was preferred against me. Parliament would recall that it had referred my matter to the police and the PP, the public prosecutor, to review all evidence afresh. It follows that the public prosecutor would have no trouble framing a charge to this effect if indeed there was sufficient evidence that I had guided Khan to lie. My position is Khan was not told to lie, let alone guided to lie. I reject resolution 2. To this end, sir, let me refer to some reports that were published in the Straits Times as the appeal was heard. 3:40 p.m., 4th of November last year. Justice Chong says the prosecution's point that Mr. Singh did not stand up to clarify on the 4th of October 2021 when Ms. Khan doubled down on her lie in Parliament is not remarkable. It is not realistic to expect him to immediately react to what she said was a lie, he says. This can cut both ways, as events subsequently demonstrate, he adds. The judge notes that it is unrealistic to say that just because Singh did not stand up that day to clarify, it does not mean that doubling down is something he told her to do. I also refer to the notes of evidence of the 4th of November on appeal. This is at page 51. Court. But this is court to my lawyer. But you are pitching your case to say that Mr. Singh never told her to lie. But that might be right. My lawyer, I am not pitching it. I mean factually, as Your Honour has recognized, that is right. Nobody is saying that. Court, correct. On Resolution 3, I disagree that my conduct was dishonourable and unbecoming of an MP, as I disagree with the finding of guilt by the courts and the COP. Owing to relatively recent developments to the criminal law, the prosecution today must hand over witness statements in its possession that are favourable to my case before the trial begins. This is a legal obligation under what are referred to as the CADA disclosure rules. As per law, I was given portions of low-paying statements that she made to the police. However, such statements are inadmissible in court, subject to the criteria in Section 259 of the Criminal Procedure Code and subject to the usual rules of evidence. In addition, under Section 225A of the Criminal Procedure Code, permission must be given by the public prosecutor to use the undisclosed statements outside trial proceedings. I wrote to the public prosecutor seeking permission to refer to these undisclosed statements for the purposes of today's parliamentary motion. However, my request was rejected by the public prosecutor. Nonetheless, Parliament is sovereign, which means it is supreme above all other government institutions, including the executive and judicial bodies. And for parliamentary purposes, police statements under oath must be official documents, and the reply to one question goes to the heart of my position in rejecting Resolution 3 of the motion. Members would remember that these police statements arose out of Parliament's referral of Mr. Faisal and myself to the public prosecutor. As Parliament is sovereign, I would like to pass up a copy to Speaker for his consideration before permission is given to me to read out one question and its corresponding answer.
Mr. Singh, may I hand over to Lin Hui. Leader, you have a point of order? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to inquire. The statements that Mr. Singh is referring to, is he referring to statements that the prosecution had provided him for purposes of the trial? Mr. Singh's answer was that is correct. And Mr. Singh's position was that he had asked, so that was provided during the trial, before the trial. So Mr. Singh is now asking, or he says that he had asked the public prosecutor for permission to use them for today's motion. Is that correct?
Mr.
Yes, yes, that is correct.
And the public prosecutor has said no.
That is correct.
And Mr. Singh is asking Mr. Speaker to rule to allow the prosecution's statements for this motion.
Not the prosecution statement, the police statement.
The police statement.
That's correct.
So basically, PP has said no.
That's right.
And Mr. Singh is asking the Speaker to rule.
For the reason that Parliament is sovereign.
As I stated from the onset, we are Parliament today. We are not re-litigating the case. Right? What you have provided to me, Mr. Singh, is something which you have stated the public prosecutor, or rather the police, have refused to release to you. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, I am not re-litigating the case. I want to stress that. The statement that I have handed over to Speaker was not admissible in court, but it remains a police statement made under oath, and my application, if I can call it that, is to allow me to recite the question and answer to that statement because it is of relevance to Resolution 3 in the motion.
Sorry, Minister, you have a point of order? Yep.
I haven't looked at the provisions myself, but perhaps Mr. Singh can clarify. He has asked AGC and AGC has said no. Is there a legal provision that governs the use of such documents? And does that give AGC the power to say yes or no?
Mr. Singh?
The relevant provision is Section 225A of the Criminal Procedure Code, and I have a copy of it here. So perhaps I can read out from it, and the answer would be in the affirmative, but because I have the provision, let me just read it out. Restrictions on use of material disclosed by the prosecution, Section 225A. Relevant provision 225A1, where the prosecution discloses any material to the accused or the accuser's advocate for the purposes of criminal proceedings, the material may be disclosed for the purposes of the criminal proceedings to any co-accused in the criminal proceedings or to the advocate, if any, or I beg your pardon, of any such co-accused by the following persons: the accused, the accuser's advocate, or any other co-accused or advocate to whom the material was disclosed under this paragraph. Lim B, 1B, on or after 17 September 2018, each of the following persons is deemed to give an undertaking to the court not to use that material for any purpose other than the purposes of those criminal proceedings without the permission of the public prosecutor. So to answer the Minister's question, these are the relevant provisions, and the public prosecutor has to be informed, or permission has to be granted from him to use those statements outside of criminal proceedings.
So it is as I thought. I haven't read it recently, but as a point of clarification, and I'm sure Speaker can get advice, but it would appear that it is set out in a legislative provision that such information can only be released within the framework set out in that legislation. And maybe I'm not sure that I've ever come across a situation where Parliament can ignore the legal position set out in law. But it's a matter of clarification.
I will make a ruling on this later. Indeed, it is true that the judiciary is one organ of state, and likewise the Parliament is another organ of state. So, Mr. Singh, if I may request you to continue with your speech, I will study this further, and I'll make a ruling on your request at a later stage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will continue. There are those who believe that whatever our courts decide, a convicted person is unable to retain their belief that they are innocent insofar as a conviction is concerned. In 1994, President Tharman Shanmugaratnam was convicted for a different criminal offense, the President, who opened this very session of Parliament only some months back, was asked about this in an interview with the online news channel Mothership just prior to his election victory in the 2023 presidential elections. He said in response to his conviction that, I quote, "They got the wrong man," unquote. A criminal conviction does not negate one's right to assert innocence. A finding of guilt by the courts did not undermine the President's personal view of his conviction. In my case, my conscience will always be clear insofar as my conviction on both charges is concerned. However, as I iterated in my public remarks after the judgment was given, I take full responsibility for not responding quickly enough to correct Khan's lie in her speech on women's empowerment in Parliament on the 3rd of August 2021. In fact, this was not the first time that I had taken responsibility to this effect. I had done so in similar terms publicly 3 times before, first at the COP itself, next at the debate on the COP report, and finally at the trial court. I did not have close to 3 years to deal with a sensitive matter involving one of my MPs. My time frame was far shorter, and I tried to do what I deemed was best for the MP in question and for Parliament, with a view to work towards an outcome where the MP took ownership and responsibility for her actions. I certainly did not expect the MP to double down on her lie when asked about it. So I reject Resolution 3 of the motion. That said, I reiterate, I should have done better in balancing the need to be sensitive to Khan for the reasons she gave for lying to Parliament on the one hand, and resolving the matter of a lie in Parliament as soon as possible. Resolution 4 asserts that my continuation in the LO role would undermine public confidence in the integrity of Singapore's political system, amongst other things. To this, I make one point. On the matter of the Leader of the Opposition appointment, I refer to a question that was asked of me by Daryl Lim, a Lianhe Zaopao reporter, on the 4th of May last year, one day after polling day. He asked, in the next Parliament, it looks like the PAP and Workers' Party. As Leader of the Opposition, what does it look like for the future of the opposition in Singapore? I answered, I don't know whether I'm going to be Leader of the Opposition. This is something the government of the day has to decide. So let's see what happens there. In Singapore, the Leader of the Opposition appointment is not a constitutional or statutory one. I have never operated on the assumption that the Leader of the Opposition appointment is a given, nor have I hankered for it. I have done my best to work with my colleagues to advance the interests of Singaporeans with the Workers' Party as a responsible opposition through the office. I reject Resolution 4, which flows from Resolution 2 and 3. On Resolution 5, I take the view that no action should be taken against my colleagues Sylvia Lim and Faisal Manap, as I do not agree with the judgment and the findings of the COP. In the course of his speech, Leader of the House made a tangential point about the other duties of the office or other duties of the Leader of the Opposition, including following government on overseas trips and receiving classified briefings. Perhaps in good order, the leader can share how many of such briefings were extended to me and how many trips I went with the government to various places for. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I see a better future for Singapore and Singaporeans with a more balanced parliament and a democratic society based on justice and equality. The future we envisage for Singapore does not call for the destruction of the stable and sensible politics Singaporeans seek to uphold in Singapore. And that makes Resolution 6 of the motion unobjectionable. In fact, my predecessor, Mr. Loh Tia Kiang, after giving evidence at my trial, said to the media, and I quote, "The voters can make a distinction between who is a good politician and who is not a good politician. And I believe Pritam Singh is a good politician. He is a capable, competent leader with a heart for Singapore and Singaporeans." Unquote. To be clear, I do not undertake my political work for such testimonies. I am grateful for the support of Singapore and Singaporeans, and like my colleagues and leaders before me, all of us endeavour to do our best for Singapore. In my case, whatever Parliament decides, and as long as I'm a Member of Parliament, I will continue my work as an MP on the ground in Aljunied GRC, and I will continue to advocate for Singaporeans in Parliament to the best of my abilities, as I have for the last 15 years. For the Workers' Party and to my fellow Singaporeans, we press on and we continue working for Singapore. Thank you, Speaker.
Does anyone wish to speak on this bill, on this motion? Ms. Kwa Bunting.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the motion as an NMP and a non-partisan member of this House. I do not personally know the Leader of the Opposition. This being only my third day in Parliament, I've so far not had the opportunity to meet Mr. Pritam Singh and make his acquaintance. Indeed, I have not had the chance to meet with most of my parliamentary colleagues. So with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to briefly explain my own background. I am an advocate and solicitor who has been in practice for over 30 years. My profession, the legal profession, is an honorable one, and its members are held to high ethical standards to act with integrity and honesty, to uphold justice, and to preserve the public's trust. I'm one of the senior counsel who sit on the panel of disciplinary tribunal presidents on the Law Society of Singapore disciplinary cases. This means that when a complaint is made against a practicing lawyer alleging professional misconduct and the matter is deemed serious enough to warrant investigation by a disciplinary tribunal, I have from time to time been appointed to preside over such cases. In considering these cases, the disciplinary tribunal must first be satisfied that the charges of professional misconduct are proven beyond reasonable doubt. The tribunal must then consider if due cause has been shown that will warrant referring the lawyer to the court of 3 judges for consideration of disciplinary action. Just to explain to members that findings that would justify such a referral for disciplinary action include cases where the advocate and solicitor, number 1, has been convicted of a criminal offence implying a defect of character which makes him or her unfit for the profession. 2, has been found guilty of fraudulent or grossly improper conduct in the discharge of his or her professional duty, or guilty of certain breaches that amount to improper conduct or practice as an advocate and solicitor. And 3, has been guilty of misconduct unbefitting an advocate and solicitor as an officer of the Supreme Court or as a member of an honourable profession. Now, that list is not intended to be exhaustive. I should also mention that as legal counsel, I advise the medical profession, which is another profession that is held to high standards of ethical conduct. Doctors, dentists, nurses, and allied health professionals are also subjected to self-regulation in the form of a complaints and disciplinary process. If allegations of professional misconduct are proven and due cause is shown, a doctor's privileges to practice could be suspended or revoked. And like lawyers, doctors can be disciplined by their own professional body, even if the doctor has already been separately held accountable in a court of law and convicted for a criminal offence. One is accountable to the law in a criminal court, but must also be accountable to one's own profession. Indeed, the professions of law and medicine have much in common. In July of 2017, the Honourable the Chief Justice Sundaresh Menon delivered the 23rd Gordon Arthur Ransom oration entitled Law and Medicine, Professions of Honour, Service and Excellence, in which he referenced lawyers and doctors as the sibling professions of law and medicine, who serve critical functions in contemporary society. He called on members of both professions to, among other things, and I quote, appreciate and commit to their shared calling to public service and to serve with excellence in ethics as well as competence, so as not to betray the trust of the laypersons who rely on professionals to safeguard their interests and welfare. In another important speech he would go on to deliver in March of 2018, entitled Medicine and Law, Comparative Perspectives on Professional Conduct and Discipline, our Chief Justice would go on to say, and again I quote, "It is for the sake of the protection of the public, therefore, that the professions have always sought to regulate themselves and to punish those of their number who are guilty of misconduct. In this regard, formal disciplinary proceedings provide not only a means for a profession to enforce its standards, but also an avenue for it to communicate to the public, as well as to underscore to its members the values and ethos which undergird its work." The point I wish to make is this: anyone who has taken the Hippocratic Oath and been conferred the privileges of medical practice, and anyone who has been brought up in the best traditions of the bar, and that includes the Leader of the Opposition, will know very well that we are called by our profession to act with honor and integrity. The special privileges that we receive as lawyers and doctors can be taken away if we do not live up to the standards of honesty and probity that is expected from us. So I ask this: what more if one is a member of Parliament in service of the public? What more if one is the Leader of the Opposition, who has been specially conferred with the privileges and respect that comes with that special position? Surely, the standards of conduct for the profession of parliamentarians cannot be lower than what is expected from the legal or medical professional. And what the Chief Justice has alluded to about professional bodies always seeking to regulate themselves and having processes to enforce standards is, to me, what this motion is all about. It is not enough for any profession to simply claim to have standards of conduct and declare itself an honorable profession. To retain the trust and confidence of the public, we must be prepared to call out behavior and conduct that has fallen short of those standards, hold people to account, and consider appropriate sanction or measures that must be taken. In considering this motion, we look to the decision of Justice of the Court of Appeal Stephen Chong, who dismissed the appeal lodged by the Leader of the Opposition and upheld the conviction on 2 charges of willfully giving false answers to a parliamentary committee of privileges. Upholding the rule of law means we must accept the finality and authority of our court judgments. The district judge rendered his decision only after weighing all the evidence, hearing the parties' submissions, and applying the law without fear or favor. His decision was in turn scrutinized closely by a very senior appellate judge who was satisfied that the conviction must be upheld. Whether we like the outcome or find it disappointing, the integrity of our legal system depends on our commitment to honor the result. I was glad that following the unsuccessful appeal, Mr. Pritam Singh had publicly stated that he accepts the court's judgment fully and without reservation, although it now seems that he has clarified he accepts the court's decision only because there is no other avenue of appeal, but not because he actually agrees that the decision was correct. To willfully give answers must mean that the conduct leading to conviction involved dishonesty. The first paragraph of the motion asks that we affirm that honesty and integrity are fundamental pillars of Singapore's parliamentary and political system. To this, I say that there should be no question in the minds of any reasonable, right-thinking person that that must be the case. If the public that we serve are to have trust and confidence in our systems, they have every right to demand that honesty and integrity be the fundamental pillars by which we conduct ourselves and Parliament's business. And there should be no hesitation on our part to support paragraph 1 of the motion, as well as paragraph 6 of the motion, which calls upon all members of Parliament to uphold their solemn duty to respect and abide by the law, act with integrity at all times, and honor the trust placed in them by Singaporeans. I would go so far as to say that if we were to vote on each paragraph of the motion separately, and anyone were to vote no to paragraph 1 and paragraph 6, that would automatically raise serious questions about their fitness to serve. The other paragraphs of the motion that relate to Mr. Pritam Singh's conduct calls on each of us to indicate if we agree with the characterization of that conduct as dishonorable and unbecoming of a member of Parliament, and whether Mr. Pritam Singh's conviction and conduct renders him unsuitable to continue as the leader of the opposition on grounds that his continuation in this role would undermine the standing of Parliament and public confidence in the integrity of Singapore's political system. As I've explained, the need to characterize misconduct and consider if it is serious enough to potentially warrant the curtailment or stripping away of certain special privileges is certainly not a decision that is new to me when I preside over a disciplinary tribunal. What I can say is this: when we make our deliberations and vote on the motion, it must never be based on personal factors, but purely on the objective standards of conduct that we are called to uphold, and in circumstances where an authoritative finding of guilt has already been made. I trust that all of us will approach the motion in the same way and make our judgment based on these unassailable principles and sound objective considerations. Finally, I want to say this: we are all human and we all make mistakes. We may commit errors of judgment, maybe even serious ones. The true test of our character lies not in our failings or what we may have done on our worst day. It is in how we respond, whether we are able to openly acknowledge our wrongdoings, show genuine remorse and contrition, not seeking to lay blame elsewhere. In this motion, members are asked if we agree that Mr. Pritam Singh's conduct was indeed dishonorable and unbecoming of a member of Parliament, and that his continuation as leader of the opposition will undermine the standing of Parliament and public confidence in the integrity of our political system. I invite Mr. Pritam Singh to reflect on his own conduct and indicate if he would be the first to agree that he has indeed fallen below the standards that should rightly be expected of him, and whether he would respond appropriately by voluntarily agreeing to give up the position of leader of the opposition. It would be the clearest sign he could offer this House that he has indeed learned the error of his ways, and he acknowledges that the trust and respect that comes with the position of the leader of the opposition is one that he now has to work hard to earn back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I otherwise support the motion. Thank you.
Ms. Tim Paling.
In Mandarin, 议长先生，常言道， 人非圣贤，孰能无过？但常言也道，知错能改，善莫大焉。的确，每个人生活中都有犯错的时候，从错误中学习也是成长的一部分。所以，犯错不可怕，我们如何面对、处理错误才更为关键。今天的动议，很遗憾的，正是因为有议员在国会中犯错后，接连的处理不当而引发的。国会是一个神圣的殿堂，国会议员承载了人民的委托与信任。在这里，我们就国际形势、执政方针和民生课题进行辩论和立法。这不仅关乎国家的未来，更直接影响人民的生活。更何况，国会的素质不仅体现了我国的民主制度和治理能力，也反映了新加坡人民的价值观和期许。当国际社会观察我们的国会时，他们不仅关注法律和政策的制定过程，还是在评估新加坡作为一个现代国家在诚信和透明度方面的表现。这当中不仅是内阁，也包括所有的议员。因此，高素质的国会能够提升新加坡在全球舞台上的形象，增强他国对我们的信任与合作意愿。在国会里负责任，便也是对人民和新加坡负责任。我们如今已经步入了第15届的国会，新加坡在几代领导的带领与人民共同的努力下，历经艰辛，从第3世界跃升为今天的第1世界国家。随着国家的发展，人民的需求越加多元，我们面对的挑战也越加复杂。在这样的背景下，我们必须确保国会兼容并蓄，海纳百川。多元的声音和意见固然是件好事，但必须有一个共识：我们的国会必须坚持和贯彻诚实、正直和负责的理念，从而保持国会的公信力，确保国会有效运作。这才是捍卫民主的根本。各位或许听说过出自《战国策》的成语“三人成虎”。战国时，庞公出使赵国前，对魏王说：“街市上若有人说有虎，您不信；两人说您会起疑；三人说您就信了。所以，谎言传播了3次，就会以假乱真。因此，第1次谎言被发现的时候，就必须遏制，不能让它有第2次甚至是第3次的发生，不然这种真相错觉会误导人民，太危险了。一旦撕开了口子，洞就会越来越大。我们可以持不同观点，据理力争，但必须是基于事实的争辩。鉴于国会是我们民主制度的顶梁柱，以及反对党领袖这一角色的重要性，我们现在面对的局面令人感到非常失望和伤心。法院已2次判定反对党领袖在特权委员会面前撒谎，并引导一位初级国会议员在国会中继续撒谎，结果导致了今天这一场动议的辩论。新加坡国会见证了几位杰出、负责且备受尊敬的反对派领袖。从建国总理李光耀先生在人民行动党成立政府之前，到后来人民党的詹时中先生和工人党的刘成强先生，我国国会其实不乏可敬的反对党角色。因此，在2020年大选后设立了一个正式的反对党领袖的角色，由工人党的毕丹新先生担任至今。反对党领袖这个角色的正式设立，也代表了我们强化我国民主制度的重要迈进。刘成强先生在领导工人党时倡导诚实、透明和问责，许多人有目共睹。尽管我们在政治观点上存在分歧， 尽管我们党派不同，刘先生的确是一位受尊重的政治领袖。因此，看到如今反对党领袖被法庭裁定对国会不诚实，并引导其党初级议员赖玉莎继续掩盖谎言的局面，难免令人唏嘘。今天的动议意义非凡，我们必须尽快得出结论，并向前迈进。我们仍有民生课题与国家大事等待着我们去解决，所以我们必须尽快把国会的注意力和精力拉回到这些正题上。然而，要实现这一目标，确保国会保持高水平的公信力是重中之重。因此，就眼前的动议，国会全体同仁有必要表态，我在此支持动议。
Mr. Mockley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with some hesitation. I did not come into Parliament to speak on matters of political conduct or party leadership. My instinct and my focus as a nominated Member of Parliament has always been on the practical challenges facing our economy, on business competitiveness, jobs, cost, and how Singapore continues to thrive in an increasingly uncertain world. I want to state clearly at the outset, I have respect for the leader of the opposition. From my study of his speeches and my limited personal interactions, I believe that his heart, like that of many members of this House, is for Singapore. Differing views, even strong disagreements, are not a weakness in a political system. They are often a source of renewal, correction, and long-term resilience. Mr. Speaker, as I thought through this motion, two considerations weighed most heavily on me. Let me address them in turn. Singapore has no natural resources. What we have and what we've always relied upon is trust. Trust in our institutions, trust in the rule of law, trust that truth matters, especially when it is uncomfortable. At the apex of these institutions stands Parliament. History is unambiguous at this point. The historian Arnold Toynbee, in his extensive study of civilizations, observed that civilizations rarely collapse because of external attack. They collapse because of internal failure. As he put it succinctly, civilizations die from suicide, not by murder. This lesson is sobering. Nations unravel not when they face challenges, but when their core institutions fail to respond with honesty, discipline, and moral clarity. When standards are bent, when truth becomes negotiable, truth erodes quietly at first and then decisively. As former nominated member Ms. Janet Ang once observed in this House, institutional credibility is hard-won but easily lost, and once lost, extremely difficult to restore. In a small, open economy like Singapore, trust is just not a moral value. It is a strategic asset. From the perspective of business and investment, this is not theoretical. Investors assess not only tax regimes or incentives, but whether a country's institutions are reliable, predictable, and principled. Trust lowers risk. Distrust raises it. Where trust fails, political risks rise. Investors and businesses price in uncertainty, and growth slows. This reinforces a simple reality. Trust is not an abstract ideal. It is a foundational economic asset. Singapore's attractiveness as an investment hub and as a hub for trade and innovation rests on the confidence that our institutions are fair, reliable, and accountable. It is because of this centrality of trust that I felt compelled to speak today, even though this matter lies outside my usual substantive terrain. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I approach this motion with care. This debate arises from a matter that has been tested through due process and adjudicated by the courts. The conviction and the findings of the Committee of Privileges now form part of the public and legal record, and they must be respected. The question before this House, therefore, is not to revisit the facts, but to reflect on what these findings mean for a parliamentary leadership position that carries distinct responsibilities and expectations. I affirm without reservation the principle that no member of this House stands above the law, and that honesty before Parliament and its committees is non-negotiable. As my fellow former nominated member, Mr. Raj Joshua Thomas had observed in past debates, truthfulness is not a mere procedural requirement. It is what gives legitimacy to our laws and moral authority to our decisions. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I reflected on a simple litmus test, not as a lawyer, but drawing on leadership experience, institutional stewardship, and my role as a nominated member of Parliament. Nominated members are appointed, not elected. We serve without party affiliation and without an electoral mandate. Our legitimacy rests entirely on the trust and confidence of those who appointed us and of this House. If a nominated member were to lie to Parliament, be tried in a court of law, and be convicted, the first question he or she must confront is not a legal one, but an institutional one. Do I still hold the trust and confidence of those who appointed me? I believe the answer in such circumstances will almost invariably be no. The proper course will be to step aside from any position of responsibility within this House, not as a matter of punishment, but as a matter of integrity. That duty is amplified when the offense itself is dishonesty directed at the very institution that one serves. Trust cannot be compartmentalized. It is either present or it is not. Applying that same standard consistently, I find it difficult to argue that lesser expectations should apply when the office in question is a parliamentarian leadership position carrying defined responsibilities, duties, and privileges. This is, of course, a matter of judgment, and I state my judgment unreservedly as a nominated member of Parliament, exercising the responsibility entrusted to me by this House to bring an independent, non-partisan perspective grounded in the national interest. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, having considered both the principle at stake and the responsibility attached to parliamentary leadership, I support the motion. It reflects fidelity to the role I was appointed to play and to the responsibility this House bears to uphold the integrity and standing of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when I was sworn in just 3 days ago, my son was watching from the gallery above. That moment reminded me that what we do in this House must stand not only for today, but for the next generation of Singaporeans who will inherit these institutions. Thank you.
Mr. William.
Speaker, in mid-December, media reports quoted the Leader of the House announcing that Parliament would be discussing what should follow after the High Court judgment in Mr. Pritam Singh's case. I was waiting to see what resolutions the Leader would ask Parliament to pass. After 3 weeks of anticipation, the motion we are debating today is entitled Expression of Regret at the Conduct of Mr. Pritam Singh and Consideration of His Suitability to Continue as Leader of the Opposition. Sir, I wish to offer my personal views on some of the key resolutions. As I am an interested party in the matter, I stress that these views are my own, and I am not speaking for the Workers' Party in this regard. First, on resolutions number 2 to 4, touching on Mr. Pritam Singh. Parliament had in 2022 referred Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal Manap to the public prosecutor, who proceeded to prosecute Mr. Singh. After a trial, Mr. Singh was convicted and his appeal was dismissed. He has paid the fine of $14,000. It bears highlighting the differences between the present case involving Mr. Singh and previous instances when MPs have misconducted themselves and had resigned. Mr. Singh's case is unlike the other instances where the MPs themselves admitted their wrongdoings. Mr. Singh has maintained his innocence, contested the charges, and appealed against his conviction. The court has, however, found him guilty, and his conviction has been upheld on appeal. Sir, the motion proposed by the Leader of the House does not just ask this House to express its disapproval, but also seeks to initiate a removal of Mr. Singh as the Leader of the Opposition. Given the different circumstances of Mr. Singh, the question that arises is whether Parliament should subject Mr. Singh to a further punishment by initiating a removal of him from his position as the Leader of the Opposition. Is this necessary? Or is this a political exercise? Sir, earlier some members spoke about how Parliament will be judged. Indeed, when Parliament reopened last September, I spoke about the importance of Parliament as an institution. I pointed out that under the World Justice Project's rule of law rankings, the Singapore Parliament was not faring well in its fundamental task of being an effective check on the executive government's powers. I urged that all of us in this House see each other as fellow Singaporeans who are not enemies but competitors, who had common cause in serving fellow citizens through this House. I emphasize our duty to ensure that this House serve the interests of citizens outside the House. So I believe this motion today does not serve Singaporeans, but is a party political exercise. And I can foresee that our Parliament will slip further down the rule of law rankings on the factor of being able to effectively check government power. This is unhealthy and not in the national interest. So next I move on to Resolution 5 of the motion, which mentions me specifically. Resolution 5 states that the High Court judgment and the Committee of Privileges findings have implications on Mr. Faisal Manap and myself, which have to be considered separately. I must disagree with the linkage between the High Court judgment and my position. Earlier in statements to the media, the Leader of the House had stated that the COP had found that Mr. Singh, Mr. Faisal and I had lied to the committee by denying that we had told Ms. Raisa Khan to hide her untruth in an August 2021 meeting. The leader then asserted that, and I quote, "The COP's findings have been borne out by the court's judgments," unquote. So Mr. Singh was prosecuted and convicted. On appeal, the court upheld Mr. Singh's conviction. Neither Mr. Faisal nor I participated in the trial. I was interviewed by the police several times in late 2022, and so was Mr. Faisal. My impression was that I might be called as a prosecution witness. Following my interviews with the police and the submission of my written statement to them, I was not called as a witness by the prosecution. The COP in its conclusions had noted that I had voluntarily tendered evidence that was damaging to Mr. Singh. I had spoken about this matter in Parliament on 15 February 2022, when I had explained that the COP had omitted to refer to parts of my evidence given at the COP. I had said that my evidence, if considered as a whole, would not support the COP's conclusions. That was roughly 8 months before I was interviewed by the police. So having read the appeal judgment, I note that there are several references to me, but these are based on the evidence that was placed before the court by the prosecution. As the prosecution was solely against Mr. Singh, and Mr. Faisal and I were not called as witnesses by either party, we had no opportunity to present our side of the story to the court. The court's findings cannot be held against us. The leader, a senior counsel with decades of litigation experience, will no doubt be aware of what I had just said. So now I move on to the next steps. Parliament had already decided to refer Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal to the public prosecutor. The matter was no doubt fully and thoroughly investigated. Mr. Singh was prosecuted and eventually convicted. while the prosecution decided not to charge Mr. Faisal, but to issue him with an advisory. The advisory was to advise Mr. Faisal to familiarize himself with the conduct expected of members of Parliament under the Parliament Privileges, Immunities and Powers Act, or PIPA, and advising him to refrain from any act that may be in breach of it. Thus, the referral to the public prosecutor had reached its conclusion. For the reasons I've just explained, if there are any further steps that Parliament wishes to take against me, it must be based solely on the COP's conclusions and in accordance with PIPA. I state once again that I disagree with the COP's conclusions. Resolution 5 states that the matters regarding Mr. Faisal and myself have to be considered separately. I must say that this is very vague. Would the leader be so kind as to elaborate on what is meant and how long we would need to wait for this to be addressed? If Parliament wishes to take any further steps against me and Mr. Faisal, will we be given an opportunity to address Parliament before it proceeds to do so? Sir, before I end, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to Singaporeans for the support that they have given to the Workers' Party, especially in the past few weeks. We have received emails and letters of encouragement. Many Singaporeans have also approached us individually in hawker centres and malls to voice their concerns over this debate. They have advised us to take good care of ourselves and at the same time emphasized how important it was for us to continue our work. Sir, we in the Workers' Party are truly humbled by this outpouring of support from the public. We will continue our work and strive to do even better for them.
Mr. Gerard Giam.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first major motion brought before this House in 2026. It comes at a time where many Singaporeans are highlighting pressing issues that have a direct impact on their daily lives. We are also navigating the most challenging geopolitical landscape in recent memory. Be that as it may, the motion is before us, and it is our duty as parliamentarians to treat it with the utmost seriousness. The Leader of the Opposition and the Workers' Party whip, Mr. Pritam Singh, has lifted the whip on this debate, allowing each Workers' Party MP to speak and vote freely according to their own conscience and their assessment of the facts before them. It is in this spirit that I wish to state my considered position on the motion. I do not disagree with the principles in paragraphs 1 and 6 of the motion. Honesty and integrity are indeed the fundamental pillars of our parliamentary and political system. Every member of Parliament has a solemn duty to respect the law and honor the trust placed in them by Singaporeans. There is no dispute on these principles. Regarding paragraph 5 on Ms. Sylvia Lim and Mr. Faisal Manap, it is difficult for me to see how the findings in a judgment against the Leader of the Opposition can be held against Ms. Lim or Mr. Faisal, considering neither of them participated in the trial nor presented their own evidence in court. Regardless of the differing views in this House on Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal, it is important that Parliament does not allow this to drag on for too long. The Leader has said that Parliament will separately consider the matter on another occasion. I trust that it is not the intention of the government to let this matter persist over the next few years, as having the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads would be unfair to them. Paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 pertain to Mr. Pritam Singh. As Mr. Singh has stated today, he maintains that he disagrees with the judgment of the court and the findings of the COP. I note that in 2022, Parliament chose to refer Mr. Singh to the public prosecutor. After a lengthy investigation, a trial, and an appeal, the legal process has concluded. Mr. Singh has been sentenced and has paid his fines. By seeking to remove his position as Leader of the Opposition, this motion appears to be imposing a further political penalty on top of a legal one. We must also remember that the position of the Leader of the Opposition remains a role constituted at the Prime Minister's prerogative. If the Prime Minister now deems the appointment untenable, he has the authority to rescind it. The leader said MPs are entitled to express a view on Mr. Singh's suitability for that role. Is the Prime Minister seeking the views of Parliament to make his executive decision? The Workers' Party is vastly outnumbered in this House. There are 12 Workers' Party MPs in this Parliament compared to 87 People's Action Party MPs. The outcome of this motion may be a foregone conclusion due to the mathematical reality of this House, but the moral weight of the decision rests on every member. Regardless of Parliament's decision, the Workers' Party will continue our work on the ground. We will let our commitment to our service to our constituents speak for themselves. Ultimately, it is for the voters to decide on the representatives they want serving them. In recent weeks, I've been heartened by the many residents I've met during house visits and at neighborhood coffee shops. Many have offered words of encouragement and concern and have reaffirmed their support for us through this episode. They have urged us to stay focused on the issues that matter to their families and their livelihoods. I express my heartfelt thanks to our residents and supporters. Their trust is a reminder of why we are here and why we must press on with our responsibilities and to our residents and the nation. Once this motion is settled, I hope this House can move on to the crucial matters that affect the lives of all Singaporeans. So I strongly oppose the motion.
Dr. Neo Kok Peng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk on this motion. I'm new here. I am engineer, so I'll be very short and sharp. I'm also a fellow and a former vice president of the institutions of engineers who are trained to analyze systematically and logically. Interestingly, I'm also a layperson of the Investigation and Disciplinary Panel of the Institute of Singapore Chartered Accountants, or ISCA. We take our roles very seriously as they have impacts on a person's reputation and also his livelihood. We rely on objective evidence and less on emotions or personal opinions. Now, I'm going to ask 3 questions to myself in order to resolve or understand how I react to this motion. Principle, facts, and action. So what are the principles? This motion is all about honesty and integrity so that we have built trust in this august chamber. Now, what are the facts? We have to rely on evidence of factual things that are indisputable. And in my work, whether it's professional opinion or judgment, we rely more on the court findings. So these are factual stuff and not disputable. Then what is the action then? We address members in this chamber as honorable members. The public does expect us, and in particular office holders, to have the highest integrity and honesty. And it's thus not really tenable for the leader of opposition to carry on in this role as it is. Mr. Speaker, sir, I regret that we have to face this issue, but I believe Singaporeans held us and members in this chamber to the highest standards of honesty and integrity. And I rise to support this motion. Thank you.
Ms. Cassandra Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek a point of clarification from the Leader of the House. First of all, I thank NMP Ms. Kwa Boon Ting, Senior Counsel, for sharing her experience sitting on disciplinary tribunals pursuant to the Legal Profession Act. She elaborated on the requirements for a DT to find cause for disciplinary actions set out in 83, Section 83 of the LPA. Arising from NMP Ms. Kwa's speech, I have a point of clarification to the Leader of the House. Would the Leader please clarify, in general terms, how would Sections 83 and or 98 of the LPA operate where a member of the legal profession has been convicted of an offence arising from proceedings in the Parliament? Thank you.
Leader, you do this in your rounding up speech, okay? Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a question for the Leader of the House, since she has brought up the matter of Mr. Tan Chuan Jin. In July 2023, Mr. Tan Chuan Jin resigned as Speaker over an affair with a sitting Member of Parliament. The Prime Minister had known since late 2020, nearly 3 years. For nearly 3 years, the Speaker presided over this House, ruling on members' conduct, maintaining order, while in an affair with a member that he presided over.
Mr. Tiong, as I recounted earlier, we can discuss about others, but not. It will be. You should do it with a separate motion on another day.
It will be relevant, Speaker, if I can just finish.
All right.
Okay. Now, both Speaker and Leader of the Opposition are parliamentary leadership positions. Both situations raise questions about fitness for office. Arguably, the Speaker is more important than the LO, since the Speaker is in the line of succession for President. Yet Parliament was never asked to judge Mr. Tan Chuan Jin. No motion, not in 2020, not in 2021, not in 2022, not before his resignation, not after. Nearly 3 years of silence, and then a quiet exit, but not before calling my honourable colleague an effing populist. Mr. Singh faced the courts. He was convicted, he paid his fine, the legal process is complete. Now Parliament wants its turn. Mr. Tan faced nothing, no court, no conviction, no fine, and certainly no motion. So the member who faced nothing gets a quiet exit, and the member who already faced the courts must now face Parliament as well. So if this motion represents the proper standard for addressing misconduct by parliamentary leaders, why was Parliament never asked in those 3 years to judge Mr. Tan Chuan Jin? Which is the highest standard of accountability? And what justifies a motion for Mr. Pritam Singh of the WP, but not Mr. Tan Chuan Jin of the PAP?
Leader.
So just a clarification, because Mr. Cheung said no fine. Is it Mr. Cheung's position that you should have fines for extramarital affairs, that those are criminal offences?
The question is about fitness from parliamentary office, and that is what this motion is about. So I believe in, just read the motion again. In the third limb, you express regret at the conduct of Mr. Pritam Singh, which was dishonourable and unbecoming of a member of parliament. So what conditions of this situation do not obtain for Mr. Tan Chuan Jin?
Mr. Singh, you wanted to raise a point of clarification?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but not pertaining to what my colleague, Mr. Kenneth Tiong, was saying. Prior to this, I understand you said leader would be rounding up. I just wanted to know whether there is a ruling on my...
I will come to that shortly. I wanted to hear the rest of the speeches. I'll come to my ruling very soon.
Obliged.
I saw a hand. Yes, SPS side, Harun.
Mr. Speaker, I enter into this debate with a consternation and dismay over how events concerning the leader of the opposition have unfolded. It is regrettable that we have come to this, that the House has to discuss a motion to express its regret at his conduct and reconsider his suitability as leader of the opposition. I offer 3 points for members' consideration. First, let there be no doubt that the responsibility and duty of the leader of the opposition sits at a high bar, and rightly so. With the privileges accorded to the office, we consider him as the foremost representative of the opposition. He sits directly opposite the Prime Minister in this House, symbolizing his role as a principal counterbalance to the government of the day. He is accorded the right of first response in Parliament, allowing him to pose lead questions to ministers and to speak at greater length than any other member of Parliament. He is also given an office in Parliament, additional staff support and resources, and an allowance beyond other parliamentarians, opposition or otherwise. Mr. Speaker, these are not mere ceremonial honors. These are privileges to enable the leader of the opposition to effectively lend his scrutiny to government policy, to present alternative viewpoints, and to contribute meaningfully to parliamentary debate. And at times of crises or national emergencies, as mentioned earlier, he may also receive confidential briefings by the government. I think both sides of the House would agree that the office of the leader of the opposition comes with great responsibility, which arises out of a position of trust. Trust that he would be truthful at all times. Trust that he will act honorably and with integrity. And trust that when tested, the strength of his character will hold firm. From the office of the leader of the opposition, Singaporeans rightly demand the highest standards, to lead by example and to define the tone and tenor of how the opposition conducts itself in Parliament. How the leader of the opposition conducts himself also directly influences public's perception of our entire parliamentary system. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that the leader of the opposition conducts himself with honor and integrity and adheres to the highest ethical standards, not only for himself, but also for the office he holds, for the parliament he is a part of, and for the people this parliament serves. Some may argue that this is an inordinately high bar, but it is a necessary one. Necessary to preserve the sanctity of the proceedings in this House, Singapore's parliament. As far as honesty and integrity are concerned, we must continue to be resolutely firm that there is no inch at all to give and let slip in our parliamentary and political system, regardless of which side of the House we represent. Second, Mr. Speaker, the matter before us is no longer one of doubt or conjecture. Mr. Singh has been given ample opportunity to clear the air and to defend the charges against him through due process. This House has devoted significant time and attention to this matter, which has been examined thoroughly over 2 terms of Parliament. The matter has been ventilated fully before the courts, and it has been conclusively determined. The Honorable High Court judge said that, and I quote, "From the time he, Mr. Singh, learned about the untruth on 7 August 2021 till the time when it was decided that Ms. Khan should clarify the untruth on 11 October 2021, the appellant was hoping that he would not have to deal with it." The judgment also noted that the WP leaders were trying to manage risks of admitting to the untruth, considering whether the untruth would be raised again and would the government be able to discover the untruth. It also concluded that Mr. Pritam Singh did not intend, and I quote, did not intend that Ms. Khan should clarify the untruth and that he had given false testimony to the COP by claiming that he did. Though he maintains his assertion of innocence, Mr. Singh has said previously he accepted the court judgment fully and without reservation. The facts have been determined, and these are not matters of minor or technical significance. A member of Parliament had lied in this chamber. When that falsehood became known, the leader of the opposition and party leader to the said member of Parliament engaged in an exercise of risk assessment or damage control, rather than opting to come clean at the first opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in the chamber, we, the members of Parliament, make decisions that inform, that affect, and that impact the lives of our Singaporeans very directly. We have a solemn duty to respect and abide by all laws of our land, act with integrity at all times, and honor the trust that Singaporeans have placed in us. To lie, to protect or conceal untruth, to even consider weighing whether an untruth would be found out, fundamentally breaches the trust Singaporeans expect of us. Such a conduct, sir, I submit respectfully, is unbecoming and brings disrepute to this House. Third, Mr. Speaker, I am deeply concerned about what this episode means for the integrity of our institutions and the example we set for future generations. Younger parliamentarians, and indeed younger Singaporeans, look to and observe the conduct of our leaders. They look to leaders for ethical guidance and counsel, for standards of accountability, and for direction on how integrity is upheld. We all falter from time to time, as humans inevitably do, but leadership demands prompt and honest accountability when mistakes occur. In this case, Mr. Singh's actions fell short. First, in failing to guide his young parliamentary colleague to do the right thing when she first erred. Second, in not taking responsibility for his own actions. And third, in not respecting the institution of Parliament and the office of the Leader of the Opposition. It therefore falls to this House to record its regret and dismay over Mr. Pritam's actions, to draw a line in the sand that this is unacceptable and unbecoming, and that this cannot be what we allow within the walls of our chambers. Let future generations remember that this Parliament did not look away from such dishonorable conduct. Instead, we addressed this matter squarely and decisively, and that we did so without hesitation. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan Speaker, saya ingin merakamkan kekecewaan atas perilaku Encik Pritam Singh yang didapati amat berkurangan. Jika mengikut kayu ukur integriti dan kejujuran yang dituntut ke semua anggota-anggota Parlimen dan paling khususnya jawatan yang disandang beliau sebagai Ketua Pembangkang. Izinkan saya bentangkan 3 butir pendapat bagi pertimbangan Parlimen. Pertama, Ketua Pembangkang merupakan satu jawatan yang diberi tanggungjawab dan kewajipan yang mendalam, serta merupakan satu amanah yang dipandang tinggi. Ia jawatan yang dianggap perwakilan utama pihak pembangkang. Ketua Pembangkang diberi keutamaan dalam sistem Parlimen kita dari segi keutamaan pemberian respons kepada menteri-menteri dan kelebihan had masa ucapan beliau, serta diberi kelengkapan kaki tangan, sumber, allowance tambahan demi melunaskan tanggungjawab tersebut. Duduknya Ketua Pembangkang di Dewan Parlimen ini tepat berhadapan dan bertentangan Perdana Menteri, seakan simbol yang melambangkan peranan jawatan Ketua Pembangkang sebagai pengimbang utama kepada pemerintah. Sememangnya, jawatan Ketua Pembangkang berakar dari kepercayaan yang tinggi yang dikhususkan dan dipertanggungjawabkan kepada beliau, termasuk kepercayaan bahawa beliau akan sentiasa berkata benar, kepercayaan bahawa beliau akan sentiasa bertindak dengan penuh kejujuran dan integriti, dan kepercayaan bahawa dalam apapun situasi, walaupun dalam keadaan tertekan, pegangan moral, prinsip dan amanah peribadi beliau kekal teguh. Mengenai hal-hal merangkum kejujuran dan integriti, mestilah kita tegas bahawa tidak ada sedikit pun ruang untuk berkompromi dalam sistem parlimen dan politik kita, tidak kira pihak mana kita wakili. Justru pada sesiapa yang menyandang jawatan Ketua Pembangkang, rakyat Singapura sewajarnya menuntut tahap integriti dan tingkah laku yang tertinggi untuk memberi contoh yang menonjolkan nada gaya yang patut dicerminkan pihak pembangkang yang lain di Parlimen. Segala tindak tanduk dan kelakuan Ketua Pembangkang juga secara langsung mempengaruhi persepsi orang ramai terhadap keseluruhan sistem Parlimen kita. Oleh itu adalah penting bagi Ketua Pembangkang untuk berkelakuan dengan penuh kehormatan. Bukan sahaja untuk dirinya sendiri, tetapi juga untuk menyahut panggilan integriti jawatan yang dipegangnya, untuk memberi penghormatan atas keanggotaannya di Parlimen, serta untuk memberi sanjungan kepada kepercayaan mendalam yang diberi rakyat sewarga negara. Walaupun mungkin kita berlainan pendapat dalam mengutarakan dasar dan idea, semestinya ia diasaskan integriti dan kejujuran terlebih dahulu. Ini penting untuk memelihara Dewan ini dari segala pemalsuan dan pencemaran kata, sekaligus menjamin pengekalan, kemurnian dan tingginya kemuliaan proses parlimen dan politik kita di mata masyarakat. Kedua, kini tiada lagi keraguan dan kesangsian bahawa Encik Pritam Singh telah menyatakan kepalsuan. Walaupun pada ketika itu beliau berada di bawah pengangkatan sumpah apabila dihadapkan depan jawatan kuasa istimewa. Mengikut proses di mahkamah, termasuk kegagalan rayuan di Mahkamah Tinggi, Encik Pritam Singh telah diberi peluang yang secukupnya untuk membetulkan keadaan dan membela dirinya daripada tuduhan tentang perilakunya. Namun, Mahkamah Tinggi telah berputus bahawa Encik Pritam Singh tidak berkata benar kepada jawatan kuasa istimewa. Tuan Speaker, ini kenyataan yang sungguh mengecewakan kerana ini bukan sesuatu perkara yang remeh. Seorang anggota parlimen pada mulanya telah pun didapati berbohong dalam dewan ini. Dan atas dasar pengetahuan ini, Ketua Pembangkang dan Ketua Parti kepada anggota parlimen tersebut telah memilih untuk tidak berterus terang secepat mungkin dan sejurus selepas kepalsuan pertama. Malah beliau didapati mempertimbangkan soalan integriti dan kehormatan dengan ragu-ragu dan pada waktu itu melakukan penilaian risiko atau kawalan kerosakan sama ada untuk mendedahkan pemalsuan tersebut atau tidak. Tuan Speaker, di dalam dewan ini, kita sebagai anggota parlimen membuat keputusan-keputusan penting yang memberi makna, yang mempengaruhi, yang menjejaskan dan yang memberi kesan langsung kepada kehidupan rakyat Singapura. Kita mempunyai tanggungjawab, Tuan Speaker, untuk mematuhi semua undang-undang negara kita, bertindak dengan integriti dan kejujuran pada setiap masa dan menghormati kepercayaan yang telah diberikan oleh rakyat Singapura kepada kita. Berbohong, melengahkan atau menyembunyikan kepalsuan, bahkan mempertimbangkan sama ada kepalsuan itu akan diketahui atau tidak, sememangnya melanggar kepercayaan yang diharapkan oleh rakyat Singapura atas kita. Tingkah laku dan tindak tanduk sebegini membawa kepada pencebaran martabat, kewibawaan dan kehormatan Dewan ini. Ketiga, Tuan Speaker, saya ingin mengutarakan keprihatinan bagaimana peristiwa ini boleh menjejas martabat institusi-institusi kita serta bimbingan teladan kita kepada generasi muda, anggota parlimen muda, malah golongan muda secara amnya, amat memerhati dan mencari contoh daripada tindak tanduk para pemimpin. Pemimpin diteladani untuk bimbingan etika, keputusan-keputusan berintegriti dan panduan nasihat mereka, serta dilihat sebagai penyuluh landasan dalam memupuk budaya yang menekankan pentingnya kejujuran dan kehormatan. Walaupun pemimpin mungkin kadang-kala tersilap seperti manusia biasa, dituntut juga atas pemimpin untuk bersikap tanggungjawab terhadap segala tindakan, kekurangan ataupun kesilapan mereka. Dalam hal ini, tindakan Encik Pritam didapati kurang memuaskan. Pertama, dalam membimbing anggota parlimen muda untuk melakukan perkara yang betul ketika anggota parlimen tersebut pertama kali membuat kesilapan. Kedua, dalam penerimaan tanggungjawabnya terhadap tindakan-tindakan beliau secara jujur. Dan ketiga, dalam kegagalannya menghormati institusi parlimen dan jawatan Ketua Pembangkang. Adalah menjadi tanggungjawab parlimen untuk menyuarakan kekecewaan yang tegas terhadap tindakan dan perilaku Encik Pritam, untuk menetapkan sempadan bahawa ia tidak diterima dan telah melampaui batasan dan bahawa ia tidak mencerminkan perilaku dan pekerti yang dituntut asas bagi anggota parlimen. Biarlah kita diingati generasi akan datang sebagai parlimen yang tidak memalingkan pandangan kita dan tidak mengabaikan tanggungjawab kita terhadap membetulkan keterlanjuran perilaku dan ketidakjujuran pekerti. Malah kita tanganinya dengan tegas, dengan kesegeraan, tanpa sebarang keraguan. Kalau dibiarkan keterlanjuran atas nilai asas masyarakat dan landasan institusi-institusi kita seperti kejujuran, integriti dan kehormatan, lambat laun dikhawatiri ia akan menghakis, mencemarkan dan bahkan memusnahkan segala apa yang sudah kita bina bersama sebagai satu masyarakat dalam sistem parlimen dan politik kita. perlulah kita tanganinya bersama supaya nilai-nilai yang bertentangan dengan jati diri dan nilai murni masyarakat Singapura tidak diberi izin untuk berputik sejenak pun. Dikhawatiri boleh rosak susu sebelanga akibat sesuatu yang mulanya seakan nila setitik. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by drawing members' attention to the fourth limb of the motion relating to the standing of Parliament and public confidence in the integrity of Singapore's political system. I urge members to reflect and consider carefully on the weight of this motion, not only on the integrity of this House as an institution, but also on the signal that we send about where we as a Parliament and as a society stand on honesty and truth-telling by our members of Parliament and by all who hold positions of leadership. That this motion must come before the House today is regrettable. But integrity is not something we can compromise on nor waver upon, even in the slightest. With that, Mr. Speaker, I lend my full support for the motion.
Mr. William, you have some clarifications?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask a clarification of the member who just spoke, Dr. Syed Harun. For the last few minutes, he's been pontificating about integrity and institutions in English and Malay, in flowery language. I'd like to respectfully ask him how he sees his own position. If I recall correctly, in 2023, he came in as a nominated MP, and that was on the basis that he was a non-partisan person and supposed to fulfill his term as such. But he resigned prematurely, and now it turns out that it was in preparation for the general election to run as a party candidate. So, does he see any issue with that in terms of integrity and institutions?
I will allow for this, but going forward, we should not be discussing this matter is not relevant, actually. But SPS Harun, you may choose to reply.
Speaker, I note that it's been decided that there's no relevance with regards to this particular motion. And I would also mention that it's a matter of public record in terms of the circumstances of what happened with reference to what Ms. Sylvia Lim mentioned. Thank you.
Ms. Lim, you are free to table a separate motion to discuss this if you wish, but not at this for this.
Speaker, it's not my intention. It's just in response to his lecture on integrity.
SPS Syed Harun.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to maintain that the issue has been on public record, and I disagree unequivocally with regards to any questions of my integrity about what has happened in the past. And at the time when I was a nominated member of Parliament, very clearly I was non-partisan. And at this point of time, I'm quite clear in terms of my thoughts about integrity, and I stand by what I've just said. Thank you.
Let me remind members, we should not be casting aspersions on any fellow member of Parliament. Mr. Singh, I refer to your earlier request. I have given it careful consideration. I would just like to inform you of my decision, in reaching my decision. I note that under Section 225A of the Criminal Procedure Code, you are deemed to have given an undertaking to the court not to use that material for any purpose other than the purpose of the criminal proceedings without the permission of the public prosecutor. You had earlier informed the House that the public prosecutor has not given you permission to do so. Although members enjoy certain parliamentary privileges, we should not impinge on the mutual respect and forbearance maintained between this House and the judiciary. This convention has been repeatedly upheld by this House by me and my predecessors. If I was to allow for this request, it would impinge on the mutual respect and forbearance between our two institutions. We will respect the undertaking you are deemed to have given to the court, and therefore I will not allow that document to be used. Mr. Singh?
Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed with that ruling, but I can accept and respect it.
Thank you. Although we've been in this House for over 5 hours, I certainly need a break. So I propose to take a break. I suspend the sitting and will assume the chair at 5:55 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Resumption of debate on the motion standing in the name of the Leader of the House.
Are there any members who wish to speak on the motion? Okay, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all MPs who have spoken on the motion, on both sides of the House. This is an important debate because it is about matters that affect the standing and the integrity of our Parliament. I thank the MPs who have spoken in support of the motion. They have correctly pointed out that this motion is about principles and values that we uphold. As Mr. Syed Harun and Ms. Kwa Bunting said, the public rightfully holds high expectations of trust in our Parliament, and this is even more so for the Leader of the Opposition. Ms. Tin Pei Ling also highlighted the quality of our Parliament embodies the values and aspirations of Singaporeans, and this in turn affects how we are regarded on the global stage. And as Mr. Mark Lee pointed out, trust in our Parliament is a foundational asset for Singapore, underpinning the confidence in our institutions. Let me turn to the Workers' Party position, and I note that all members of the Workers' Party who spoke on the substantive speeches made it a point to thank their supporters and their constituents, and all the people who have faith in you, who have shown you support, and who have basically cheered you on. It is good that the opposition in Singapore has such support. But the flip side is also true. If people give you such unstinting, warm support, you should not let them down. You should, when in Parliament, uphold principles of integrity and values, because Singaporeans deserve a good opposition. Singaporeans deserve an opposition who will uphold the rule of law, who will observe due process, and who will respect the integrity of our institutions. But have the WP served their supporters well in the positions that you have taken today? I very respectfully say the answer is no. The position taken by the Leader of the Opposition and the Workers' Party members who have spoken is disappointing. The sum total of their position today has really been that, you know, the rules don't apply to us. And let's make a little point here. Let's have a little jab there. But let's not deal with the real issue. The real is, let's not engage with the real fundamental point that we are talking about, which is what kind of Parliament ought we to be. And here, let me come to the motion. Just give me a moment. So, by and large, although the Leader of the Opposition has said that he's lifted the whip, actually the positions do appear to be aligned across the board. I don't think there's any real difference in the position that the Workers' Party members have taken. So they're able to agree to paragraphs 1 and 6 of the motion. Paragraph 1 affirms that honesty and integrity are fundamental pillars of Singapore's parliamentary and political system. So they accept that honesty and integrity are fundamental pillars of our parliamentary and political system, and they agree with paragraph 6, which means that they agree to call on all members to uphold our solemn duty to respect and abide by the law and act with integrity at all times and honor the trust placed in us by Singaporeans. At the same time, however, they seem to have difficulty with the other limbs. So the first thing is paragraph 2. Paragraph 2 calls on us to note the judgment where the High Court upheld Mr. Singh's conviction for lying to the Committee of Privileges. I don't understand the difficulty in noting the High Court judgment, which basically means that we have taken due note of what the court has found. What is the difficulty with noting that? And secondly, the findings of the Committee of Privileges that he had guided Ms. Raisa Khan to continue with her lie to Parliament. Now today, they've all had a problem noting the findings of the Committee of Privileges. But I think they may have forgotten that when the Committee of Privileges report was actually presented to Parliament several years ago, Parliament actually did resolve to note the COP report. So this doesn't do anything more than call on Parliament to do something it has already done. But then, apart from that, having agreed that honesty and integrity are fundamental, having agreed that we must act with integrity at all times and respect and abide by the law, they're somehow unable to agree that lying to the COP and guiding an MP to continue with her untruth to Parliament is dishonourable conduct and unbecoming of a Member of Parliament, or to express any regret about it. That's really very puzzling. They're also unable to consider, or they find themselves unable to consider, that an MP who has been convicted by court for lying and for misconducting himself in the manner described is unsuitable for the role of the leader of the opposition. It's troubling that the Workers' Party cannot see what must surely be apparent to everyone, the inherent contradictions in their position and how much of a credibility gap there is. You cannot, on the one hand, say, I uphold the higher standards, then on the other hand say that I have a problem saying that conduct like this is dishonorable. It's just inconsistent. But anyway, let us examine the reasons that the Workers' Party members have put forward for their position. And I'll go through it one by one. So the first point is Mr. Singh basically is saying that he disagrees with the High Court decision, or with the court decisions. Now, we know that the courts have found Mr. Singh guilty on 2 counts of lying to the COP, and they made other findings which I referred to in my earlier speech. After the High Court decision, Mr. Singh said, I respect and accept the judgment fully and without reservation. On the face of it, accepting the judgment should mean that he accepts the verdict. But of course, Mr. Singh now tells us that that is not the case. In fact, he had an issue because he said that I did not highlight what he said earlier about the judgment, also because at that same interview he had said that the verdict was disappointing. That is true. I looked very carefully at the media statement. He said it was disappointing, and then he went on to say, in fact, let me just look at that. He went on to say that I've always had deep respect for the independence, rigor, and professionalism of the courts. He said that while he was disappointed with the verdict, he respected and accepted the judgment fully and without reservation. Actually, at that time, he never said that he disagreed with the verdict. He just said it was disappointing. And there's a big difference between saying that something's disappointing and saying that you disagree with it. But on record, he had said it was disappointing. Then he went on to say that he respected and accepted the judgment fully and without reservation. But today, he comes to Parliament to say that actually what he really means is that he just, accepts that the courts are there, but he doesn't agree that they're correct. And earlier, of course, you'll notice when Mr. Speaker made his ruling, Mr. Singh also said that it was disappointing, but he accepted it fully and without reservation. So I think we all know today that when Mr. Singh tells you that he accepts what you say fully and without reservation, he means you're wrong. Words matter. They do. And when Mr. Singh says something, the question is, what are we to understand of it? And we have seen what the courts understood of it, and we have seen what the courts ruled that Ms. Khan understood of it. We've also seen what the Committee of Privileges understood of it. So, fundamentally, despite the fact that he's had the full opportunity to canvass this case, he's basically saying that he doesn't accept the court judgment. And this is really strange. Do you know why? It's strange because when the COP report was brought to Parliament, Mr. Singh vehemently disputed it at that time. And don't forget that this is a committee of Parliament that has sat on it. And Mr. Singh has come to this Parliament today to say, as he has said many times, Parliament is supreme. And when you have a select committee of Parliament that makes a finding, it should be supreme. But no, if the finding affects Mr. Singh, it's not supreme, it's wrong. And at that time, we agreed to refer it to the PP, basically to allow him the benefit of canvassing his case in full, and so that we would have the benefit of a full finding, so that it could not be said that this Parliament somehow unilaterally made a decision based purely on the findings of the COP. And Mr. Singh had the opportunity to, well, firstly, the public prosecutor looked at it, took an independent view, and found that on the face of it, charges were made out. It went to the district court. The district court had the benefit of seeing witnesses, hearing evidence. Mr. Singh had the benefit of counsel. He had the right and the ability to cross-examine the witnesses, to show whether their evidence was really right or wrong. And the court listened to that. And the district court could not accept what he said and found that he had lied to the COP. Mr. Singh was dissatisfied with that. He went to the High Court. The High Court heard again the points which he wished to canvass, and he had the fullest opportunity to argue his case before the courts. And the High Court, too, reached the same conclusion. And basically, what Mr. Singh is saying today is that despite all of this, despite the fact that I had the fullest opportunity, every opportunity to contest this and bring evidence, they're wrong. I accept that Mr. Singh may not agree with it, but the point is this. In every society, there will be disputes. And when there are disputes, somebody has to decide. Because if one person says A and another person says B, who do you believe? And that is the reason why you have courts. That is the reason why you have courts as a neutral and independent arbiter with the opportunity for parties to bring their evidence and set out their case, and then the court decides. And so here we are today with court judgment, basically having found Mr. Singh guilty of lying, and we're being asked to note this. And in the light of this, how do we say that such conduct is acceptable? So when each of us go internationally and we are asked, oh, your leader of the opposition, he's been convicted for lying twice. How come? Is that okay? And our answer should be, oh yeah, it's okay because he says he's right. Court judgment doesn't matter. How would people regard Singapore in that situation? This is not about Mr. Singh per se. It is about the fact that his conduct has been adjudicated on by the courts. The courts have made a finding, and we are now left with a situation where, as a parliament, we have a leader of the opposition who has been found guilty of 2 counts of lying on oath. There's the district court finding that he had guided Ms. Khan to lie. And we have the COP report, don't forget Parliament is supreme, which has found that he had lied. So what are we to do in those circumstances? So I have to say that the first point that Mr. Singh has made is not really persuasive, and it doesn't answer the motion. I come now to the second part of what he said. Mr. Singh said that what he does accept is that he was guilty of taking too long to respond to Ms. Khan's lie in Parliament. That he takes responsibility for. He'd mentioned that in his media interview. He repeated it again today. But that actually is not the crux of the court finding, because the court did not find that he was liable because he took too long. In fact, the reasons that he gave for taking too long, in other words, allowing Ms. Khan to go and speak to her parents, etc., the court actually did not accept. And let me read what the court had said. The High Court essentially did not accept Mr. Singh's account of that. He said, a person's reaction or inaction to significant events is usually revealing of his or her understanding of the events. In this case, I find that the appellant's complete failure to follow up with Ms. Khan or the other WP leaders on the untruth for around 2 months after 8 August meeting up to the 3rd October meeting is probative of the making of the grave statement during the 8 August meeting and the appellant's prevailing understanding that there was no need to proactively clarify the untruth in Parliament. Indeed, if it was the appellant's view that Ms. Khan should at some point clarify the untruth, one would expect that steps would have been taken to decide what, when, and how such clarification should be made. The telling of the untruth was a significant event for the WP, given the potentially serious political fallout if it were not properly managed. Yet it is common ground that between the 8 August meeting and the 3rd October meeting, nothing was said between the appellant and Ms. Khan or among the WP leaders about making preparations for a clarification of the untruth. The complete absence of any discussion during this period is entirely consistent with Ms. Khan's evidence that at the 8 August meeting, the appellant had told her to take the untruth to the grave, where the upshot of the grave statement was that nothing further needed to be done about the untruth. The appellant's complete inaction between 8 August meeting and the 3rd October meeting stands in stark contrast with the appellant's involvement in drafting Ms. Khan's personal statement between 15 and 30th October 2021, following the meeting with Mr. Low on 11th October, etc. So the point is this. The court didn't say that, it was a matter of just delay. The court found that the explanation for delay was not believable and rejected it. And that was what led the court to believe, amongst other things, that the statement had in fact been made. Then I come to Ms. Lim's point, where Ms. Lim argues that basically, she's not been charged in court. This does not really affect her, not relevant to her. I go back to the terms of the motion. All I am asking here is to ask the House to note that the High Court judgment and the committee's findings have implications for Ms. Lim and Mr. Mohammed Faisal, which have to be considered separately. So I had actually, in my earlier speech, explained the linkage. It would have been clear from my reading of the court judgment. But let me just draw connect the dots for everyone. When the COP report came out, there were two things in relation to Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal. Let me deal with Ms. Lim first. One was that she had lied to the COP that the statement to take it to the grave was never said, that didn't happen. So one count was for lying to the COP. Then the other was for her involvement in guiding Ms. Khan to hide the untruth. Because if you tell somebody, or if you agree with taking it to the grave, then you're basically guiding somebody to keep it quiet. Those 2 points, Parliament said we would defer a decision on that until the outcome of Mr. Singh's case. So in other words, there are two outstanding things. And of course, Ms. Lim had disputed the COP findings. Now, Ms. Lim is correct. She wasn't a witness. She wasn't a party to the court proceedings. But the point is that the court had found that the statement was made and that Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal were present when it was made. And therefore, it must follow from there that the court findings are actually consistent with the COP report. That is why it has implications, because what's before Parliament, which had been deferred, is the COP report, which found that she lied and had been involved in guiding Ms. Khan. And we said, well, wait till the outcome of the case. Then you look at the case, and the court has looked at it, and the court says, yes, the meeting took place, they were both there, that statement was made. So it must follow, logically. That's why the court judgment has implications. Now, as to what we should do with regard to Ms. Lim, that's something that should be dealt with separately. I mean, the Speaker has already indicated that if you're making assertions or if you're dealing with a particular member, that should be the subject matter of separate motions. But I just wanted to make sure that in this motion that we note that, and we will come back. We will not take too long. I know Ms. Lim, somebody had asked Mr. Giam whether this will take a very long time. It should not take a long time, but today we wanted to deal with a specific topic. So I hope that addresses the issues with regard to the Lim, because it has implications for Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal. Now, with respect to Mr. Faisal, there was a bit of an attempt to muddy the waters here, because it was said that the police have already issued an advisory to Mr. Faisal, and therefore the matter should be considered closed. But Mr. Faisal was referred to the PP for a different matter. So with Mr. Faisal, there were three things. One, when he was before the COP, he had flat out refused to answer some of their queries. Now that is actually an offense. So for that, he was referred to the PP. Then there were two other remaining outstanding issues with respect to Mr. Faisal, and these are similar to the ones for Ms. Lim. One, for lying to the COP that the statement "take it to the grave" was not made. And secondly, for his involvement in guiding Ms. Khan to hide the untruth. So the first one, that's dealt with. And that's not the subject matter here. But the second two, we agreed to defer pending the outcome of Mr. Singh's case. And for the same reasons as for Ms. Lim, it has implications because Mr. Faisal was present at that meeting too. And in the court evidence, he had actually denied that any such statement, not court evidence, in the COP hearing, he had denied that such a statement was made. So that deals with that. Then, Ms. Lim and I think Ms. Giam have attempted to suggest that this is political punishment, that Mr. Singh is being punished twice. Actually, that is not the case. It's a very simple point. When you have a CEO of a company, and let's say he has been charged and convicted of a matter of a crime of dishonesty, How many companies actually say, yes, it's okay, Mr. CEO, please continue? How many? Not very many. Why? In fact, probably not at all. Why? Because those companies value their reputation. They know that every time they go and do business, people look at them and wonder, how, you know, you're a company and your CEO has been convicted for lying of dishonesty. What sort of company are you? And that is the issue that's being discussed here. We have a parliament where you have the leader of the opposition, which is a significant position and role, who has been convicted of 2 counts of lying before a committee of parliament. And how does that look to other people outside? And how can we then say that for someone to whom this has happened is suitable to continue as leader of the opposition? And for the PAP side of the House, I say it's very difficult. But somehow, the WP doesn't seem to have a difficulty with this, which tells us something about the WP values. Then, Mr. Kenneth Cheong raised the question of Mr. Tan Chuan Jin and asked, oh, you know, nothing happened there, and why is that the case that, you know, it was all right there and not here? I am frankly very disappointed in that stance, but it also shows that something is, that Mr. Cheong doesn't quite understand the issue. In Mr. Tan Chuan Jin's case, he was asked to step down. As a matter of party discipline, he was told to resign his seat. Initially, if you read the Hansard carefully, then Prime Minister had said it was clear in his mind he would have had to step down as Speaker. He wanted to give him some time to settle constituency matters, settle the family matters, but it was clear that as Speaker he would have had to step down, and whether they should resign their seats, initially that was something to be thought about, but when it became clear that the conduct had not stopped, then Prime Minister said, you must step down. And Ms. Cheng had to step down too. So they resigned their seats, and Mr. Tan took responsibility. And I believe he had apologized to Singaporeans that it had happened. Here, Mr. Singh has not even been asked to resign his seat, at least not by us. And he doesn't seem to think that there is a problem with continuing as the leader of the opposition. There is no equivalence at all in those examples. And I think Ms. Cassandra, MP Cassandra, had a question about the Legal Profession Act. I think the short answer to that is that under the Legal Profession Act, Section 94 does provide that legal practitioners who have been convicted of an offence involving fraud or dishonesty may have to be referred, but that is a matter not for us, but for the Law Society, for the AGC, and for the courts. So I think that's with respect to, yes, Section 94 of the Legal Profession Act. So that brings me back to today's motion, and we have to ask ourselves about the questions, or rather the reasons that have been put forward by the Workers' Party. And having examined them, they don't hold water. And we really do have to look at how the Workers' Party had dealt with Ms. Raisa Khan before and Mr. Leon Pereira. They had, in the case of Ms. Khan, she was told she had to resign within 24 hours, otherwise she would be expelled. Or rather, she would be expelled within 24 hours if she did not resign. So somehow in Ms. Khan's case, lying was suddenly a very serious offense for the Workers' Party. And in Mr. Leon Pereira's case, he also had to step down because he had lied to the Workers' Party leadership. So it was very serious there. But somehow for the Workers' Party, when you have a case of their leader lying to the COP, and under oath at that, they seem to regard it differently. And that's very odd. The only possible conclusion when you compare this and the previous cases with Ms. Khan and Ms. Leon is that in those cases, the Workers' Party has made a political calculation as to whether those members should be kept or not. Ms. Khan was a liability, Mr. Pereira was dropped like a hot potato, but they have made, or appear to have made, a political calculation with respect to Mr. Singh, and then hope maybe over time people will forget. Instead of taking a principled stance on their party leader's conduct, which could be politically costly. So Ms. Khan and Mr. Pereira were expendable. Mr. Singh, it would appear, not. That is why today's motion, we have been hearing the equivocating and the temporizing and avoiding doing what they must know in their heart of hearts is the right thing to do. But that is not leadership, nor is it responsibility. And that is not what Singaporeans expect of political leaders and parties. That is not the way to build a first world parliament, or even a two-party system. That's not the way to build a party that aspires to offer an alternative government to Singaporeans one day. The WP MPs must surely know this, but they're all going along with the party line. It's not good for the WP, and it's not good for the opposition cause, and it's not good for Singapore. So at the end of the day, we have a scenario where Mr. Singh says he respects and accepts the judgment, but doesn't agree with it. The Workers' Party talks about the rule of law, but they set themselves above it. The Workers' Party calls for accountability, but they will not call their own member to account. So I hope the Workers' Party will remember that every time they stand up in Parliament from this day onwards and speak about accountability, they will be reminded of their standard of accountability. And every time they stand in Parliament and tell us about the rule of law and how we must abide by it, we will remind them how they have abided by the rule of law today. Well, we now have a much clearer idea of what the Workers' Party stands for, which is simply that the rules and the law apply to everyone else, but not to them. But, Mr. Speaker, this cannot be the standard that we set for our Parliament. We have a duty to Singaporeans and to Singapore to ensure that the high standards are maintained. We cannot endorse dishonourable conduct or ignore the court judgment. And we cannot talk about a first world Parliament and effective checks and balances if fundamental values of honesty, integrity, and accountability are not upheld. As MPs, we have a solemn duty to make sure that politics in Singapore remains upright and honourable. So this motion goes beyond any individual or party or their actions. This motion is about upholding the integrity and standing of Parliament, upholding the standard of conduct of our MPs and how it reflects on our Parliament, and upholding our responsibilities as elected members of this House to honour the trust of our people and always do the right thing by them, even if it's politically inconvenient to do so. If members care about this, then I urge members to support the motion.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order number 2, please.
The question is the motion moved by the Deputy Leader. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Are there any clarifications for the Leader? Mr. Singh?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I took some notes as the leader was speaking. If I got some of her representations wrong, please let me know. I'll correct them. Leader said the rules, the WP's position seemed to be that the rules do not apply to us. I don't believe this was the position anyone made. The rules certainly apply to us, but in the course of her speech, she also mentioned somebody has to decide. There's a judge the judge makes a decision. Now, I fully accept the authority and the finality of the court's decision. I disagree with the findings. A judgment determines legal responsibility. It does not require a person to abandon their honest belief about their motivations and their values. I have not disappeared and avoided scrutiny. It's been 1 month since the judgment. I've done my work, I've continued to do my work, and I will continue to do my work faithfully as I have done for the last 15 years. On the point that the leader made about, just bear with me for a second. At the end, I think towards the end of her roundup speech, she said she gave us advice on what is good for the WP and good for the opposition. I think we can be the judge of that, with due respect. We continue to serve faithfully. We have always championed the importance of a rational, responsible, respectable opposition in the House, and will continue to do so. In terms of this point, I mean, the opposition exists not because it's infallible, but because democratic systems, particularly one-party dominant systems, require challenge, require balance and alternative voices, genuine alternative voices. And as long as this role is performed lawfully, respectfully, it remains legitimate and important, and the Workers' Party will continue serving in this role. That's all I have to say, Mr. Speaker, with regard to clarifications. I had a clarification for the leader, which he hasn't replied, about the number of briefings that were given to me, number of trips I went to, which was a point she made. So I think she should close the loop on that.
Leader.
With respect to the last point, I don't have the number of briefings, but it wasn't a matter of quantity. The point about the leader of the opposition role is that it gets certain specific privileges, and that was one of them, and that was the point I was making, not about the quantity of them. Then the other point that Mr. Singh had made about, the WP being a judge of their own cause, I think that's exactly what we've seen today. He's been a judge in his own cause. And the other point that he made was that the opposition was not infallible. That I understand.
Mr. Singh?
I did not say I was the judge in my own cause. As I mentioned, the respected president who opened this House takes a view about a criminal conviction, his view, his honest, sincere view. I take my view as well, but that does not mean I disrespect the courts.
Leader?
Thank you, sir. The president who opened this House was not convicted of any offense of dishonesty. With respect to him, it was a matter of negligence. And the point really is that in this case, you have a court judgment. Mr. Singh has said that he disagrees with it. He may do so, but that does not mean that the court findings should not be noted. That does not mean that the conduct that was found in the court judgments should not be regarded as dishonorable or unbecoming. And it does not mean that we cannot express a view on his suitability. And when you have a conviction for lying before a COP and guiding a junior MP to lie or to maintain an untruth, that brings into question suitability for the position of an LO. And Mr. Singh is right. We are not infallible. All of us are not infallible, and the PAP is certainly not infallible. But the question is, when something goes wrong, what do you do? And at that crossroads of doing right and wrong, if you take one direction, it goes a certain path, and if you take another direction, it goes another path. And as I mentioned earlier, in the case of Ms. Khan, she was led along a certain path with the consequences that we see today. And the other point he made was that what is important is that we perform our role lawfully. And that is the point, isn't it? Because lying before the COP cannot be said to be performing that role lawfully.
Ms. Lim?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to make two clarifications arising from the leader's roundup speech. The first is that she mentioned more than once that the party, Workers' Party, was somehow being inconsistent in the sense that in Ms. Raisa's case and also Mr. Leon Pereira's case, we seem to have acted very swiftly, whereas, in Mr. Singh's case, we seem to be acting politically, or some words to that effect. So actually, in my speech, I had attempted to address this by saying that the difference there is that in Ms. Raisa's case and as well as Mr. Leon Pereira's case, they admitted their wrongdoings. But in this case, Mr. Singh has contested the charges and still maintains his innocence today. So WP is acting on the judgment. As she noted, we have formed a disciplinary panel to look into whether Mr. Singh has contravened the Constitution. And although she says that she cannot wait, for us, that's fine. But the fact is that we have our processes and the process will take their course. The other clarification which I wish to make was in relation to Resolution 5. She mentioned that the High Court or the court has found that certain statements were made in the August 2021 meeting, and that's a fact. But as I had said earlier, neither Mr. Faisal nor myself, we were involved in the trial. We did not give evidence. So, in that sense, of course, the court made its finding based on the evidence before it. But the fact is that we did not have the opportunity to give our recollection to the court. So I'm still going to maintain that those findings cannot be held against me. And perhaps, at the next phase, whenever it is, I will take this up again.
Leader, you wish to respond?
I thank Ms. Lim for her clarifications. It is correct that Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal did not appear in the court proceedings, but Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal did appear and give evidence before the COP. And they gave evidence under oath, and the COP found that in respect of the making of the grave statement, in other words, the telling of Ms. Khan to take it to the grave, the COP found that Ms. Lim and Mr. Manap had lied about what had happened there. So you have a COP report where that finding is there. What today's motion does is it refers to the court finding, because you see, the point is simply this: did the meeting happen, and were the words said? The COP found that meeting happened, those words were said, found all three of them were present. COP report is a report which, according to Mr. Singh, should be a supreme document. This is Parliament. Let me just clarify. Mr. Singh did not say that the document is supreme. He said Parliament is supreme. And I'm talking Parliament is sovereign. And this sovereign Parliament has a select committee that has made a report from a committee of privileges finding that Mr. Singh had made the statement, that Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal were there, and that they had lied to the COP. So the question in everybody's minds is, well, Mr. Singh's case is going to court, let the court make its findings, then we have the benefit of that. And we find that the court findings are pretty much the same as the COP's findings. On the point of the meeting occurred and the statement having been made. So, that being the case, it has implications. Because we could have proceeded back when the original report was made, we could have proceeded at the time we didn't need the court findings. But what you have is where the court findings have confirmed that the meeting took place and the statement was made. That's why it has implications. That's all that this motion does, to note that it has implications. But Ms. Lim may want to take that up the next time when the next motion comes. And with respect to the point about the difference between Ms. Khan's and Mr. Pereira's case, Ms. Lim said that the difference was that in their case, they admitted their wrongdoing. That is a really interesting point, because that means that everybody who goes to court and who basically puts up a defense and is found guilty, so long as they didn't admit, it means that they're not guilty. You can't go, but what kind of rule of law is that? And what kind of system is that? You cannot go simply on the basis of has the person admitted or not. Here you have a system where you have a society, you have a court system, the court makes an adjudication, and as Parliament, we have to take note of that and act accordingly.
Mr. Singh, you wanted to clarify something? Mr. Singh?
No, Mr. Speaker. I raised my hand for point of order and the leader corrected herself.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lim, did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did, Speaker. Yeah, just to follow up on the leader's point, that as I mentioned in my clarification, the Workers' Party is looking into whether Mr. Singh has contravened the Constitution. Yep.
Mr. Andre Loh?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a point of clarification for the Leader of the House. In her roundup speech, she made the assertion, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the voting patterns of the Workers' Party MPs will in some way indicate that we find ourselves above the rule of law. That we do not agree with the rule of law or we find ourselves above the law. Now, I respectfully disagree with this assertion. The rule of law implies that we respect the independence of the courts and their role as an independent arbiter in disputes. And once an adjudication is made and a ruling is passed, we respect it and we abide by it. And this is in the interests of order, and if not, we will have anarchy. That does not preclude us from disagreeing with their verdicts, and that does not mean that if we disagree, we are above the rule of law. And this is the clarification I have.
Leader?
I've noted Mr. Loh's statements. I just wondered how he was able to disagree with it when he wasn't a witness or a party to the court proceedings.
Mr. Loh?
I did not make the point that I personally disagree with the ruling. We have not formed an opinion. As Ms. Lim mentioned, the Workers' Party has our own processes. It is in progress. My point is that the leader has made the assertion that based on the way we are going to vote on this resolution, on this motion, that would imply that the Workers' Party sees themselves as above the law.
Leader?
Perhaps Mr. Loh could just clarify what his position is on all 6 limbs of the motion.
Mr. Loh?
My position on all 6 limbs of the motion is I agree with motions with limb 1 and 6, and I do not agree with limbs 2 to 5.
Leader?
Mr. Speaker, that pretty much speaks for itself.
Any other clarifications for the leader? The question is that this Parliament, 1, affirms that honesty and integrity are fundamental pillars of Singapore's parliamentary and political system. 2, notes the judgment in Pritam Singh versus Public Prosecutor 2025, SGHC 242, where the High Court upheld Mr. Pritam Singh's conviction for lying to the Committee of Privileges and the findings of the Committee of Privileges that he had guided Ms. Raisha Khan to continue with her lie to Parliament. 3, expresses regret at the conduct of Mr. Pritam Singh, which was dishonorable and unbecoming of a member of Parliament. 4, considers that Mr. Pritam Singh's conviction and conduct render him unsuitable to continue as the leader of the opposition, a parliamentary leadership position carrying important responsibilities, duties and privileges, and that his continuation in this role would undermine the standing of Parliament and public confidence in the integrity of Singapore's political system. 5, notes that the High Court judgment and the committee's findings have implications for Ms. Sylvia Lim and Mr. Muhammad Faisal bin Abdul Manap, which have to be considered separately. And 6, calls upon all members of Parliament to uphold their solemn duty to respect and abide by the law, act with integrity at all times, and honor the trust placed in them by Singaporeans. Those who agree, say aye. Those, Mr. Singh? To record their dissent? Sure. Okay. So those who disagree, say no. No. Okay. Can I request those who like their dissent to be recorded to kindly stand up? Okay, we will have it recorded. Thank you. You may sit down. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that it is rising today, Parliament to stand adjourned to a date to be fixed.
The question is that it is rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to a date to be fixed. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Dennis Tan.
Mr. Speaker, I speak today on a matter of increasing urgency and public concern, the need to fundamentally rethink how we assess and justify the trade-offs between essential development and the preservation of our existing green spaces. The question is how we move our planning calculus from measuring gross inputs to ensuring net positive outcomes for our environment and our people. Part 1, context and the scarcity trap as a policy decision. Mr. Speaker, Singaporeans broadly understand and accept the real constraints we face: land scarcity, the need for new housing, infrastructure renewal, and climate adaptation. We support the need for development, but Singaporeans also care deeply about the quality of life, the neighborhood livability, the mental well-being afforded by nature, and the preservation of mature landscapes. The tension we observe on the ground arises not because of development and preservation are inherently incompatible, but because in practice these two commitments are not weighted equally in our decision-making. For too long, the default notion used to justify redeveloping green spaces we need to develop in land-scarce Singapore has been used as a thought-terminating cliché. It is factually correct, but it serves to end deliberation rather than begin it. This position was clearly articulated by the then Minister for National Development, Mr. Desmond Lee, when addressing similar development trade-offs in his reply to my written parliamentary question on the development of Clementi Forest on 4th January 2021. And I quote, "After weighing the alternatives and trade-offs, there will be areas that we cannot avoid developing. Nonetheless, for these sites, possible environmental impacts will still be carefully managed and natural elements will be integrated within developments where possible," unquote. While the intent to manage impacts is welcome, my motion questions the starting premise, whether this insistence on development is truly unavoidable, or if our current framework had a structural tilt that forces the conclusion of no choice too early in the process, sometimes before assessment can be done for a fully informed deliberation. Likewise, once a land is zoned B2 industrial, rightly or wrongly, should MND or URA accept that it will always be irreversible, even if there is rich biodiversity from 10 to 20 years, 25 years or more of forestation, including the existence of vulnerable birds. Mr. Speaker, land scarcity in Singapore is real, but it is not neutral and is not value-free. It is shaped not only by geography, but by a series of long-standing planning assumptions that I would urge the government to revisit. When green spaces, whether greenfield or brownfield sites, are presented as inevitable sacrifices, we must ask, have we genuinely exhausted all options to better rationalize existing cleared land? Have we truly intensified underutilized spaces, gone underground, or rethink land-intensive systems before concluding that forests must once again bear the cost? The issue, therefore, is not whether Singapore should develop, but whether our decision frameworks adequately account for what we lose. We must ask whether our structures truly account for the cumulative, long-term, and irreversible losses that are the inevitable consequence of endless densification. Part 2, the Serangoon River Forest, a case study of policy failure. Mr. Speaker, this structural tilt is vividly illustrated by the ongoing works at the Serangoon River Forest, a mature ecological space officially named by some of my residents, which have been earmarked for a B2 industrial estate. Works to develop a bus depot in the middle of the part of the forest between Tampines Road and Buangkok East Drive began a few months ago, to the chagrin of my residents living less than 200 meters away, including residents at Kingsford Water Bay Condominium. I've been engaged by my residents and many others in Hougang who highlight this area's role as the last green lung in their vicinity. Indeed, in the east of Singapore. Their concerns have also been reflected in media coverage. The most striking policy issue here is the lack of transparency in the process of assessing the site's current value and whether the process can be further enhanced. It is clear from the response to my parliamentary question in November 2025 by MND that no EIA or baseline biodiversity study was required before the government decided on and commenced the bus depot construction. The justification given for this exemption is that the site is classified as a brownfield site, comprising primarily young regrowth scrubland. This classification appears to rest on the historical use of the surrounding area stretching up to Lorong Halus, which included 2 kampungs, agricultural, sewage, and landfill activities, before the land naturally reforested over the last 10 to 25 years between Tampines Road and Pasir Ris Industrial Drive 1. Mr. Speaker, this is where the structural tilt becomes a structural failure of imagination. A brownfield destination prioritizes the past commercial zoning over the present ecological function. It allows the government to look at a 10 to 25-year forest and call it scrubland, simply because it was historically a developed site. Thus, the mere fact that a site was once developed stripped a current mature forest of its ecological and social worth. Thus, the label brownfield gave us a permanent exemption from the duty to conduct an EIA, or baseline biodiversity study, regardless of the vegetation's age and density. If we are committed to regreening Singapore, we must acknowledge that natural rewilding is a success story, not a planning inconvenience. While we encounter brownfield sites where natural rewilding, has occurred, could we assess them not solely by what they were or even what they are at this moment, but by what they are demonstratively becoming? By proceeding without an EIA, we lose the opportunity to gather essential objective data on the exact species, including vulnerable birds cited by residents and groups like the Nature Society of Singapore, the actual maturity and cooling capacity, and the critical ecological connectivity at the site. This absence of data means the decision to clear is made in an information vacuum, relying on decades-old zoning rather than current verifiable ecological reality. The question is not whether such sites meet a narrow threshold of environmental significance today, but whether they are on a clear ecological trajectory that, if allowed to continue, will support meaningful biodiversity over the next 10, 15, or 20 years, or more. A second policy question is whether all planning assumptions have been revisited to site the bus depot on existing developments in the area, instead of developing on green space. This is not an issue pertinent to Lorong Halus bus depot alone, but for all pending development on green spaces. Are there unpopular but critical planning choices we could make to preserve the little greenery we have left? For example, Singapore's road network occupies 12% of our total land area today, remaining at the same percentage for the past decade, even though car ownership per household has declined and is estimated to serve 481,000 households. At the same time, public housing occupies only 8% of land take per data from a 2019 parliamentary response, yet serves more households and nearly 80% of the 1.46 million resident households in Singapore. Is there a symmetry in our planning outcomes, where some land users consume a disproportionate share of land relative to the households they serve, yet are rarely subjected to scrutiny, with green spaces bearing the cost? These figures are not cited to argue against roads or transport or any form of infrastructure development, which are clearly essential. Rather, they illustrate an asymmetry in how land use trade-offs are examined. When housing, transport, or other established systems require land, their footprints are often treated as given. When green spaces are involved, however, the conclusion that they must give away is often treated as the more convenient choice. The policy question I urge the government to review is, are we prepared to more aggressively review and make difficult decisions for land-hungry systems, either by reducing usage or going underground or above ground, rather than repeatedly clearing the remaining greenery? Mr. Speaker, there is also a profound intergenerational dimension to this issue that we cannot ignore. When we defer the hard task of rationalizing land-hungry systems today, we effectively pass the burden of rationalization to future generations, while simultaneously depriving them of the very green spaces that could have provided environmental resilience, cooling, and livability. So in other words, future Singaporeans will inherit the same land-intensive system, but with even less natural capital left to work with. When we clear a mature green space and replace it with hard, permanent infrastructure, we lock in a particular development pathway, often for decades, sometimes permanently. Built infrastructure can be more easily and quickly adapted, intensified, or removed as needs change. Green spaces are not like that. When we clear an established forest or green corridor, the loss is immediate, but recovery is slow. The cooling effect, ecological function, and the biodiversity that took decades to develop cannot simply be reconstructed on demand. Even with replanting, it may take many years of equivalent functional value to return. The clearing of green spaces should be subjected to a higher justification threshold than land uses that can be undone for as long as alternatives exist, whether through co-location, going underground, intensifying existing sites, or reconfiguring underutilized land. As we face rising temperatures, more intense rainfall, and increased urban stress, the ability to redeploy land for cooling, absorption, or ecological buffering becomes more valuable, not less. Decisions that permanently eliminate these possibilities should therefore be subject to especially careful scrutiny. A more balanced decision framework would explicitly ask, does the development lock us into a path that cannot easily be undone? If so, is that the loss of flexibility justified by truly exceptional public benefit? Part 3, the true cause of loss, functional value and irreversibility. Mr. Speaker, our current metric of success often stops at gross numbers. We will plant 1 million more trees, but this target, while laudable, obscures the net loss when mature greenery is cleared, especially when the decision is not informed by an EIA. Loss of functional value, cooling, and ecology. The Serangoon River Forest is not just a collection of trees. It is a vital part of the climate control system for this part of the northeast of Singapore. Heat mitigation. Studies show a pronounced urban heat island effect in densely built areas. Mature, dense canopies provide the most effective passive solution to shade and cooling through evapotranspiration. By removing these forests, we are imposing an immediate, permanent environmental cost on the surrounding Hougang, Sengkang, Punggol, Tampines, and Pasir Ris residents. Higher ambient temperatures, reduced shade, and degraded thermal comfort. Ecological and social value. Ecological science tells us that green spaces function as systems, not isolated plots. Clearing this mature land risks fragmentations of a key corridor. This is the biggest stretch of green spaces on the eastern half of Singapore, from Tampines Road to Pasir Ris Industrial Drive 1, yet all zone industrial B2. Beyond nature, further development would result in residents in Hougang, Sengkang, Punggol, and elsewhere in the Northeast losing a space that provides a unique sense of well-being and community life, an intangible asset that no number on a balance sheet can capture. The building of a bus depot is sadly the first step in the direction. Water absorption. A study conducted by NTU in 2021 showed that forested areas provide a critical sponge effect, intercepting rainfall and regulating runoff. Given the increasing unpredictability of rainfall and the greater incidence of ponding, removing this function, especially near a river, is a decision that must be weighed with the utmost care against potential flood risk. Finally, exercising along a natural forest offers far greater mental health benefits than walking along a sterile concrete canal. Economic valuation confirms that preserving the Serangoon forest provides superior welfare for residents using the park connector all the way to Punggol. The cost of time and interim conditions. Mr. Speaker, if the replacement benefit takes decades to materialize, are those years of increased heat, reduced air quality, and the degraded surroundings treated as real costs in the project balance sheet? When we evaluate mitigation, we must factor in time and irreversibility. If a functional loss is permanent or requires a recovery period of, say, 5, 10, or 20 years, it must face a substantially higher justification threshold than a minor reversible inconvenience. Next, Part 4, a new framework, net outcomes and functional value. To address this structural tilt and prevent further decisions based on historical zoning instead of current functional value, we need a balanced decision framework that explicitly values what we preserve. I propose the following elements for a revised planning and assessment framework. 1. Net outcomes over gross inputs. We must measure the net change in unfragmented canopy cover, cooling effect, and ecological function. We must factor in the time to replacement when evaluating mitigation, acknowledging the ecological premium of mature, established greenery. 2. Mandatory functional assessment. The brownfield classification must no longer provide an automatic exemption from environmental studies before development. Any vegetated site above a certain maturity or size must undergo a mandatory functional assessment, regardless of its zoning history, to determine its current role in heat mitigation, flood absorption, and ecological connectivity and preservation. 3. Functional value and strategic green belts. We must prioritize green spaces by what they do in a regional context. As the government plans the massive new HDB town at the Paya Lebar Air Base site, it must recognize that large parts of the limited existing green spaces within and on the eastern fringe of the airbase will be developed or severely affected by the construction. These airbase green spaces may be smaller or have less ecological merit than the current Serangoon River forest stretching from Tampines Road to Serangoon East Dam and Coney Island. It would make far greater ecological and planning sense to preserve and utilize the current well-developed Serangoon River forest as an established green belt to mitigate against the heat impact from the future big new town. This is strategically superior to relying on artificially created neighborhood parks or park connectors at the airbase site. 4. Alternative first approach in justification. Agencies must clearly demonstrate that avoidance and minimization were explored before mitigation is proposed. Specifically, when my residents appeal to LTA or MND for the bus depot site to be shifted to the current heavy vehicle park along Tampines Road, other than mitigation measures, no reason has yet been given for not agreeing to the shift, nor was there any reason given to justify why the bus depot had to be sited in the middle of the forested area between Bangkok East Drive and Tampines Road. 5. Irreversibility and time horizons. Apply a higher justification threshold to any decision that results in an irreversible loss or requires a recovery period. 6. Cumulative and area level impact. We must evaluate impacts at the neighborhood or corridor level, not project by project. Multiple compliant decisions, when accumulated over time in a small area, can still lead to a degraded, less livable environment. 7. Transparency in communication. When trade-offs are made, we must clearly state what is gained and what is lost in plain terms, ensuring that the environmental costs do not disproportionately fall on the immediate neighbours, while the benefits are distributed citywide. This should also be actively communicated to the stakeholders early on, rather than leaving it to consultation exercise. 8. Symmetrical scrutiny of land-intensive system. We must hold planning decisions across all existing land uses to the same level of scrutiny as green spaces. When development is proposed on vegetated land, we must ask whether existing land-hungry systems have been reviewed, intensified, co-located, or rationalized to avoid further loss of natural capital. Mr. Speaker, our success as a mature city depends not just on our ability to overcome physical land scarcity, but on our wisdom in how we manage the scarcity of natural capital. If we allow the labor of brownfield to exempt us from doing a basic baseline biodiversity study or an EIA on a mature self-reforested site, and if we fail to see the strategic value of this established green lung in the face of major future regional development like the Paya Lebar Air Base town, we risk making decisions that are blind to current ecological reality and future climate needs. I urge the Ministry of National Development and all planning agencies to review their decision frameworks to ensure that our decisions are based on net outcomes, functional value, and long-term resilience. What we choose to preserve today is what will define Singapore's livability tomorrow. Finally, I plead with the government to fully consider the interests of the residents living near the Serangoon River Forest. Please review and consider relocating the bus depot to the heavy vehicle park at Tampines Road, and please consider retaining as much as possible of this vital green lung of the Northeast, which is home to one of the largest collection of birds, including conservation status birds in Singapore, stretching from Tampines Road to Pasir Ris Industrial Drive 1, for the benefit of residents living in the Northeast and all Singaporeans. Thank you.
MS Alvin Tan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the member Dennis Tan for his adjournment motion. I wanted to say that our objectives are the same. Our objectives to balance different land use are the same. But we have different views on this. And I disagree with how he has characterized the approach we've been taking all these years. And it's fine to have these different views. But let me architect and let me frame how we look at land use planning. The government takes a long-term and very careful approach when planning how we use our limited land to support the diverse needs and aspirations of generations of Singaporeans. And we are balancing many competing needs, including the need for green spaces, education, transport, defense, recreation, and many more that the member has outlined. In recent years, for example, as members of this House know and we have debated, Singaporeans' demand for housing has grown. And the government has therefore ramped up public and private housing supply in the past few years. And we will continue keeping up a steady housing supply if demand remains strong. And to meet Singaporeans' needs, we must maximize how we use our limited land. And let me explain how we already are doing so. First, we are redeveloping brownfield sites, such as golf courses, industrial areas, and also activating underused spaces, such as viaducts and car park rooftops. We are also building higher where possible, and the relaxation of aviation height limits near airports will open new possibilities for future intensification while maintaining livable spaces. As the member alluded to, we are also exploring the use of more underground spaces to free up surface land for more livable uses, including at Gali Batu. And this builds on earlier efforts, such as the Jurong Rock Caverns and the Deep Tunnel Sewerage System. So we are already looking down, we are already looking up. And through our North-South Corridor project, we are also diverting vehicular traffic underground to free up more ground-level space for cycling, walking, green spaces, and other spaces that Singaporeans enjoy. At the same time, we are also co-locating suitable uses within integrated developments to optimize our land use while also bringing convenience to Singaporeans. And this includes our Tampines hub and Bukit Canberra, as well as upcoming integrated community hubs in Siglap and Toa Payoh. And these hubs will bring together sports facilities, healthcare, community spaces in one convenient location, all things which Singaporeans want. But even as we do our best to optimize existing built-up areas, we will still need to strike that balance between development and conserving and preserving our green spaces. Today, we have safeguarded more than 7,800 hectares of green spaces for our nature reserves, nature parks, and other green spaces such as parks and park connectors. And these include our 4 nature reserves, which contain some of our most sensitive and biodiverse habitats. And we have also identified key ecological corridors between core habitats. We have established nature park networks and nature corridors along these corridors, such as the Labrador Nature Park Network and the Clementi Nature Corridor that is alongside them. And NPark's ecological profiling exercise also guides our conservation strategies, including to sensitively integrate nature into our urban landscape upfront within our land use plans. We also ensure our green spaces are accessible and near homes. By 2030, every household will be within a 10-minute walk of a park. And because of these efforts, in fact, we are recognized. Singapore today is recognized as one of the world's greenest cities. MIT's Green View Index shows that we are in fact ahead of most cities in our provision of urban tree coverage, including those with lower population densities. And we will do more. We have in place supporting efforts that allow us to contribute more effectively to enhance green cover, biodiversity, and ecological connectivity. By 2030, we aim to restore and enhance 80 hectares of forest, marine, and coastal habitats, as well as to establish 300 kilometers of nature ways. But to achieve all this, we adopt a robust, systematic, and science-based framework to balance developmental needs and conserving our green spaces. We rigorously study the trade-offs and alternatives and consult stakeholders where relevant. Under our environmental impact assessment framework, we start by consulting technical agencies on a site's potential ecological and biodiversity value. And if there is potentially significant environmental impact from the development, we require an EIA study to assess in greater detail the nature and the magnitude of the impact and to develop more mitigating measures. And based on the EIA findings, agencies will then carefully consider the extent of the potential impact and the adequacy of the proposed mitigation measures in consultation with nature groups and community stakeholders. Now, these stakeholders' expertise and feedback inform the mitigation recommendations in the EIA. We then make the environmental study reports publicly available online so that the public can provide feedback. And this is our default practice, unless there are national security concerns where confidentiality is required. So I wanted to correct the mischaracterization of the member when he said that no EIA is needed, as it is brownfield and zone B2. In fact, I just mentioned that it is not true that brownfield sites automatically do not require EIA. We make those assessments. On his specific point about Serangoon Forest, he spoke about the east of Sungai Serangoon and Serangoon Forest. And I previously explained in Parliament in November that this area has been zoned for industrial use since 1998. In fact, the MPs were briefed in February 2018, and in 1st December 2023, the Gazette notice was published for rezoning to B2 to transport facilities for this bus depot. And then MP Gerald Giam was informed of the rezoning and gave no comments. The site is intended to be progressively developed to help us to achieve a few objectives. First is to bring economic development and jobs for residents in the area closer to them, to their homes, in nearby towns such as Hougang and Sengkang, and to future residents of the upcoming new town at Defu and Paya Lebar Air Base. And the planned bus depot, which the member raised, at the southern part of this area is intended to improve public transport services for residents. So there's value and benefit to residents living in the area. The area was previously a municipal waste landfill, known as the Tampines Tipping Ground. And technical agencies have assessed that this site is not a sensitive nature area and the environmental impact of the bus depot is limited. Hence, an environmental study was not required. The vegetation on the site is a result of regeneration over the last 10 to 15 years, comprising young, exotic, dominated secondary forests, scrubland, grassland, and ponds. These habitats are commonly found in cleared or disturbed areas and generally have lower ecological value than more mature forest habitats, such as native-dominated secondary forests. So this is a considered decision, and we will not revisit the matter. Nevertheless, to mitigate any environmental impact and disamenities to residents, LTA has agreed to put in place necessary measures during the construction. These include hoarding the work site, which also serves to prevent wildlife vehicular collisions, and conducting checks for birds' nests and other wildlife before site clearance.
MOS, you have about a minute left.
Sir, beyond the bus depot, agencies are reviewing potential development plans for the remaining areas along the eastern bank of Sungai Serangoon. Agencies will continue to carefully plan for the provision of greenery and recreational spaces in the area. In conclusion, sir, I'd like to thank the member for raising the matter, to Grassroots Advisor Marshall Lim for engaging residents and agencies, to Tony O'Dempsey and our friends at NSS for advocating to protect the surrounding environment, and to the residents themselves for sharing their views. I know it matters to all of you, and it does matter. It matters because we all want our green spaces, we all want our homes, our hospitals, our schools, our jobs, our workspaces, and transport and facilities to get us around. And I wish we have an abundance of land and space to do all that without trade-offs. But our reality is that we are a city-state, unique. And unlike other countries where choices are less stark, Singapore has always been about making the best of what we have and not what we wish we had. Our survival and present quality of life are the result of deliberate, often difficult trade-offs. We build upwards and downwards and constantly repurpose our land for evolving users. At the same time, it is our responsibility to be upfront about what we can do and what we cannot do. We must mitigate impact where we can and make adjustments where possible. But ultimately, we must take a view and make a decision. And that's on us. And these decisions will continue to confront us as we build our city in nature and provide homes and jobs for Singaporeans, just as it has confronted our predecessors. Mr. Speaker, and to all who are concerned about this matter, I ask for your support and your understanding. And I thank you for partnering us in this collective effort to build Singapore into a home that we are all proud of, for our generation and our generations to come. Thank you.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree, say aye. Aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.